Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy. Give me a second, I just want to make sure that this is the way I want it. And I've got my right things here. That's good. Let's see if everything's working good. Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy, and welcome to the stream. Let's see where that other audio capture's coming from. Shouldn't have anything else running right now. Just give me a couple of seconds to kind of get everything together here. I just want to make sure that everything is off and ready to go. I just wanted to kind of get going and see who was out here. Just cleaning up a couple of things real quick. I had a work phone call just before we hopped on the stream. And as a result, I didn't get a chance to do this just prior to getting where I needed to be. How's the audio coming through? We have audio coming through? No, Riley? Oh, no, heck no. We've only got a couple of minutes of Riley, and then the rest of it's going to be with me. So that should be no problem at all. Is the video coming through okay? I'm trying another experiment today. This is being filmed in 4K. So we're going to see whether or not things look good. I see that I've got commenters right now. How many do we have on? We've got 7 viewers on right now. Kind of low. But the stream literally just started. So we'll give a couple of minutes for folks to show up. How is everybody today? We're getting some snow right now. And my son came over and needed some professional photographs for his new webpage. He's doing a business website for his business class, so he needed some professional headshots. So we sat down, spent a few minutes doing that this morning. No, I just started getting some people, popping into the chat yesterday and dropping links to things that I didn't really want links dropped to. Shoot, I gotta fix old adventure right here. I'm gonna bring up another window so that I can see my chat. Give me just a second, we'll get that all taken care of. Just giving folks a couple of minutes to come in. We'll edit this out. We'll edit this part out when we do the release of the video. Dum 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 dum. I had a chance to review yesterday's video, and
trees are involved in up to 30% of our outages each year. So we provide a vegetative management program.
Gonna go ahead and get rid of that. But were you able to hear the audio? Were you able to hear the system audio there, guys? But yeah, they were dropping that stuff in. So I decided today that this would, okay, good. So Glober, you heard the audio. Let's get you taken care of here too. Where's the other one I wanted to get? That's the one. Added a couple of more moderators there so that we were really sure to get everything. Okay, so everything's looking good. And I don't see a delay on my video or my audio. Looks like sync's in pretty good shape. Well, let me tell you what let's go ahead and get the show started. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do today. I saw a video the other day where Sleeping Warrior, my good friend Sleeping Warrior, here, this guy. Y'all know this gentleman? Well, he went ahead and put up a video challenging Ruith on the sextant. And I had a look at it, and I wasn't going to do anything with it originally because, I think Ruith is probably going to have this well in hand. But I thought I would take a moment and just have a look at his video. because I needed a laugh. And quite frankly, it was quite the laugh. Sorry about that. And I thought I would go ahead and put that video up and we could kind of go over it for a few minutes. Now, let's see, we got a few more viewers on right now. And then I'm going to leave the Discord open. We'll be setting up a Discord here in a little bit, probably while we're looking at the video, and I'll put the link to that in the chat. And then we'll just have a couple of hours of a nice conversation. I'll go over the video for an hour or so, and then I'm going to turn it over to you guys, and you can sit down and just have a nice place to chat where we all just have adult conversations and have a good time like we did yesterday. I was really amazed at how it worked out yesterday. That video, the Discord live stream ran for 9 hours, and the only reason that it ended at 9 hours is I literally needed the computer. And I never was able to do that before. The computer would always fail after an hour or two. Now, the one thing that I did do on this, because we had those intrusive posts yesterday in the chat, is I went ahead and just made it a little more difficult for the spammers to do it. Specifically, you have to be a subscriber to the channel for at least 5 minutes. And that'll slow them down a little bit, but I don't think that'll be too much of an inconvenience to you guys. Plus, you'll go ahead and get notifications when we have these live streams in the future. I'm going to be doing quite a few of them over the next few days, but we're probably going to settle down to like Tuesdays and Thursdays, and possibly Saturdays we'll do a live stream. And eventually, when I get a second computer, I'll just have that live stream up 24/7. And it'll just be another chat place that you can go. Hopefully the tone here will be a little better than some of the other places. And the other thing that I do want to put a note in today is apparently Jose JG Gonzalez had his Gmail account hacked, and they took over his chat and posted a bunch of copyright protected material. And YouTube, in its infinite wisdom, leaves the doxers up, but because that happened, immediately took Jose's channel down. So he's got a new channel right now, and I'm going to go ahead and put a link to that. And if you want, go ahead and hit a like and subscribe to his new channel, because he needs to rebuild everything that he had. And this is our chance to kind of come together as a community and help out one of our creators and a host of one of our major chats. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this, and let's put up Sleeping Warriors video, and this will be a lot of fun, I think. So let's go ahead and get that started. I'll be checking the sound levels as we go, so we'll see if we can get that taken care of.
Okay, this is a short video dedicated to Ruhif. Ruhif is a smarmy, patronising, condescending prick on the anti-flat earth side. He doesn't realise that he doesn't know everything about everything, but I do realise that I don't know everything about everything. So this is a request for further information from Ruhif, because he seems to be the font of all knowledge when it comes to anything to do with anything in this topic. Self-proclaimed, I might add. Obviously, the current buzzword at the moment is sextants. This year is all about sextants, and we've been talking about it for a while. Sextants do not work on a globe, for a variety of reasons, all of which are completely ignored by the anti-flat earth cult members. And today we're going to go through why this is an issue for the ball earth believers or the anti-flat earthers. Five slides, I'll be as quick as I can, and we'll end up with a question for Ruhif. I expect a video response, Ruhif, because I want to see you commit to something stupid. Slide 1. Everybody thinks that when we measure out to the horizon at a star, everybody thinks that we're going to measure like this. We're going to measure the angle to the horizon up to the star, get a value, and then you're going to go, great, we've got a value. But a legitimate question is, how do you get the GP distance? The distance from the observer on the right. There's Ruhif stood on the ball. Notice I've got the ball underneath him. How do you get the observer, how do you get the distance out to the horizon? because that's the issue, isn't it? And that's a legitimate question. I asked that the first time I saw this issue coming up. I asked myself the same question. I knew eventually somebody would ask it, so I just bit my tongue and I waited to see what would happen. And eventually we're now at this point. And the issue is, when it comes to this first slide, is whatever you point your whatever you set your baseline to, if we say you set it to your horizon, because that is what you do. But they say, well, you don't need the horizon, we set it to horizontal. So they ignore the horizon and they set it to that. Well, if you ignore the horizon, then you haven't got accuracy with your measurements. Now, ultimately, they always say how important it is for accuracy. But I suppose you could say to them, well, I can understand that you don't necessarily need it. So at this point, you could set yourself, without having a straight line to the horizon, you could set it to no horizon at all, based purely on horizontal. Now, obviously, remember that there is no line of sight to the horizontal on their model that's straight because of 7.6R. The line out to the horizon or the set horizontal on their model, because you're looking through the optics of the sextant, is subject to refraction at the rate of 7 over 6R and is therefore a curved line. So their argument immediately fails. Okay, everything on their model is a curve. It's applying curvilinear geometry, right? It's not applying Euclidean. There are no straight lines on their model. So they can't even do this when they try and set to the horizontal, because their horizontal isn't a straight line in their model. Well, that debunks their model, doesn't it? Because they can't use a sextant for it. But anyway, we'll come back to that. But it is a legitimate question to ask. How do you get the horizontal distance? And that is legitimate. So we've been doing a bit of research into how celestial navigation is done using a sextant, and this is what they do. So if we look on slide 2, to get around the issue of the horizon and the ambiguity that surrounds it on both models, what they do is, if you're on a ball, like so, I know this is begging the question, but I've got to do it for their argument to show how it doesn't work for them. But it only works for us. But we've got Ruhif here. He's on the right-hand side. He's on his ball, and he's setting his zenith. He's got a plumb bob or a pendulum or whatever to set his vertical. Now, obviously, on their model, everybody's got a different vertical. But for this example, it doesn't matter, because this works for everybody on a ball to a point. So at this point, Ruhif sets his vertical. And then you can see at this point that the line it's got an infinite distance. So the vertical is as far as you can imagine, in the biggest number that you can ever imagine. It's not set to any particular distance. It's got a direction, but it's got no magnitude. There's no quantification there. It's an indefinite line. Let's move to slide 2. What you then do is you want to measure the distance of the dotted line in time. So to measure that distance, because once you get a distance, right, because we all know we need an angle and two sides, or we need two angles and one side. Well, we need, in this instance, we're going to be using two angles and one side. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure the distance of the dotted line in time. So I don't mean time as in hours, minutes, and seconds. I mean time as in arc seconds, arc minutes. So we are measuring the distance of the dotted line as a length in time, not in meters or kilometers, miles, kilometers, anything like that. This is measured in time, so it's arc seconds, arc minutes, right? Once you get that distance, you've got an angle from the observer. You've now got a distance from the observer, which is the dotted line. But at this point, it's the only two values that you've got. You need a third, don't you? But the moment you get your distance in time, the dotted line, once you measure that distance in time, you then crop off the values, the infinite lines that we had before. The infinite lines are no longer infinite. Once you get your distance in the dotted line, you then get a 90-degree angle from your zenith, your vertex of your zenith, your highest point of your zenith. You get a 90-degree angle from there. So at this point, we now have your angle from the observer, you have the distance measured in time, number 2, and you have your 90-degree angle, number 3. But you'll notice now that the lines are no longer infinite. The lines are now cropped because we now create a triangle, a celestial triangle, in the sky, not against the ground. And this is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. So at this point, kind of, ball earthers can get away with arguing that the sextants work on a globe.
You know, I honestly didn't realize that that's how a sextant worked. And I didn't realize that time was a measure of distance on a triangle. I think that that was probably pretty epic. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. Give me just a second here. And I'm going to bring up the Discord. And let's open this up for Discord, and then I've got a few things for some folks. So here's the link to the Discord. I'm going to stick that in chat real quick while I finish setting this up. Feel free to come on over. Dum, dum, dum. All right, so there's the link to the Discord. Hey guys, how's the audio? Make sure I got the sound working good. That's good. All right, gents, how's the audio over in Discord? Hear me all right?
Yeah, just muting the stream.
All righty. Folks out in YouTube, can you hear the Discord audio? You should be able to. I'll give you a second to figure that out. Also going to set up this other device real quick while we do that. Okay, so you can't hear the Discord audio. I'm going to go ahead and see whether or not I can fix that real quick. Let's make sure that that's all set up. All right, you guys getting them yet?
Don't know, but you suddenly went really quiet, Brad. Oh, sorry, is that better? Yes, that's better.
Hang on. Let me just change this real quick. Just got a little issue real fast. I'll get that taken care of. I see what the problem is.
Sorry, I've been eating, so I got my microphone away. That's always a good idea. That's a bit more getting cooked in chicken. Oh, got anything nice? No, just chicken. Okay. Lots to cook. I had chili con carne and rice.
Just takes a moment to get everything all set up.
Well, that video from Friday was certainly something.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly why I'm getting a playback on my computer speakers right now because I shouldn't. Let me check these settings right here real fast. Ah, that's why. Okay, everything should be working pretty well. Everybody should have me, and you should all have the Discord people right now. If you could just give me a little test of that, Discord people, so that we know everything. Yeah, it was coming through my mic, JJ. I didn't have it set up correctly on the Discord. I had to change that real quick. Everything should be working now. How's the audio for the Discord people? Say something out there, Discord. Discord. They can't hear me. Okay. Discord, can you hear me now? Oh, come on, guys. I know you can hear me. You're just faking it. New computer, had to change all of the settings. That always makes it fun. So I've got that loop back coming. You guys should be hearing me. I can hear the system sound, and obviously my mic's picking up here. Testing. That's not muted. Ah, the joy of getting everything set up again. Let's see if it's over here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. That's the feedback on me. I apologize, folks. I didn't have a chance to get this completely set up before we're going. I got 28 people watching. Can you all hear me? We can hear you in Discord, but for some reason, I'm not able to hear you. So we're going to find out why that is. And I'm thinking that this is probably the problem right here. That is correct. That is set up right. Just give me a second. For some reason, I'm not hearing you. All right, we're going to try one last thing here. Sometimes what happens is that you've got to reload this particular driver. So we're going to do that again real quick. Now it should be working. I'm gonna put it back on speakers for just a second. All right, can you guys hear me now? Okay. Yeah, but am I getting an echo?
It's echoey, yeah.
All right, so give me a second. Let me see what I can do to get this fixed. I got you now.
That's good. You can hear us now.
Yeah, I've got you now. Sometimes what happens, you know, this is the program that I use to do my my soundboard, and sometimes what'll happen is this screen flick loopback will fail, and you have to close it and reload it. But you see now I'm actually getting a signal in, so that should be coming through and then going out.
Excellent.
It goes to my headphones, and on the Streamlab, that should go out directly to the folks out in the that should go directly out to the folks on YouTube. Now, is YouTube hearing the folks in Discord as well?
Test, test.
Because I got a couple of things here I want to kind of go over with you. Well, we're waiting to figure that out. Let me go ahead and set this up real quick.
1 2 1 2.
3 4 3 4.
3 4 3 4.
And
Oh.
we've run out of the ability of flat earthers to count.
There you go. Okay, so we've got that. Now I'm going to turn this on. This is kind of an interesting setup. And what this does is this gives me the ability to use my phone as a spare movable camera, which is kind of cool. So there's that.
Sweet.
That's pretty sweet, isn't it? I'm going to stick that right there for a second. All right, so that was an interesting presentation by Sleeping Warrior, was it not? Anybody see anything wrong with it?
Riley opened his mouth.
Yeah.
Riley turned up.
Riley turned up. You know, I'll tell you something there. You know, one of the first man rules is that there are two types of men. There are lovers and there are fighters, and you need to decide which one you are early on in life. And you have disasters when you pick the wrong one. There are also thinkers, you know, as far as humans in general go, there are thinkers and there are non-thinkers. And I think Riley is confused as to which group he falls into. You know, first we had the egg experiment where he seemed to think that salt substituted for gravity. And now he's trying to take on sextants because it seems to be the buzzword in Flat Earth. And he doesn't have the first clue as to how they even operate. I doubt very strongly he has ever used one or been shown how to use one. I don't think he's ever even seen one. I think that was rather apparent. Did you guys like the distance as time when he was trying to use the angle of the zenith angle in minutes and seconds, and thought somehow that made the opposing side a certain distance?
It's certainly an interesting thing.
It was very interesting. They seem to have a thing about right triangles. What is their deal with right triangles, do you think?
They haven't advanced far enough to do any other angles in maths.
Okay, so it says my mic's a little bit low. We'll go ahead and bump that up just a hair. I'm testing, and I'm not clipping. We are walking, and we are walking. All right. I'm going to double check and make sure that I've got a compressor in there so I don't clip. So give me just half a second, and I'm going to check the compressor settings. And they're looking good. So I should have a better volume right now, and I should not be clipping. Is that correct? All right. Well, while I'm waiting for that, you know, little feedback on that, yes, we can use distance in a way. We can use time to describe distance. For example, you can have a light year. That is the distance that light travels in 1 year, or just shy of 6 trillion miles. Okay, so you guys like the sound now. That's good. I got that taken care of. Now, the problem that you run into is you cannot convert arc seconds and arc minutes to distance unless you know at least one of the legs of the triangle. And when Riley had his drawing up, he started off pretty strongly, and that is that an angle, of course, is simply the junction between two rays. And these rays are of infinite length. There is no need to put another line segment in there and form a triangle. You don't need that to determine the angle between two rays. Now, I want to show you a little device that I have here, and this is called a Link A12 bubble sextant. So let's go ahead and have a quick look at it. This is from 1942. It was carried by American aircraft, generally bombers and reconnaissance aircraft. Move this over. And it's a very, very interesting device. So let me show you what we have here. So here's an eyepiece right here. And if you look down this eyepiece, you will find that there's a bubble chamber behind that silver cover right there. And what that bubble chamber does is it's kind of like a cylinder with a rounded top, and it's filled with a fluid called xylene, which has very good optical. Oh, I'm cutting out? Ah, that's clipping. Give me just a second. We'll come down just a little bit more, and that should avoid the clipping. So you fill this thing with xylene, and it's a cylinder with a rounded top, and when you hold it upright, which is about in this position, there is a small air bubble in that cylinder, and it floats to the exact center of the dome on top of that cylinder. And then you can do one of two, you can use this one of two different ways. The first way is called indirect, and that is that you look down this thing right here, and now let me see if I can get it centered here. But there's a chamber down there with a bubble in it. I don't know if you guys can see it. This isn't really a good way to film this. And that's a solid piece. It doesn't open up anymore. But you see a lit circle. You see a lit circle down there, and there's a small bubble right in the center of it like a target. And then what you do is you adjust the side right here, and that changes these mirrors that are located, these index mirrors that are in here. Let's see if I can manipulate this a little bit. But you see, you just turn that a little bit, and that changes that index mirror. You see the index mirror going up? So you look through that piece of glass, and the star itself is reflected on the glass from the front. Now, the other way that you can use this is you can actually look straight through it, and it acts like a gun sight. You'll see on that piece of glass right there, you'll see the lit circle of the bubble chamber with a bubble in the center of it. Now you've got to adjust your hold so that that bubble's in the center. Then you line it up on the star, and you turn the side port, or you turn the side dial. That changes the angle of that little piece of reflective glass, and it lines up the star with the bubble. Now, the interesting thing about this is that you are actually measuring a vertical with this, because you've got the chamber right here, and it's got the dome top on it with a bubble in it. And as a result of that, I don't want any comments about my drawings, guys. Now, as a result of that, when this is vertical and that bubble's in the center, you're establishing a vertical line. Then what you do is you have this piece of glass that intersects that line at an angle. And the idea is that reflects light from a star and superimposes it on the bubble. And when they are in alignment, you can measure this angle right here. And that will actually give you not only your horizontal, it'll give you your zenith angle. That's the way that a bubble sextant works. You do not need to be able to see the ground underneath it. You know, this can be the inside of the airplane. All the bubble sextant does is it compares this vertical to the angle to the star. As a result of that, you don't have to include any sort of a dip correction. You do, however, have to include the refractive index of this angle right here. You have a refraction correction for this because, as you know, this will be slightly bent. This will be slightly bent right here. And the angle to the horizontal will determine how much that is bent. And then what you do is you correct it out. So is that clear as mud, guys? Anybody have any questions so far? Yeah, follow up this logic. It shouldn't be cutting out now. What I did was I just turned the volume down a hair so the compressor's not kicking in when my volume is the highest or when my voice goes up a little bit. So we got 24 viewers. Somebody have any questions? You guys can come on into the YouTube chat. Or not the YouTube chat, but the Discord chat. So everybody see why that doesn't require any sort of a horizon?
Yep.
Yeah,
That makes perfect sense. I have vague memories of doing it with Plumb Bob.
Okay.
Back when I was in Scouts as my vertical.
you can use a plumb bob, but the nice thing about using the bubble sextant is that it's just simply a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, this though was something you were expecting, 11-year-olds to throw in a bag, bounce halfway across the countryside,
Yeah.
and then still be able to use at the end.
Now, what we can do is we can actually contrast that a little bit with a marine sextant. And of course, this is the Davis Mark 25 marine sextant. Let's go see if we can get this up. And what you have here is a telescope. You have a horizon mirror here, and then you have an index mirror up here. And the idea is that you look at the visible horizon through the horizon mirror, and then you adjust the index mirror until the bottom limb of the sun just touches the horizon. Well, thank you, Darth. Now, that is not the only way that you can use one of these things. And the way that you use it on land, for example, where you don't have a clear horizon because you may have terrain in the distance on your horizon as opposed to the flat surface of the sea, is that you can actually take a pool of water or some sort of a reflective substance on the ground, and then, if you use a pool of water, it's automatically leveled due to gravity. But what you do is you look at the reflection of the sun in that pool of water through your horizon mirror. And then you adjust your index mirror to bring the sun in the sky down to go directly over the reflected sun in that pool of water or coffee we use sometimes. Back in the olden days, they used to use mercury. And by the way, Darth, thank you very much for the 10 euro super chat. Happy Christmas to you too. Now, the difference between that and doing a regular reading off of the horizon is that you don't need a dip correction, and you do need to apply both the index correction and the refraction correction. And you read twice the angle that it would be from the celestial object to the horizontal, okay? Because you're coming down from the horizontal and then going down at the same angle to the reflected pool, what you're measuring is twice the angle. And those are two very nice ways of doing it. Now, the question came up a little while ago is, why don't we just use bubble sextants on ships? Well, you can't. I mean, you can use them on land. You can use a bubble sextant anywhere you can use a marine sextant. In fact, you can also use it, use it in aircraft, and marine sextants aren't very useful in aircraft because your dip correction, I mean, if you're 35,000 feet, it'd be very difficult to apply the dip correction all the way down to the horizon. You want to have something that'll create its own horizontal, and it does that by drawing an internal line vertical or perpendicular to the vertical it establishes. The marine sextant is actually a little bit more accurate. This marine sextant is accurate to about 12 arc seconds or less, about 2/10 of a minute, and 1 arc minute represents 1 mile on the surface of the Earth. We'll go over that real quick too. But the bubble sextant can be off by as much as about 5 arc minutes, which is 5 miles on the surface of the Earth, and that is due to the difficulty in adjusting the mirrors. I can adjust the mirrors on the nautical sextant exactly and have no index correction needed. On my bubble sextant, I've got about a 5-minute index correction, and the way that you do that is you find, for example, you find the altitude of the North Star here in the Northern Hemisphere. That's not going to change very much over a period of maybe a minute or two. And you find the exact altitude of that using your marine sextant, and then you check it with the bubble sextant. Then you make some adjustments on the bubble sextant until the reading that you get on the bubble sextant equals the reading that you get on the marine sextant. And that can be a process that can take 20 or 30 minutes. Now, it's generally very close, and if you can find your position within sight of the entrance to the port, for example, that's good enough. I put a video out on Common Sense Science today that I had published a while ago, and that is that basically took a noontime site here in my side yard, and I kind of challenged people to be able to tell me what my zip code was, or at least the last 2 digits of it. And within a rather short period of time, one person responded with a zip code and a latitude and longitude that was within 7.5 nautical miles. Now, my reading, when I did it myself, and we did it up on the board here, I was within 7.2 nautical miles. So he did a very good job pegging where that sextant reading was done. Now, I have another sextant reading that I have a current challenge out to flat earthers. And that is, I'm going to go ahead and give you an actual noon sextant reading, and I will give you the time and the date. I will give you the pages on the Nautical Almanac. I'll give you the pages from the Nautical Almanac that you ask for to be able to determine, using that sextant reading, what my location was at the time. And I have my location down to within about 5 feet. So I know exactly where I was. And if you can figure that out, you would impress me. You obviously would have to use globe mathematics to correctly do that, but I'd love to see you try it on a flat Earth. So let's see what we have here. Yeah, that's another source of error, Charlie, that you get in sextants, and that is that, you know, there's only so much that you can do with a handheld device. That's one of the differences between a sextant and GPS. GPS doesn't care if your hand shakes a little bit. Sextant does. It'll change it a little bit. But again, you know, let's just sit down and think about something. What is the error rate if you don't take into account refraction of the atmosphere with a bubble sextant? Remember, the refraction that you're looking at is the refraction up to the star or the sun. Now, on the surface of the Earth, looking out at the horizon, it's 7/6 R. It's about 1/6 of the radius of the Earth larger. That's the way we deal with refraction. We just kind of look, the way we calculate refraction quickly and easily is we look at the radius of the Earth being a little bit larger than it is, and then do a non-refracted angle to the horizon from that. And that's how we address a refraction. But 7/6 R is for the horizon. When you get up to the zenith, right above your head at 90 degrees, refraction is 0. And as you get higher in the sky, the refraction goes from being 7/6R all the way up to, or all the way down to 0. So at 45 degrees, which is my approximate latitude, on the equinox, the sun at solar noon will be at 45 degrees above the horizon. If you look at the refraction on that, you're dealing with a correction of 3 arc minutes. Now, if you don't include that in your calculations, you're going to be 3 nautical miles off from your true position. Quite frankly, that's good enough. The only reason that we include the refraction in that is that we want it to be a little bit more exact. So, what's going on with everybody? We still have our 24 viewers. We got some likes out here yet? And why is the Discord so quiet? Got 15 likes out of 22. Well, I'm done talking. I'm done talking now. I've said my little spiel. So that was my basic introduction to how a sextant actually works by somebody who can actually find their position with a sextant, which is different than these flat earth experts.
Yeah. A piece of trivia about bubble sextants. As
Yep.
I remember it, the RAF's V bombers actually had bubble sextants built into periscopes that were fitted into the top of the fuselage.
Yes. The one that I have is from World War II. And the problem that you ran into with a World War II sextant is in order to use it, you had to have a celestial dome on top of the aircraft.
Yeah.
Which is basically, you got this big dome up there in the slipstream, and that causes extra drag. Now, that's one thing when you're dealing with a 250 mile an hour bomber. When you're dealing with a Vulcan or something that, can be supersonic, that's a big bit of drag up there. So what they did was they actually had a little fitting on top of the bomber, and a little periscope would come up that was about the size of my finger. And they could rotate that from inside the bomber and sight in on a star. And that's the way they did it. And the reason that they did that was to reduce the amount of drag. But you're absolutely correct. That was the, this is the World War II version. That was the version that was out in the 60s. And then we started looking into GPS, didn't really need to do those things anymore. I don't even know if they still have sextant ports on aircraft. Hang on just a second. I got my son. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute, if you would. Hang on just a second, Kyle.
Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, there we go.
Bob, you're not muted in here.
I don't think he can hear us.
He's muted us, but we could hear your own.
I was pretty sure
conversation.
Discord could hear me on that one, but I don't think it broadcast over YouTube. Yeah, my son came over. He's doing a project for his business class where they had to come up with a website. And I did some photographs for him. And apparently he wants me to email them to him. I thought it was just enough to do it. Now he actually wants them. All right. So we'll make arrangements to do that real quick while we're talking here. All right.
Oh,
So-
that's an interesting one from Charlie, that there was a sextant used in the Apollo missions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The Apollo sextant? Yeah, the Apollo sextant was a dual purpose instrument. First, you could do celestial navigation with it. And the second was a functional telescope. So, for example, in I think they had a movie out here called First Man not long ago, or it was a series on Apple TV or something or other. The premise was that the Russians landed on the moon first, and we were playing catch up, and the space program continued on up through the exploration of Mars rather than going into the shuttle program and Skylab and such. And they had moon bases on Mars and things like that. But in that particular episode, after the Russians landed, Apollo 11 came cruising in. And as you know, there were some problems with Apollo 11 when it landed. All right. They had some computer issues. They lost their radar lock on the ground, and they landed with as much as 40 seconds of fuel left and as little as 12 seconds of fuel left, depending on how you calculated it. So in the TV series, what they did was they kind of hammed that up a little bit, and Apollo came ripping in there and damn near landed sideways on them. And, you know, they lost radio communication after a sudden cutout. And for several hours, nobody knew whether or not they had actually made it to the ground or they had crashed. And one of the things that they did was they had Michael Collins up in the command module try and find the Apollo site with a telescope. And that was a nice dramatic moment they had. You can actually see the landing sites from the telescope in the command module. But I will do, you know, that was actually something that I was quite interested in. I read up on it a little bit. And the Apollo sextant, the command module sextant, is a fascinating device, and how they used it to figure out where they were was just amazing. What you would do is the sextant was set on a particular axis to the capsule, and then you had to read from a center point out to where the star was, because there were certain positions that you could put it in, like 6 different positions. And you'd roll the capsule so that it was pointing at the star that you were looking at, and you could lock in the moon, and then you could lock in this star, and you had to tell how far the star was from that center point. And rather than, because it was a small little eyepiece, and rather than do a bunch of concentric circles, or, you know, kind of like a mil-dot system, what they did was they put a spiral in, and you would rotate the eyepiece of the sextant until that spiral just touched the star, and it would tell you what the offset from the center was. It was a very ingenious way that they did it.
That's clever.
It really was. And because it was dual purpose. It was a telescope and a sextant. You didn't want graduations all over your eyepiece, you know. You wanted to be able to look through the eyepiece and see things. So what they did was they just basically put a spiral hairline on it, and you adjusted that to come up with what you had.
One thing I didn't understand in the Riley thing, where you mentioned that the ground point's 60 times the angle.
Yes.
I'm a little rusty on my navigation, so I don't remember how that's known.
Okay. Well, that's pretty simple. Let's go ahead and do it. Now, here's what we're going to do. Let me get back over here to this one. Okay, so we see that. That's not going to work very well, is it? Let me bring this right around here real quick. Okay, just for convenience sake, what I'm going to do is, you know, we're going to say that the circumference of the Earth at the equator is 24,901 miles. We divide that by 360. We come up with 69.169 miles per degree. That 69.169 miles is actually 60 nautical miles. A nautical mile is defined as 1 minute of angle. because there are 60 minutes in every angle, and in every minute there are 60 seconds. That's what the 60 minutes, or that's what the minutes and seconds refers to.
Right.
It
So
doesn't have anything at all to do with a distance. The only reason that it comes out to 60 nautical miles or 60 statute miles, or, you know, my European friends, they're 111 kilometers, is the fact that we have an Earth with a radius of 3440 nautical miles, 3959 statute miles, or 6,371 kilometers. If our radius was at any different value, it would, 1 degree would not be 60 nautical miles, 111 kilometers, 69 statute miles. It'd be some different distance. You know, for example, you know, the diameter of the moon is what, 22,000 miles, or 2,200 miles. So 1 degree on the moon is going to be considerably less than 1 degree on Earth. So
yeah, it's basically a definitional thing that I'd forgotten.
yeah, it's a definitional thing. 1 nautical mile,
Fine.
by definition, is 1 minute of angle of the circumference of the Earth, based on an Earth of radius 3959 or 3440.
That's fine. That's the missing piece of information.
Yeah. Now, they tried to come up with some cockamamie BS story. I don't know if it was Mitchell or one of these other LURF experts that have on the sextant that have never used a sextant. But he tried to, oh no, it was Brian's Logic. That's what it was. I'll have a look at it. But what they're trying to say is that, you know, it's a box of some sort, and nautical miles are really air miles through the air. And just, you know, just absolute made up nonsense that he came up with. It was right on the line of the 45-degree sector test. You know, it's just a bunch of made up gibberish. But what a nautical mile is 1 minute of angle on the circumference of the Earth.
Now you're mentioning that, I remember seeing that definition back when we were doing sort of Napoleonic era history.
Yep. Well, I mean, the reason that they do it, you know, why do you think they did it that way? What's a statute mile versus a nautical mile? Do you know that?
Well, 69ths to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
can
I mean,
measure
what determines what a statute and a nautical mile was? All right. The statute mile is 1,000 paces of a Roman soldier. The nautical mile is 1 minute of arc on the circumference of the Earth.
And
And
because they were close enough, they could equate them. Yeah.
Yeah. And a kilometer is what, 1/10,000th of the distance from the pole to the equator. I mean, they're defined. These are defined by things that can be measured.
Yeah, that was the original definition for the for the kilometer.
Yeah. Now, obviously, now we have we have better ways of doing it now.
Yeah, interestingly, of course, the inch was redefined a while ago to be exactly 25.4 millimeters, and that is how it is defined.
Saves the conversion now, doesn't it?
And also the nautical mile was redefined. I think about the same time, the nautical mile was redefined to be 1,852 meters.
Yeah.
Exactly, because there's a little bit of rounding, because there's a few there's a few centimeters and stuff left over.
Yeah. The history of measurement is fascinating. Did you guys ever hear the story of the space shuttle boosters? Okay. You know, on the space shuttle, you had that great big tank, and then you had these 2 booster rockets on either side of it. Everybody remember those?
Yep.
Yeah, the SRBs.
Why were they that diameter? Was that the optimal diameter for them? It actually wasn't. But they had to be transported. They had to be transported by rail and fit through tunnels. Okay. So that leads to the question: is why are rails 4.8 or 4 feet 8 inches apart.
Because that's the width of a horse's ass.
2 horses' asses.
Oh, 2 horses'
You
asses.
do know,
Sorry.
yeah. So what happened was the railroad tracks were set to fit railroad cars, which were built by people that built carriages, who built the wheels 4 feet 8 inches apart. And the reason they built the wheels 4 feet 8 inches apart was that was the width of the ruts in the Roman roads, and the Roman roads were based on the width of the wheels on a Roman chariot. And what was the width of the wheels on the Roman chariot? It had to be far enough apart that 2 horses could stand side by side without rubbing up against each other too much. So the size of the booster rockets on the space shuttle was determined by the width of two Roman horses' asses. So
I love it.
yeah,
We went to the moon based on the width of 2 horses' asses.
something like that. Yeah. There's the history of these expressions is fascinating. You ever know what the origin of the whole 9 yards was?
I believe it's the length of the belt for a Vickers or Maxim machine gun.
50 caliber Browning. The 50 caliber Browning had an ammunition belt on it that was 27 feet long, and to give them the whole 9 yards meant you fired till your guns were empty.
Yeah, I think the 30 caliber Maxims had the cloth belt that was the same length as well.
Yeah.
It seems to be because it's a length that will roll up and
Yep.
go in a standard sized ammunition tin.
Yep. It's amazing where
You
these
get
things come
different-
from.
You get the same length, but you of course get a different number of rounds.
Yep. Let's go see what we have. I see we have Gary out here. And we've got Charlie and Steve, Heat Shield. We've got Creaky Blinders, tech support Tim out in the side chat. That's always nice to see him out here. Charlie was the one that brought up the sextant. Charlie, you've been to Antarctica, haven't you? I'm pretty sure that he has. I'm thinking if that's the same Charlie that I'm remembering. Because I talked to him about that once. So, what else do we have? Why do you think Anthony Riley would put a video out like that? Any clue?
I think you cut out there a bit, but
I mean, what would be the motivation behind that? I mean, it's obviously wrong. I mean, it's child's play to prove that it's wrong. You pick up one book on celestial navigation, and it'll tell you that it's wrong. So why would he put that up?
But blah 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 is
Please send
all that his
donation.
followers-
Yeah.
is all that his followers want to hear, and his followers won't go look in the books to see that he's wrong.
Blah, 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 blah. Please send donations too.
Yeah.
But for the last 2 hours, I've been killing what remaining brain cells I have, listening to Flatzoid, and then the whole chain gang talk about the how to use a sextant.
Well, I've got a new nickname for Mitchell from Australia. Anybody hear it yet?
What was it? The blunder from down under?
The Blunder from Down Under.
that's
And
okay.
it was just brought to my attention. I used to think that Flatzoid was from somewhere other than he actually is from. He's actually from South Africa. So he is another Southern Hemisphere guy. So
Flat Earthers from the Southern Hemisphere hold a special place in the world because, I mean, you just got to go outside and look at the stars and realize they're not like
Yeah.
Anthony Riley tells you they are.
they're on 2 different continents too, and they can see. It could be night for both of them at the same time, and they can both look at the same stars to the south. You would think that maybe they'd make a phone call or a Discord chat and say, okay, well, I'm going to go out and look at the Southern Cross right now, and I'm going to take a bearing to it. Now, you do that over in Australia, Mitchell. And then all of a sudden, they wouldn't be flat earthers anymore because it's rather obvious that their thoughts are wrong on it. But we're going to call them Dumb and Dumber from Down Under. And
We
I'm going to be
suggested
putting a video out for that.
We suggested getting a bunch of, you know, globe proponents and random neutral people they know to do that live on something like this.
Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
person one takes the reading, it's shown on Discord. Person two takes the reading, it's shown on Discord, and you go through the entire list.
Easy enough to do. You know, we had a little rough start when we started off this particular one, simply because I had the settings wrong for some reason. Well, if you're unknown, I don't get to talk to you. You don't want to tell me, if you don't want to tell me who you are when you're calling me, I don't really have much to talk to you about. My telephone number for my cell phone is a transposition of the number for a major eye clinic here in Michigan.
Oh dear.
And as a result, I have all of these people that can't see very well trying to call their eye doctor, and they end up calling me. And
That's
I get 15 calls a week from people wanting to know when their next appointment is, you know, to get their macular degeneration checked. And I swear to God, I'm going to have to start sending these people a receptionist bill, because, you know, I just very nicely wish them a happy holiday and give them the correct number, and off they go. But I'm going to have to change my telephone number, I think.
I had a friend who had a phone number that they were giving out as Lufthansa reservations. So he would tell people he wasn't Lufthansa, but he was in New York at the time. So one guy called, typical New Yorker. So he took his reservation to Lufthansa to to all the way to Germany one. And of course, he never take it. So he was just wondering what would happen when this guy showed up.
Oh, he'd be pissed.
Oh
my God, would he be pissed?
Yeah, exactly. He was just wondering. He wished, he wished he could have been there on the day that it showed up.
Yeah, it's kind of a dick move, but you know, it is kind of a dick move. But
it was.
You have to admit it was an epic dick move.
Have you considered setting your voicemail up to go, if you're trying to call whatever the clinic is, here's the right number.
Yeah.
I am not the clinic.
Well, you know, hey, I actually get potential patients out of it because, you know, glaucoma is a qualifying condition. But, yeah, you know, I mean, I used to have to give safety briefings, you know, as everybody's getting ready to go home for the weekend, you know. And, you know, the standard thing was, you do not want me to have to send the company first sergeant to go bail you out of jail. All right. However, if I do have to send the first sergeant out there, make sure that it is something that is so epic it will live in company lore for generations. Because if you impress me, it will be easier on you. All right. But
this guy I knew who had a real baby face, and when he was a second lieutenant, he was stationed up in North Dakota, and he got picked up at the mall one day by the truant officer for high school. Well, he's trying to convince the guy that he was a second lieutenant in the Air Force, you know, and so he'd not even gone through high school, but he'd gone through, 4 years of college and a year of flight training, and so he was like, 5-6 years out of high school. They had to send the company, they had to send the commander, down there to bail him out of jail.
Yeah, that's always a good one. You know, that's a great career move.
He did not ever live this down.
Yeah, but it's a great career move, and at least that one there would be fun.
So, you're saying if you have to send the first sergeant down to pick someone up, it needs to be epic. So,
yes.
Somebody who's had a fist fight with a bear.
That would work. That would impress me. If you had a fist fight from a bear, especially if there were, disabled children involved that you were saving, I'd probably give you a medal. But if it was at the zoo and you were drunk, well, I'd smile. I'd smile and give you some jam for your bread. But, yeah, I mean, we had some good ones once in a while. It was always fun. That was fun times, man. Fun times. my sergeant used to always make it a point to give me the wrong password, and that
That's
was
harsh.
always fun because you just spend a little time flat on your face with two guys with rifles standing on your with a foot on your back. That's always fun. But
I heard about one very, very unfortunate newly enlisted who'd been given gate duty at a base.
mhm.
And he had a 3-star general roll up at the gate and go, "Let me in." Well, I'm very sorry, sir. Your name's not on the list of people I'm allowed to let in. I'm going to have to get someone to come out and confirm your identity. Don't you know who I am?
No, I don't. I'm a private. I don't meet 3-star generals.
Yeah, very sorry, sir. I have to get someone to come out and confirm it. This went on for about 5 minutes, and eventually someone came out, and the general came up to him as he'd been verified to be let in, and went, "Well done. You deserve everything you're going to get in the next couple of days." He got a little bit of a bonus came through. He got a recommendation. He got a commendation on his sheet for sticking exactly to the orders of the day.
He did his job.
Yeah, he did his job, and I don't care if you're a general or not. If you're not supposed to come in, and the guy has orders not to let you in, he's not to let you in.
But personal commendation from a 3-star
Yeah, that's always a good thing. That's always a good thing.
for not backing down at the brass.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't let officers intimidate you. When you have a job, don't, just because they're an officer, officers are assholes too and do stupid things. So that's the important thing to remember with that, unless it's me, in which case I'm perfect. I've never made a
Oh, of course
mistake.
you are, Bob.
Never made a mistake.
Bob, can
Yeah.
I ask you something about the screen behind you on the YouTube feed? It
Yes.
seems to have a really, really bad magenta cast, like horrible. Like the red for the new mentions in the
Yeah, I noticed that. I just saw that.
are all pink.
Well,
I
you know
noticed
something?
because the
We can
pictures of
fix
mine going
that.
around look really weird.
Well, we can fix that. Hang on just a second. You know what it is? I know what it is.
Yeah. I was thinking that.
How's
but I
that
wasn't
look?
sure
A little
whether-
better?
No. Oh, hang on. It'll take a while.
And
It'll take
now?
a second or two to filter through, won't it?
Funny
Yeah,
story behind that.
I spotted it earlier when you had Mars up,
Yeah.
and I was
Yeah.
thinking,
No,
my
it wasn't
monitor.
Mars. That was a blood moon. That was a
it was a blood
barely
moon.
red blood moon.
Right, sorry. I'd assumed it was a very good Mars shot.
Nah.
And that was the almost. That's getting better.
You know what happened was I was doing some pictures for my son,
Yeah.
and he needed a little color correction as I went through and did it. So there's my fine looking boy, and I had to get his skin tones a little bit better, so he needed a little color correction done because he had a bad tint to him. He's a little greenish, so I had to do a color correction, and then of course I had to do the green screen for the back. So there was a chroma key on, and there was a color correction that's not needed with this.
Ah.
Now my son's going to England in May, and I think we're going to hook him up with Craig.
Well, he's coming over here, assuming that we're still functional.
Well, hopefully in May everything will be set, but he's supposed to. He's getting a foreign language credit for it.
In a foreign language credit for going to England?
He's getting a foreign language credit for going to England. Of course, he is going to Scotland as well, so maybe that's what it is.
You gotta hook him with Creaky or something if he wants foreign language credit.
Yeah, well, I think I know that we're going to get Craig up in Scotland, and I may give Creaky a call if he gets on out there, because Creaky's out, I think, in
But Creaky
Wales
doesn't
and the
have an
west of
accent.
England.
Creaky has a horrible accent. Knock it off.
He's not all
Especially
that
when you're
bad.
from Michigan.
I can understand Creaky. I can't understand Dell. That's why I won't debate Dell, because I have no damn idea what he's saying. I mean, I have no comprehension. He might as well be doing it in Turkish.
As an Englishman, I have trouble understanding Dell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be in London as well, so I'm going to have to find some buddies in London, take him out to a pub and get him drunk. He's a good kid.
We in the RAF we had a lot of DIs in basic training who were from Paisley, which is where Dell is from, and they so I'm kind of used to being screamed at by crazy Scotsmen from Paisley.
Yeah.
That you can barely understand.
My video just went way out of focus.
I went to Fort Bliss in 1969. Fort Bliss is in Texas. It's
Texas.
the southwesternmost tip of Texas. If you want to know, if you're not familiar with a map, but went there from Southern California with a whole bunch of Hawaiians that it was coming over for basic training. We get there and we get assigned mess, Latino, Mexican-speaking NCOs that were very good in what they did. And the problem is that they had problems with all of these strange vowels and names that were coming in from Hawaiian Islands. There was one NCO that got a hold of the word Kikaoha, and I swear that name tore him inside out before he could say it.
You know, one of the things that I always like to do when I call patients back is I always walk out to the waiting room and bring them back myself. And I generally use, Miss Johnson or excuse me, Miss Tammy, Mr. Mike, whatever it is. I'll use their first name with a Mr. or Miss or something in front of it. And I was up in Marquette and I was walking out into the waiting room and I pull up the chart and, I look at the name. And then I look at it a little bit longer, and it's 14 letters long, and there are no consonants in it. And I'm thinking, oh my God, should I even try this? And this native guy stood up and says, "No, that's me." And it's a good man. Starts with a Q. Yep. Okay, come on back. And they don't use consonants in Ojibwa, at least not very much.
Sounds like some of the Polish guys near me.
Yeah. Well, gents, I'm going to go ahead and leave this Discord open for a little while, and this is a great time for you guys to kind of all get together and chat around a little bit. I'll be popping in and out periodically. I've got a couple of quick errands to run today, though. Couple of fast things. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. I want you guys to go ahead and find. I think it's Jose JG Boom. Yep, there he is. Here is Jose's new channel. In case you guys feel like being kind and giving him a quick sub and helping him rebuild his channel real fast. Optional if you do. He's a good guy. I go over there quite a bit. I like to kind of hang out. The other thing is, I'm kind of redoing the channels a little bit. This Common Sense Science channel I've had up, for about a year and a half. I started off by putting a lot of the Otis videos on it and things like that, and just general science topics. It was kind of the precursor to Research Flat Moon. And I've been neglecting it now for about a year and 3 months. And YouTube's getting pissed at me about the amount of hours of view time that's on it. They say that I've got until I've got 28 days to put 2,500 hours on it. So if you guys want to hang out here for a while, have a look at a few videos, give me a couple hours. I got 200 yesterday. If I can get that for another 10, 12 days, I think I can keep this channel safe. So spread it around. We're going to try and make this a regular event here. I do have the computing power right now to be able to host a live stream, and eventually, if plans go as I hope they'll go, I'm going to have a second computer that is going to be dedicated just to running a 24/7 live stream. And, you know, that way there, at least I can use my laptop a little bit more, because I can't use my laptop while I'm streaming here. But, or maybe I can. I haven't really tried it that much yet. It'd be something that'd be worth fun. You know, I may be able to log on remotely and be able to work in one section while we stream in the other. That would be kind of cool. But I think I'm going to probably separate it out. So that's kind of where we're going with this channel. I'm going to be reorganizing it a little bit to get the playlists to make a little bit more sense. This will be primarily an archival channel for some of my earlier work, you know, because it drops off the main channels after 150 videos or something or other. I'll be able to keep some of those older videos out here for a little longer. Research Flat Moon, of course, is my production channel, and that's where I'm putting most of my new videos out on. Bob the Science Guy is the one that I put the videos out on that I really kind of want to get out there. You know, my Flat Earth Foker was rebroadcast there, and I've rebroadcast a number of my older videos there. I've also done some original videos. And the final website that many of you probably don't know that much about is, I don't know if you've been following Research Flat Moon, but I kind of enjoy these things. You know, I enjoy working with these little slide rules. And I've got some tutorial videos on slide rules and the different types of slide rules, including the Fuller calculator and everything else. And I've done some ones on mathematics as well. So I've got another channel called Slide Rules in Mathematics, real original, I guess. But that's where I'm going to be putting a lot of STEM material, and that'll be some old stuff. I've redone a couple of the slide rule tutorials, and I'll, you know, and rather than bore you guys with mathematics and slide rules here, most of them will probably go out over there. You know, you'll see them here once in a while. And you'll see them over on the other channels once in a while, but most of that stuff's going to go over on slide rules and mathematics. So if you get a chance, go look that bad boy up and enjoy it a little bit. Anybody got anything else before I get out of here? Make sure you hit those likes and subscribes. You know, we've got 30 people watching, and I got 27 likes and subscribes. So let's get the last 3 of those up to speed there, man. But thank you very much for your support of this channel. I heard the start of a comment there.
Oh, yeah.
You touched, you move. You started a comment, now you got to say something.
Who, me?
Anybody who started that conversation goes,
Ow.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know, a couple of buggered up lumber discs really doesn't help my.
Have you ever had an inversion table?
No.
I've got one. My family got me an inversion table for Father's Day. That is probably the saddest Father's Day present I've ever received, but the most useful one. It just means that I'm getting old. But yeah, I do that. I also found out the other day I have 6 teeth too many. And so the 22nd of December is going to be a fun day.
Yeah, I'm only a couple behind you.
Yeah. Hey, how's the video looking on this? I had it on autofocus for a few minutes.
Looks good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
4K video.
A random comment. I learned about Stellarium from one of your videos, so it's sort of a positive version of thanks, Bob.
Oh, you learned about what from one of my videos?
Stellarium.
Oh, Stellarium. Yeah, great
Yeah.
program.
Yeah, really great.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. When the sky finally clears up, I'd like to try and get a picture of that comet. And I've got to get some, you know, I'm at that point in my video career right now that I've got broken lights and I've got a broken cable or two on one of the telescope mounts. So I'm kind of rebuilding a couple of things right now. And but as soon as these skies clear up a little bit, I'm going to try and get a picture of Comet Leonard, even if I have to do it in the morning. And we'll be running the telescope right here.
when I finished at 2 o'clock this morning, I took a look outside because if it had have been anywhere, almost even if it had been vaguely clear, I was going to grab my DSLR, my telephoto lens, and go out and try and grab some pictures of Leonard because it's rising. It's rising for us at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm pretty much a night owl. Most of these videos you see me that I'm making, I finish those about 4 o'clock in the morning because I have things that I do during the day. And I don't generally get to start working on videos until about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And on the old system, it would take so long to boot things up. Let me give you a good example of that real quick.
Yeah, while he's looking for that, for us up here in the frozen north of Britain, we've got some fairly clear skies tonight, so I don't know if that's going to extend down to Norfolk by morning.
Well, good luck to you, man.
If I'm still sitting here at 2 o'clock in the morning like I was last night, I shall. This morning really, wasn't it? I shall open the front door, and if it's good, I will grab the gear and I will trundle off down the road a bit and set up the camera at a spot where I've got good views to the east.
Yeah. Well, to get back up here, Heat Shield said, what does YouTube want? They want 4,000 hours a year. And it's been 14 months. And in the last year, I had 2,000 hours. So I've got 4 weeks to get something like 2,500 hours worth of viewing. It's just kind of a pain in the butt. I got 200 hours yesterday. It's not like you can't do it. It's just I haven't been working with this channel that much. But here's something, this is why my son hates me right now. Because you guys are familiar with Photoshop, I assume.
Indeed, very.
Watch. 1, 2, 3. Done. Now let's put Premiere Pro on top of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. I can load up both of these programs at the same time, first of all. And second of all, I can actually...
You've just done it while you're streaming, remember, Bob?
And I'm streaming. And, the way this new computer works right now is that I can literally fire up Premiere Pro and compile a full video and have it on its way to upload to YouTube in the time it used to take Premiere Pro to load.
You know what that means, though, don't you? It means that you need a more powerful version of Pro.
I have Pro.
Yeah. Right.
And the other thing that I have that I'm going to give a try and have some fun with is I'm going to have a look at Final Cut. I'll show you another cool thing. My wife said this isn't much of a Christmas present, but I thought you might appreciate it. The answer is, oh, hell yes. You guys are familiar with this, right? Watch. That's wireless.
Oh, it's panicking.
It's doing the test. That's because it's stressing.
Bob, all you're demonstrating is you should have upgraded your computer many, many years ago.
Yeah. But I don't think that that's too bad right there. That's wireless. And I remember struggling to do streaming and trying to maybe get 5 megs of upload. and the most I ever had before was 80 download. She got me this mother of all routers that seems to have made quite a difference. So now my IP address will come back to Allendale, Michigan. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and Heat Shield, the bench test kind of took over the processor and tried to get the best numbers out of it. That's why the stream hesitated there for a minute. But I'll tell you, it's just so much less frustrating. The fact the stream works, I don't have to sit here and struggle with it the whole time. I can't wait to try out the telescope with this, because now I actually have a solid link to the telescope and I have the computing power I need to process the images. So that'll be cool. Well, guys, I'm going to let you guys have the stream for a while. Behave, everybody. Anybody else need the link to get into Discord? Not sure I've got it right here. It might. Nope, I don't.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure the mods can post it into the chat.
Yeah, I got it right now. It's not a big deal.
Intermittently while you're not here with us, Bob.
Yeah, there's plenty of mods. Now, the deal with this chat is that everybody's an adult here, and we talk and let other people talk, and we have conversations. We don't have shouting matches. There are mods out here that will take care of any shouting matches. I will be periodically in and out, and I will be monitoring it on my phone. I just have a couple errands to run. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the little presentation that we had. I got to pull out a couple of my sextants and show you how they worked. And life is good. Now here's that original case that thing came in. I used to be sitting on a bomber somewhere. Put this bad boy away. Yeah, Kyle's really looking forward to that trip. I've never been to the United Kingdom. I've been to Canada and Mexico, of course, but I've never been to Europe. It's one of those things that's on my bucket list someday. I'd like to go down to Australia someday too.
Yeah, I've managed one trip to Florida.
Yep.
At least I got to go and see the Kennedy Space Center.
Yep.
Even if I did miss a shuttle launch.
Well, I lived down there. I never saw a shuttle launch. I did see Apollo 17 go up, but I never saw any shuttle launches. But Apollo 17 I saw because it was a night launch. And it was a decent enough night that I could see it. But there was always weather and all sorts of other things. Anytime, plus I was busy doing stuff. I was going to med school and things. So I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to get on out of here. Stream will continue for right now. And thank you all very much for stopping by, and enjoy yourself. The stream is not being recorded, but it is being broadcast on YouTube.
Cool. So what do we want to start with?
Alan, what was that the ISS that you just had on your video?
That is the ISS that I currently have on my video.
Oh, nice.
It's a better photograph than the one that was before. I've managed to catch it 2 or 3 times with recognizable photographs. Remember that this is just done with a 600mm lens on an APS-C sized 15 megapixel DSLR.
So like 1200mm equivalent.
No, well, let's just say to get it to that size, I had to crop the 15 megapixels down to it was 150 by
I've only
Why can't I even
seen
do
the ISS.
15,000 pixels. So I cropped 15 million pixels to 15,000 pixels.
I've only seen it as like a quick light going across the sky, so I haven't seen it like that.
Yeah, oddly, I think it goes really slowly. For because I do a lot of aviation photography, and the angular, as with everything, it's the angular velocity that really matters with aviation photography. With that sort of photography, and I kind of like about 360 degrees a minute.
Bob, just so you know, you got a hot mic, and I can almost tell what your password was from you typing on the keyboard.
And when it comes to the ISS, I've only seen, like, I'm comparing it to like the stars and the planets and the moon. So yeah, compared to those, it's moving very quickly.
Oh yes, compared to the background sky, it's moving very fast. It's just as an aviation photographer, I find it moving quite slow. I find it difficult because it is moving quite slowly, and actually, if you can pan at a comfortable speed, it actually makes the camera more stable.
But do you want to see something cool, Al? You might appreciate this. I have a mock-up here of something. I mean, being a photographer, you might appreciate this. Let me share my screen. There we go. Go live. Can you see this?
Lots of cans and bottles and boxes on a shelf.
Yes, indeed.
Definitely CGI.
So
yeah, and you're now going to wrap them all with Canon labels, aren't you?
No. Let's all calm down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to join these areas first so we can see it, but then I'm going to press this little button here.
I'll project it onto a sphere.
No. So I have to make this look as real as possible because this is synthetically to train a vision neural network. So that's it as a render.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
Wait a minute. They're the bottles as a render, and you can see the actual. That's my office in the background. An actual image of this this thing. So wait a minute. If I move it like that,
Adnams, my local brewery.
And is that also how much alcohol you have in your office?
Yeah. Oh, a lot more. About 16,000 Great British pounds worth of alcohol.
Oh, and where I did my RAF trade training, the farm next door was Thatcher's cider farm.
Oh, was it? Yeah,
cider orchards.
I'd never seen these Thatcher's things before, to be honest.
Yeah,
but I'm not a drinker, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was lucky. I was 18, so I didn't have to go, and I didn't have to rely on people bringing back big plastic containers of scrumpy from the cider farm.
Ooh.
I could just go down the nappy and drink.
Nice. But I got a I don't know whether I told you a couple of months ago. No, not a couple of months ago. 6-7 months ago. Probably about 12 months ago now. I got a slightly better computer to be able to do this because it's doing a huge render almost real time.
Yeah, you said you were getting something. I remember you saying you were getting something new, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Well, I bit the bullet and got a maxed out Mac Pro. So the big Xeon, I don't know how many cores, 20. Oh, well, now I can actually have a look. 28 core. And it makes such a difference doing this kind of stuff because it's doing this on the CPU, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty good. That looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, the bottles are the best thing because it's got transmissive properties as well, which means if you actually put a bottle behind another bottle, it actually, it's a physical based render. So it needs to do that, and I need to do that in loads of different environments. But you can see now the coloration difference between the two because one you can see through, and one has got a compounding bottle behind it. So,
Yeah.
yes. But it looks good. Yeah, I just thought you'd be interested. Photo render kind of thing.
Yeah. You're going to put photographers out of business. That's what you're going to do.
Product wise, yes, very easily. Anything else, not really. In fact, product wise, I think like if you go to all the major, I used to work with clients in London where they're design houses that do all the promotional shots for like BMW, Mercedes, Citroen, and all those promotional shots are done before the car is ever built. And they are just renders. You don't know because it just looks like a real car, but they are renders. Been that way for a while. But I'm so pleased with this Mac Pro. Made such a difference in my quality of life.
I wonder if Bob's aware that his dog's got the microphone.
I could be tempted to go to Mac if I could afford to buy maxed out computers all the time.
Yeah, just so you know, there is no way on earth I would have ever paid for this thing. The base price of it is like, the base price was like £20,000. And there's no way I'd spend it on a computer. My work bought it for me. not me.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fair enough. But that's one of the main reasons why I ended up with a Windows machine was because I couldn't afford to max out a Mac, and I knew I was going to need to put additional storage in it and stuff like that down the line. And
you've got the option of the M1 Pro Max like Bob now, though.
Yeah, well, this was when my mother was buying me a computer for my birthday because I hadn't had a new computer for over 10 years, and it's only 5 years old, so it's going to be another 5 years before I can get another new one. I think at this rate.
The thing about the expenditure on computing, though, is you've got to be able to justify the cost and how it equates to savings. But the crazy thing is, being a software developer, if I compile 50 times a day on the fastest MacBook, I've probably eaten about 2 hours of time there if it's a really big project. Whereas on the Mac Pro, fully maxed out, I've wasted like 10 minutes. So I'm almost saving 2 hours every day. It doesn't work out like that. It might be an hour every day, but if you add that up over the course of 2 years, it's worth it. It really is.
Indeed.
Well, I remember one of my friends who does some graphic design stuff was saying some years back that the computer he'd just got at the time was worth it because he could do what had previously been a 2-day render in about 12 hours. So if he set it going first thing in the morning, it'd be done before he was going to bed, and he'd know if there were any problems, even if it was going to go over into when he'd be sleeping. Because he'd have the first pass of the render visible to him, rather than set it up and going, in 2 days I'll have something. So it sounds like it's moved on a little from that.
I mean, our rendering, that rendering that you just saw, was due to a Blender Python script doing assembly of mod section or planograms with real live products. But when we come to render that, we do maybe 1,000 different renders. Well, no, for each one of those individual products, we can do up to, let's say, 600 renders. And that's from different angles, that's with different products next to them, with different depths, different shelf positions. But it's always surrounded by products. So I've got partial products on there, different shelving, different lighting, different environment. But if you think about a retailer might have 20,000 SKUs active at any one time in the United States. And for each one of those SKUs, we get a photographic model and we do a render like you just saw with it in situ, but we do like 400 to 600 of them in different environments, different angles and all that kind of stuff. For us to do that locally, there's nothing that would make it worth it. But what makes it worth it is I can just fire up 100 machines on Google Cloud and render all of them in a day.
Makes sense.
And it's just so easy to do that now. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I never had any talent with artistic stuff.
No, well,
that kind of. Sorry.
No, go on, Al.
That kind of pseudo parallelism though is, yeah, that's where being able to do stuff in parallel, because you've got 600 jobs that are basically the same, but each one's a different job, so you can just squeeze it all through in on all the different threads. It makes parallelization a really good option, doesn't it?
Yeah, we use the Tesla cards, the NVIDIA Tesla cards, and do GPU rendering. And actually, it's not very efficient to do that. It's more efficient than using the Xeon CPUs that you can fire up on the cloud. But we use them because it's the same cards that we've already. When you initialize one on Google, it doesn't matter if you shut it down like a second later. You're pretty much paid for a day. So what we do as well is we render on the GPUs, but those GPUs we predominantly use for machine learning training. But they're not bad at rendering as well. So, but yeah, I'm done with artist stuff. I've been done with it for 10 years now. I'm just a little software developer. What happened to Jose's channel? It just, someone took it over and deleted it or something.
It got hacked by the back door, and they posted a load of copyrighted stuff apparently. So YouTube nuked the channel.
Well, when you say hacked, what does that mean?
Well,
they got his passwords by some means.
Right. Okay. I was going to say it's incredibly hard to hack any kind of decent OAuth system. The only way that something, yeah, it's incredibly hard to do that. And they wouldn't do it over. Yeah, you wouldn't do that to just a YouTube channel.
Technically, they probably phished him.
Yeah. Oh no, I think you can class it as social hacking if you get someone's password via, any number of like interaction mechanisms.
Yeah, but at least it's not got the host cryptography.
I believe he was actually using two-factor though, so that's supposed to make that a lot harder to deal with, isn't it?
Two-factor authentication, yeah, as long as you've got control of both devices. If that device just happens to be your email and they've got access to your email and an alternate email, then no, it's not great. I don't think he would have had two-factor authentication. Not you wouldn't be able to unless he made the mistake of saying, "Oh yes, it's me." Then yeah, it'd be quite difficult. Is it the only options you've got are email, SMS, and push GCM message to one of the Google services? So it might be that you've got an Android tablet, an Android phone, and it comes up, or you're running the Google app on an iOS device, then it'd come up. But in all of those scenarios, it gives you a number. Well, actually, no. In the GCM, in the Google Cloud message, it's a yes or no prompt. But in all the others, it's a number that you've got to enter. So I don't quite get how that would be done.
But it wasn't just Jose. There were a lot of channels that were hit with exactly the same thing at exactly the same time.
It's possible somebody had managed to get a keylogger out there somewhere. I suppose. Because multiple people were hit.
It would. I think I'd say it's more probable that it is a phishing scheme whereby it was targeted. Because was this targeted at like the flat Earth community type stuff?
Don't think so.
All right. Okay.
It didn't seem to be when I saw a screenshot of affected channels. It appeared to be fairly random.
Is it widespread or was it very tiny?
I think it was a few hundred channels.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a keylogger to me.
Then again, I saw it reasonably late last night, and it seemed to be mostly resolved by this morning. So,
but it says it can't get it back. That's a bit weird.
Well, the problem is you get three copyright strikes, and your channel is automatically deleted by YouTube. Boom, gone.
Yeah. But the thing about a database engineer or anything is deleted means a field is bit flipped. Doesn't mean all the data goes away. That would be ridiculous.
Yes, but if you've had 3 strikes on it, it's whether they'll let you have your data back, even if it's not your fault.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's happened before, and no, you can't have. You can't have it. You can't even have You can't even. You don't even get an opportunity to download your videos all back down before your channel goes away.
Yeah, a couple of people have been hit for other people playing copyrighted music in their channel in live sections of their videos when they've been talking to them, and that's then been picked up as a copyright strike.
Wow. It's just not having any recourse through Google support services. That's a bit scary.
Mm-hmm.
For the average person, there are no YouTube or Google support services, are there?
Yes, there are. I mean, not yeah.
Sorry, meaningful support services.
I'm trying to think because obviously it's a bit different with me operating in a corporate thing because we've got an account manager and we spend
Yeah,
thousands with them per month. But even me as a lone Android developer back when I used to do it, I didn't have direct access to someone, but I could always go on support and they'd answer within an hour or so. And it's the same with Apple, really. Oh no, Apple I can just ring up.
Well, recently, a lot of YouTube channels I've seen having trouble seem to have been running into the automated response problem. They send something in, YouTube's email system responds back going, "Have you tried this? Have you tried this?" When that's a step that they've said in the initial email that they've tried.
Mm. Yeah, that is annoying. I think I've experienced that with my, not banking, but something else.
Yeah. Now, I know I was guilty of it a bit when I used to work in an ISP, but that was because we had to get a definite "Have you tried this? Yes or no?" recorded on the chat, on the conversation, in case our network supplier found that the step hadn't been done, because otherwise we'd get charged for.
Yeah, no, I know that because I've rung PlusNet one day and said, I've suddenly started getting a hell of a lot of noise on my line. And she goes, "Oh well, what's your thing? We'll test it." I says, "Well, I haven't got your router plugged in, so you won't really have access. You'd have to run just a broad spectrum line test." And she goes, "Oh well, we need to go through this question." And she asked me such ridiculous things. It's like, yes, of course I've tried that. Yes, I'm actually looking at the signal to noise ratio right now and can tell you it's screwed. Yes, I've tried all the other things that you're saying that are fucking.
I can't possibly comment on which company I worked for, but that sounds like a very familiar diagnostic system.
I've been really cheered to find out that PlusNet still supports pulse dialing on their network.
Yeah, my best one ever was when we had an old gentleman phone up and go, "I've got these problems." I went, "Can you try it in the master socket?" And he went, "No, it's up in my loft. I can't get up there. I'm a 90-year-old war veteran with one leg." Okay, well, my script says I've got to get it tested in there, otherwise I can't pass it through to BT.
Uh-oh.
I think my next step is go, "Excuse me, sir, I just need to consult with one of my colleagues," and go and have a word with my line manager and go, "Shall we just like eat the cost if it's this, because that's a serious problem?" Thankfully, when I eventually got through to BT to report the fault, they went, "What does he mean it's in his loft? We fixed, we moved all the master sockets on that road. We'll send an engineer out to check, because if we missed him, we'll just give him a new phone line." Because that's going to be a problem later.
I have seen sockets, that come in through the roof truss, and it's ridiculous how they still exist.
Oh, apparently it turned out they'd done every phone line on that street except his, because he'd been out that day. And they just never got around to going back. So that was a relatively easy fix, because he got a nice shiny new phone line that didn't have a fault.
Nice. I ditched my. I don't know. Do people like PlusNet and BT just give your number away and sell it like 20 times over to marketing firms? Because I got so tired of that. I just ditched the phone line.
It's not so much that they sell it; it's that the number is theoretically publicly available unless you've done a whole pile of stuff to make it not available.
Yeah, well, all I did is I killed my home phone. And just got rid of the
landline. I killed my mobile and just used the landline. And I very rarely get I very rarely get those nuisance calls of people trying to sell you stuff.
Oh, all my nuisance calls come in on my mobile. It's perpetually, have you got insurance for this? No, because I don't own one of those. Go away. Oh, we're here to call about your life insurance policy. Really? So you'll be able to tell me which company I'm with?
No, I love the we're calling about the recent accident that you have. And I'm there like, oh right, yeah, which one? And then they're like, well, how many have you had? Well, I said, and then I said, well, you know, like it depends on what time period, probably about 6 or 7. But if you're about just last month, 3. And then they're like, well, which one was the latest one? I says, well, one of them was 2 accidents in one, so it's hard to tell. How do you work that stuff out? It's just so funny.
Yeah.
I shouldn't spend that much time taking the piss on the phone like that.
I also had a great one with, we're calling on behalf of your internet provider.
Oh,
Right.
yes.
We can see you've got the fault. Right. At some point, you're going to have to at least tell me which internet provider you think you are. Otherwise, we're going to get nowhere.
I just got I won the $175 million prize, and now I have to go to the store and buy 3 cards. And the guy couldn't understand. I was not going to go to the store and buy those 3 cards. He kept asking me, how long is it going to take you to go buy 3 cards? And I said, longer than I'm going to take. He couldn't understand. It finally debouched into just a bunch of swearing, mostly on my part.
What's really good is I think I've tried a few things sometimes because I feel sometimes I need a break from my computer screen, and if I get one of these calls, I'll.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's just fun to mess with them.
Yeah, I mean, I do stuff like I just said, you know, saying which accident and all that kind of stuff. But when someone rings up and says, you know, there's a problem with your computer, blah 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 blah. I tried. When I asked them a tricky question, they just hang up. So what I then tried was actually quite bad, and I think it had a really bad effect because they didn't hang up, but they didn't speak either. And I just said, look, I feel for you. And she goes, what do you mean? I says, I genuinely feel for you. And she says, sir, this is about your computer. I says, no, yeah. But it's at the moment, I'm having a human moment. It's about you and me. And I'm telling you, I feel for you. Because for you to decide to do this to someone else that might be vulnerable, I can't imagine what will make you do that to another human being.
That's a good line.
But I'm sure it's bad, and I feel for you.
I once had at a different place years ago. I got Anglian Windows would ring me the same time every night, and it was just as I was about to sit down and eat my dinner. And I kept telling them to stop phoning me and take my number off the thing. Then eventually one day I just ripped into the person that was calling me, swearing and blinding and until they hung up. And I was like, great. And then about 10 minutes later, their manager phoned me back and said, did you know it's illegal to make abusive phone calls? I went, you phoned me after I told you not to. That's abusive. And then I gave him a load of verbal diarrhea as well. That was the last time they ever called me.
Yeah.
A really brilliant one, and you want to try that. This is actually good advice for anybody in the UK, especially because, well, actually anybody under European GDPR. So I had for a certain amount of time, this was a while ago, I had my phone on TalkTalk, and my broadband with TalkTalk, and it was crap. So I decided to switch. Now I did ring up and I said, look, I want to cancel my phone, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go on mobile internet for a little bit, and then I'm on fiber to the premises now, so I don't even have a phone line. But back then I was going to put another phone line in and do some stuff. And anyway, they didn't cancel it on the month that I told them to cancel it. But I cancelled the direct debit. Now, they rung me up and I said, look, yeah, I said I'm cancelling it. Oh, we've got no record of that. I said, well, that's not my problem. It's obviously your record keeping or your business practice or your professionalism. One of them, pick one. She goes, no, you're going to have to pay this. There's an outstanding amount on the thing, and it's like £20 or something. So I'm really sorry, our principle, professional practice and principle, not going to do that. And she goes, you have to. I says, no, I'm not. And then this is the key. I said, is this call being recorded? And she goes, yes. Can I have your full name, please? Yes. Do you have access to my account? Yes. Can you put that I told you this verbally on the phone right now and just type it down verbatim? Under GDPR, you are not allowed to pass my details to anyone regarding this matter whatsoever. I do not give you permission, and if you do, it will be a breach of the trust that I put in you. And she wrote it down on the account. She says, yeah, I'll put that. Anyway, months passed, they sent me another letter. I didn't even bother ringing up. And then I get a debt collection agency letter now for £200 odd. And this is like 6 months later now, 7 months later. And I rung the debt collection agency who's threatening to come round. I said, oh, brilliant, do me a favour. I just need one thing from you before I can proceed and help with this. Can you just verbally now, but also in writing and in an email as well, just tell me where you got my details from? And they said, well, we're operating on behalf of TalkTalk. It's brilliant. Thank you very much. Can you send me in an email? Can you send me in writing? And I'll take it from there. And they did. And then I rung TalkTalk. And I said, oh, I'm ringing up about this debt, the supposed debt. And I explained the situation. She goes, oh, yeah, it's out of our hands now. It's with our debt collectors. I said, brilliant. Can you pull up my account and read the last thing that I put on there and the date? And she says, I'll look at it now. And she read it and she says, I'm just going to put you on hold 2 seconds. And it weren't 2 seconds. It was like 5 minutes. And then a new person came on the phone and said, oh, Mr. So-and-so, Mr. So-and-so. And they're like, yes. Oh, this is blah, 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 the manager here. We're extremely sorry for this. Extremely sorry. We're really sorry. We'll get it all sorted out. You won't be contacted again, and we'll zero it at this end. We're really sorry. We're really sorry. And he must have said sorry about 6 or 7 times. And I went, fair enough. Bye-bye. And it's all because I asked them to note that I do not allow them to pass my details to any third party.
Nice.
And
you could probably ask.
You could do that with anyone.
Probably ask them for £200.
No, I could have asked them. I could have asked them for 14,000 something. I'm not interested. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. But if you ever get in a situation like that, it's brilliant to just say, don't give my details out, and if you do, we're going to have serious problems. So wait a minute, is it, just a really quick question, can Jose no longer go live now either then?
Probably not until he's built his channel back up.
What are the requirements for going live then?
I remember it now. Because it changed, didn't it?
Well, Terry does it.
Yeah, I know. The thing I do it.
You do it, yeah.
Well, I used to, didn't I?
Yeah,
I mean, when Terry had to be when Terry couldn't live stream because he did some because he got some copyright strikes. Because that's one of the things, you get a copyright strike, you can't live stream for 3 months.
Oh, just one.
One copyright strike will get you banned from streaming for 3 months.
Wow.
Terry got one, and then he got the streaming privileges back, and then a couple of months later he got 2 more. But you have to have 3. They last for 3 months, and you have to have it. Yeah, if you get 3 active strikes, you're screwed.
Well, this YouTube streaming malarkey doesn't sound like a joy at all, to be honest.
You have to be really careful.
Well, like I say, there's been certain people have come onto streams, played copyrighted music, and then reported the stream.
Well, I can remember back in the good old days when it was streaming through Google Meets.
Al, sorry, I'm just going to say this because this is funny. I looked at what you're displaying right now, and my first thought is, how the hell have you got a shot of Mars? And then I realised what it was.
Yeah, it
That would be the moon.
as well.
Yeah, I caught MC2 out with that.
And they're like, well, first of all, this is what my brain did. That is an amazing shot of Mars, and then that's the clearest shot of Mars I've ever seen, terrestrial or otherwise. This is not from a camera. And then, how can this not be of Mars? Oh, I recognise the pattern. Oh yes, there we go.
Yeah, I got MC2 with it because I boldly claimed that I had a correctly exposed photograph of the full moon with stars visible in the background. And of course he went, no, you haven't, it's impossible. So I then threw up the eclipse photo.
Nice.
And it was like, that's cheating.
Yeah, and?
It's an eclipse. It is by definition a full moon.
Yep. I got some nice shots of the eclipse as well.
That one was back in 2015, I think.
I got some from a month ago.
Just 2 days. Just about. I think that was about 2 or 3 days after I got my new 600mm Sigma zoom.
Does anybody happen to have any shots or links to the Antarctic eclipse from earlier in the month?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Excellent.
Let me see if I... Give me a second to find them. I know I sent my wife one.
Walter Bislin has just joined the server.
Walter Bislin?
Yep.
Is he in here? I don't see him.
Well, he's joined. He's joined the server. He's joined the server.
I thought he was already in it.
Well, I see. Okay, somebody named Walter Bislin has just joined the server.
Cool. He's a great guy, man. Smart as a whip. Yeah, the cool thing about this image from the solar eclipse is that there is a solar flare.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's just one that I didn't see much kicking about at the point it was happening, because obviously there's not that many people down there to
Oh,
put
it came
pictures
from
out.
NASA. It came from NASA. We all know what that means.
Well,
Penguins took it.
yeah, there is that photo from one of the from a satellite that's actually recorded the shadow of Antarctica, isn't there? But of course, that's the Flurfs would call that CGI.
There you go, my friend.
Cool.
Oh, that's a.
Oh,
See the
that's beautiful.
See the flare at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's a screen capture.
The big eclipse we had here in '99. I travelled from Norfolk all the way down to Cornwall, to sort of the southwestern bit of Cornwall, and it was a lovely sunny morning. And then, what do you know? about 20 minutes before it all started, the clouds rolled in and we couldn't see a damn thing. It just got quite dark.
I've just figured out I can build another Blender model for something. I just figured something out. How about this then? I'll set up a Blender file where there's 5 cameras on a planet on Earth, all pointing at the moon, showing the different phases of the moon. And I'll do the same locations with a flat Earth to show and kind of zoom in, and you'll see the size decrease. You'll see the fact that you're seeing all different sides of it and all this kind of stuff. But I'll have them in one scene.
That's good, but we know what the flat Earth response is likely to be to that.
I'll go for it.
That's not my model. That's a straw man.
Mm.
Nobody believes that. Still be worth seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what they don't realize is flat is a model. Model is just a static piece of data that you can baseline or test against. Geometric flat is that.
Yeah, I've been dealing with the fallout from a couple of groups arguing over who's got the right flat Earth map. One lot using the AE map, one lot using some peculiar modification of the Mercator projection.
Mm.
Oh, the oblique Mercator thing.
Yes. Really weird.
Yeah, and either you can't cross from Siberia to Alaska across the
Bering Strait.
Bering Straits.
See, that's the one thing that would have been good with my Pushytrons, is it would have explained why things go down on a flat Earth.
Yep.
Not at the edges. At Antarctica, shit would get really weird at the edges. But in the middle, yeah, I could have argued that, or anywhere on the disc in the middle section.
I did meet one a couple of months back who'd fallen back to the upward accelerating pizza model.
What?
The one where the flat Earth accelerates upwards at 1G?
Yeah. So how fast are we going now then?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, since we started this conversation, how fast are we going now then? I think there's I think Pushytrons are better, or even it being anchored at the North Pole and being swung around a central point would be better.
Oh, the Earth is on the bottom of a bucket model.
Yeah.
What you mean? The Earth is being spun round. The whole pizza with the dome is being swung round and round.
Yeah. The typical force is holding us to the floor.
Yeah, they've stapled a pizza to the inside bottom of a bucket.
Well,
hey Bjorn.
Be an interesting model.
Guys, we've got Socialist with us today.
Woohoo!
Always
he
a good
can't
time.
hear us, so that's fine.
What do you mean he can't hear us? Oh, he's got it turned off. That's right.
He's deaf and mute.
That explains why he hasn't responded to me.
I wonder how long it'll take him to notice.
Yeah. Well, Dumbass posted another video today with the same stuff that's been taken down 4 times. I don't think that's going to go very well for him. Let's go ahead and put another one in for him, just to let him know I'm thinking about him.
Yeah, which particular dumbass?
Bev, try thinking.
Okay.
The guy that's been playing little games, doxing me here and on Discord and on Twitter.
Yeah.
Doesn't realize Twitter and Discord have terms of service too.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
And good evening.
Good evening, Nexpro.
I hope you're all doing well.
It's been a great day, you know?
Ah, and Walter Bislin has joined.
Well,
Mr.
Walter,
Gray.
welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. I know Walter speaks English.
But does Walter know he's muted?
Well, we could take bets as to how long it would take him to figure it out.
Guys, I have to say, I've been deeply offended by MC Toon.
We could take bets as to how long it would take him to figure it out.
Guys, I have to say, I've been deeply offended by MC Toon.
We could take. Hey, Walter, I think you gotta mute your stream there, Slick.
I've got to keep this.
He's trying to talk. I think you gotta mute your stream there, Slick.
Okay.
MC Toon compared my accent to Riley's accent.
You don't sound anything alike. Not even remotely alike.
I appreciate you saying that, Bob.
Well, I know the difference between a lot of the accents.
Is it better now?
It's much better now. Welcome, Walter. I'm very glad to have you here.
Welcome, guys. I only listen.
Okay. Walter, you have been an inspiration to a lot of people. You do really good work out here.
Thanks.
I'm looking forward to seeing you again at the next NASA government Jew Penguin picnic.
Yeah. Next, you know, you was talking to Terry Davies the other day.
Yes.
He was trying to figure out who you sounded like.
Right.
Darth Vader?
British people that he's talked to on the Discords and stuff. And yeah.
Did he come up with an idea?
No, but I kind of thought you could be a little bit of a mix between Stingray and Fred Lingworm.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of suffering from the fact that I'm just using a cheap headset. What I call my YouTube mic is in my storage unit. So.
Alan, you do know that I'm hiding my accent right now, and every single time I've ever spoken on YouTube or in Discord or anything like that.
I do realise that.
Walter, what nationality are you?
I'm from Switzerland.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Grüezi
Wie
miteinander.
geht's? Wie geht's?
Wie geht es dir?
Es geht mir gut, danke.
All right.
That's it. That's all my German used up.
Ich habe 2 Jahre Deutsch nach University. It's been a while, though. Been a long time.
Yeah, my German is unfortunately limited. Because I haven't done anything with it in 30 years.
My spoken English is very limited too. I'm better in writing and listening.
Well, your English is excellent.
Thanks.
Better than a lot of us English speakers who only really need to have to speak English because everybody else does too.
You know, you got to remember, I'm an American, which means my English is quite limited.
Well, your son's getting a foreign language credit, right?
Yep. Maybe he'll come back and teach me how to speak it.
Well, we're all going to have to learn to speak Mandarin soon, so.
Not in my lifetime, Sonny. They are interesting people.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
What did you say about my mother?
Exactly.
No, I can't get the tonalities right.
Well, what I'll do is, whenever anybody says any of that, I says, "Oh, thank you. I'll take 3."
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Bob, I don't know whether you're aware of this, and I don't know whether anybody's pointed it out to you, but every now and then your mic cuts out for about half a second in between. Well, I can't. It's either a third of a second or half a second, somewhere in between, and it normally happens during the middle or at the end of speaking. And I'm pretty sure it's doing it for everyone because I've just looked at you then. It did it then. And your icon went, wasn't white, so it isn't my speakers or anything. It's something to do with your mic or your input.
Well, I think maybe what it is, because I've got a compressor on it right now to keep it from clipping. But what I'm thinking's happening here.
Yeah, but that's easy testable, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you see, that didn't do it, and you were speaking softly before when, in the last sentence before you took the piss then, it cut it in the middle as well again, and you were speaking softly at the time, so I'm not sure it's that.
Well, then what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go ahead. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. We hear you normally, and then it just cuts out randomly.
All right, how about now?
We'd have to read as a poem for about, let's say, 10, 15 seconds, and I'm pretty sure that it might happen in either that or sing, one or the other.
All right, in view, a humble vaudevillian veteran cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This visage is no mere veneer of vanity, but a vision of the vox populi, now vacant and vanished. How was that?
That behaved itself.
All right.
Awesome quote as well.
All right. And I pulled that right out of my tail too, didn't I?
Of course. You can't possibly have had it up on a second screen.
Nope. Nope.
Bob only uses one screen.
No, I used 2.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I do use 2. I have, that's just the way I have it set up. I want it so that I don't have to really raise my voice very much, but it's still comfortable. It's still a comfortable and easily understandable volume. I'm a rather soft-spoken person, unless you really piss me off, and then I speak softly with authority. But
well, the old adage, speak softly and carry a big stick.
Yep.
So Grubus has arrived.
Hey, Grubus.
So Walter, do you speak any languages other than German and English?
A little bit French, but I never use it.
Because you have like different cantons in Switzerland, and some of them speak Italian, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been through Switzerland on quite a few occasions in the past. It's a fantastic place.
Mm.
I've only visited Switzerland twice, and I was quite a young child on both occasions. The last being in 1972.
Is it picking up typing?
Yes.
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Is your mic
I
on the
thought it was
desk?
me. I thought it was me for a minute, phantom typing, but
No, my mic's 2.5 feet above the desk, but it's a sensitive mic.
Yeah, it's coming through quite clear. So.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Grubus.
Hi. I'm only listening today because I've got a bit of a nasty cold. This is my first time here as well, so I'm not going to be saying that much.
That's an incredibly strong Scottish accent you have, Grubus.
That's funny because I'm not Scottish. I'm actually Northern Irish.
I was
But anyway,
joking. I was joking.
We've been making fun of accents today. The only one that doesn't
Right,
have an
okay.
accent here is me.
Well, thinking on accents, the city I'm in, we've got about a dozen or so different accents just in the one city, because it still hasn't all merged down.
You know, other than the fact I kind of sound like an American, do you have any idea where my accent's from?
Ooh, I don't know. Flint, Michigan?
No. Good try, though. Nobody lives in Flint.
There's traces of the United States Armed Forces accent in there.
Okay. Yeah, my accent's actually Midwestern and Southern. It's like 75% Midwestern, 25% Southern. That's why you'll hear me slip out a y'all once in a while.
But do you go as far as all?
Eh? That's Canadian. That's the Canadian accent.
It's something to talk about.
Yeah, talk about it.
As
long as it doesn't cost too many dollars.
I have it on good authority that Canada used to be known as CND.
CND?
Yeah, and then the guy said, "How do you spell that?" And the other chap said, CANADA.
Canadians are good people.
Yep.
You know, I always view them as kind of like Americans with manners and good healthcare.
Yep. I like to watch the AVE channel. It's very entertaining.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
So now we got a couple of guys in here that are interested in photography, right?
Yes.
So here's a tiny bit of an argument that I feel is against the moon landings being fake. Is I still have 2 Hasselblads. I used to do photography quite a lot. Kind of paid for the house, and I was at Hasselblad headquarters, which used to be in Wembley. It's now near Boreham Wood somewhere. And I was in there getting one of my 500s serviced, and I noticed there was a Lunar Hasselblad in a cabinet on the wall. And I just kind of casually said, "Any chance of looking at that?" And they got it out and let me handle a Lunar Hasselblad. Obviously not one that was flown. And I just thought, you know, looking back at it, if any of this was a hoax, why would they have gone to the extent of having things like that on display? You know, why would the Americans even bother commissioning a Swedish camera company to make special cameras just for the moon? You know,
because they knew that you'd ask at some point.
Ah, okay. So forward planning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
And of course, remember, you can't actually. Nobody can handle one that was actually flown.
In truth, because they were too heavy to bring back.
Because why bother bringing them back? Yeah.
Yeah. They're really
just bring the film. Well, actually, I think they brought the film backs back because they left them in the magazines, didn't they?
Yeah. You wouldn't want to unload one of the big. They were basically 5. They were a converted ELM with a big trigger button on that and various other features. They had a glass reticule between the just in front of the film plane, so you'd get the little crosshairs for measurement purposes on the films. You wouldn't really have that in a standard film back.
Well,
and of course, no regular viewfinder or anything like that.
There was one person I was talking to was asking why they didn't film continuously from Earth orbit to the moon and back with the Apollo project.
I know the answer to that. NASA didn't believe in people that thought the Earth was flat.
And
But the simple answer of that's going to be a lot of quite boring time and a lot of film.
Yep.
Film is heavy.
Yep.
yeah, I mean, even if they went 8mm, it would be ridiculous.
Yep.
I think what it is people forget that it was on large film canisters. It's not a case of being able to take, a couple of kilograms of SD cards to do the job. Yeah.
Yep. The film in a Hasselblad is basically 70mm wide, even though the camera's called a 6x6 camera, 6cm by 6cm. The actual film is 70mm wide.
You need 5mm either side to
rocket.
Have a bit of to ensure that the frame, the picture doesn't get off the edge of the film.
Yep.
And 120, I'm pretty sure 120 doesn't have sprockets, does it?
No, doesn't have sprockets. I always used to say to people that the length of time it took to load a Hasselblad insert was inversely proportional to the square of the number of people watching you divided by the distance.
I think the worst thing I ever had to do was, I don't know if you've ever used standard 8mm Cinefilm, but basically it's a roll. It's a 25-foot roll of 16mm film. Okay.
Sprockets down one side.
No, sprockets down both sides.
Is it really?
16mm.
Right.
But with sprockets down both sides, what you do is you have to manually feed it in onto a take-up spool, close the camera, you shoot your 25 feet of film, yeah. You then take the take-up spool out, turn it over, and put it into the feed. Take the one that was the feed and put it in the take-up, feed it through again, and then you shoot the other half backwards. And then when you send it off to, I always used to use
I did not know that.
40. I always used to use Kodachrome 40. So you sent it off to Hemel Hempstead.
Who then sent it to Paris.
And they would then develop it and split it down the middle and then splice it together in the middle, so you've got a 50-foot length of film.
Oh, right.
But of course, it meant that your 3 minutes at 18 frames a second, your 3 minutes of Cinefilm, you could actually only do a 1 minute, 1.5 minute take maximum.
All right.
Almost long enough for a vomit comet.
Yeah, but come on, try dealing with that when you're like 10 years old.
Oh my goodness, that's just horrendous. I didn't know that.
Does anybody know? Oh, sorry.
Hello, SC Montreal.
Hello. Chris, is that you? Maybe not. I wanted to ask you guys a question since I heard the Hasselblad. I was curious, does anybody know what modifications they made to the camera so they can work on these supposed conditions on the moon? The extreme supposed conditions.
Well, one of the first things they would have done is they would have had not the normal lubrication that was inside them. You need to understand that the Hasselblad is a very, very rugged camera, and it's very heavily engineered inside, but the design is relatively simple.
They didn't paint them for a start.
Did you say a rugged camera? Did you say the Hasselblad is a rugged camera?
I've got two of them, so I should know.
Really?
I've owned a total. I've owned a total of 4 of them. I've got 2. So I still have 2.
You could probably beat somebody to death with it without damage.
Very easily.
Okay. If you're wanting to know the modifications they made, you're probably going to be best looking at the actual Hasselblad website.
Yeah, they'll have
information on.
I have.
Dread,
I'm interested
it's
in
no
you
point.
guys.
It's no point us telling SE this because I have told him this a dozen times already, and he still doesn't
No,
believe
you
me.
have not,
And if he-
sir.
Yes, I have.
You have
Yes, I have.
attempted, and when I have questioned you, you threw me out of. Who was it? Was it
And I think that was the
Terry? Yeah,
13th
you threw
time
me
we
out of
did it.
Terry's Discord, sir. That's what you did when I
Correct, I
questioned
did.
you.
Correct, I did.
Because you had no clue. You had no clue when I questioned you about the camera whatsoever. And when I put you to task, you threw me out.
Did you take the hint when that happened, SE?
I'm sorry?
Did you take the hint that you were becoming annoying? Not because you were raising any interesting points, but you were becoming annoying and they got tired of listening to you? Are you?
How do you know, Bob? Were you there?
I very well may have been, and I have been there on numerous discussions where you asked this exact same question, and we actually pulled the websites up and went over them with you, and then you turned around and just asked again. It's annoying, SE.
No, you did not. Don't lie, Bob.
All right, why don't you go
did
ahead and
not
write a
go
report? Write a report on the Hasselback camera and come here and present it, and then give us your problem with it. Okay?
A report, yeah. You see, this is what you guys do, man. I question you. You know you have nothing.
We're not going to answer your questions. You're going to go ahead and you're going to say, I have very specific problems with this. What are your thoughts on this specific problem? And here's the documentation behind it to show that it is indeed a problem and not just my opinion. So, do you have that information to present us right now, I see?
Sure.
Great. Go ahead and present it. Screen is yours.
I don't need, just listen.
Screen's yours. No, screen's yours. Go ahead and put up. I want to see the schematics, and I want to see why you think there's a problem with them.
Listen, I didn't come prepared with schematics. I heard
Okay,
you guys
come back when you do.
Hasselblad, and I know you guys don't have no clue of what you're talking about, and I'm proving it right now. So, a very simple thing.
You will prove nothing.
Pressure
Absolutely nothing.
and heat. Pressure and heat. Here's, you asked me, Bob.
Yeah.
Pressure and heat. How did they deal with it? Go ahead.
Do you acknowledge that there is pressure and heat problems on the moon?
Don't ask
No,
me a question.
I get to do anything I want. It's my chat. Now, do you
okay,
acknowledge
sure. People
that
are
there are
listening.
pressure and heat issues on the moon, pressure and temperature?
In your theoretical model, yes.
We
There
don't
are
have a
pressure-
theoretical model. We've actually got
Whatever,
probes
call
that
it
measured
whatever
it.
you want.
No, we had probes there that took measurements. So the
Fine. How did they
measurements, do you
deal-
agree that those measurements would result in a problem for a camera?
I see where this is going at. For the sake of this argument, yes. I agree.
Okay, great.
Those two things that I told you will cause a problem for this
Great.
particular and camera, for that matter.
Do you agree that since those were known problems with the camera which was to be operated in those conditions would have been specifically designed to counter those problems?
Yes, that's what I thought. And
Great.
when I went
There you go.
looking for them, I did not find them.
Where
and
did you
I've been
look?
asking now for 2 years. Mr. Evans is one of the people that I asked, and he chickened out.
I have.
And right now,
Watch
he will
how
not
you
present
talk about
anything. You
people,
will
SE.
see.
Don't be saying people chickened out here, SE. That this isn't Nathan's
Well,
show. All right.
Okay,
I'll
show
answer
me
this
how.
question again.
Show me, Mr. Evans. Show me some evidence
Film-
of what they did to. Go ahead.
Film works in a vacuum. Therefore, you don't need to worry about pressurizing the camera. You just run it unpressurized.
That's right. The only thing you have to be concerned about with pressure would be the battery. That would be it.
So you're claiming that
The
a
rest
film.
the rest of the camera would not be affected in any way by lack of pressure. Only the battery would be affected by lack of pressure.
Potentially.
And if they engineered the battery in the correct manner, that would not be an issue.
Right. Let me ask you a question. What does liquid do when a lack of pressure?
Depends
As
on
I,
the
just,
liquid.
as I just said to you, right? If they engineered the batteries correctly,
Did you hear one word of battery coming out of my mouth, sir?
So
Okay.
where's the liquid coming from?
I asked you a specific question. What does water do in a vacuum?
Where does water come into this?
Yeah. Where's the water
Answer
coming?
the question.
No,
It's got
What
nothing
does
to do with the
liquid do in
camera.
a vacuum?
it's an
It has
irrelevant
nothing to do with
question
the camera.
unless you can specifically relate it to this camera. How does water and this camera go together?
I said liquid.
How
Any
does
sort of
liquid and this camera go together?
Right.
How does it go
What
together?
is the film made of? Anybody?
Probably
Well, it's
plastic.
usually films are
Not a
solid.
liquid.
What is on the
It's a-
surface of the film? Anybody?
It's a polyester base with a emulsion for the black and white films. It's a polyester base with an emulsion with silver salts in it, and for the color films, it's silver salts and dye couplers.
Right. And what will happen to that emulsion in a vacuum, sir?
Nothing for quite a long time.
You sure about that?
Yes, because I actually asked Ilford Film.
Oh, you did you? Uh-huh. Well, I can tell you, sir, that emulsion would boil off, gone.
How fast?
And
how fast?
And your film at that cold would probably just be brittle.
How fast?
It'll just break. So once again, I ask you, show me what they did to counter these in the camera. Please, Mr. Evans, this is the 6th time I'm asking you. It's been a year now. You blocked me once, sir. Please show me evidence.
All
how they
right.
weathered
Well, I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there.
The problem.
I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there, SC, because I have posted the entire specs for the camera and a person that actually rebuilt a moon camera. And there's an article here that is extremely detailed, including the modifications that were made to it, etc. You may come back and ask that question when you are prepared to take a test.
That built a replica camera? Is that the guy you're talking about?
And when you can
probably
pass
Googled it
a
in
test,
2 minutes, right?
yeah, that's all it takes. And
Yeah.
if you can pass a
Not
test,
sufficient, sir.
if you can pass a test on this
Insufficient, sir.
article, you can ask the question again. Until then, you can't.
Insufficient, sir. I'm the
I don't
teacher
care what
here.
you think
I'm
it is.
teaching you. You're gonna pass my test.
Excuse me?
You knew nothing about this until you just Googled it. Now, once again, I repeat, Mr. Evans, you've been shooting off, and you banned me. Once again, I ask you, show me evidence.
Bye-bye, Montreal. Watch your
I
mouth
was
when you
about
talk to me.
I was about to suggest that he calm down a bit because he's being very aggressive unnecessarily.
Yes,
No need for it.
And he is, and quite frankly, he doesn't talk to people that way here. I would boot any of you for doing the same thing, and I would expect, hell, you could boot me for doing that. But that's not the way you talk to people on this server.
Yep.
Now, there's a very nice article for it here.
Unfortunately, he will now claim a victory. So
I don't care if he does or not. The bottom line is, in order for that to bother me, I have to actually care what he thinks. And
absolutely.
Does he think they didn't test the film in a vacuum chamber to see if it would work?
Yep. But unless you can produce a YouTube video made by an amateur with an out-of-focused iPhone, he will not believe it. All right.
Yeah.
So, we don't play that game. I'm not gonna that is science denial characteristic number 5, an unrealistic expectation of science, which means that I can ask you any random question and I expect you to pull out of your back pocket the answer to that question and have it notarized. A notarized answer to it.
He did it earlier on one of the other Discords where he posted up something going, here's this presentation of the basics of Einstein's field equations. It's a load of rubbish. Not the word he used, but it's a load of rubbish. And I demand that you prove it to me. That it works. Great. What's your level of physics education?
I saw that.
No. Just prove it. The basics of high school, junior university, bachelor's, masters with a lot of different answers depending on what you understand. Like, what's a tensor? But no, it's got to be explain it to me now. You bunch of people who are complete randoms on the internet, or the entire model's broken.
Yeah, I could have sworn he came on Terry's stream, or I could have sworn that he asked me in various different streams more than 5 times for these answers. He came on Terry's, he was asking these stuff in the side chat on Terry's streams repeatedly, and myself and Aussie Baller went away and got all the information for him and gave it to him. And he would come back and ask the same questions the next week. And in the end, he started getting a bit bolshy like that. And that's when I did ban him from Terry's server. Terry was a bit cross with me for banning one of the only flatties that would come on, but I wasn't having him talking to me like that anymore.
Well, let me tell you a little something about this server right here. A lot of the servers that you see out there want to have flat earthers in them because they make interesting conversations, or they create interest. I don't really give a I don't care. All right. I'm not here to give them an opportunity to spout nonsense. If they want to come in and they want to discuss things like adults, I don't have any problem with that. But, I warned him several times not to do that. And he persisted, so that's when the hand of God comes down. Hi, Sugar Cookie. How are you today? I see you're being sent over from little Bev's place. Tell Bev he's got another privacy complaint cooking, and another one that was just put out now. And by the way, I found that other server, and I see that it is on YouTube as well. That you really need to rethink your life. So I would probably change some of those things and take. He has three videos right now on his channel, and 2 of them are subject to privacy complaints, and he's got over 4 of them now. Does he have 4 or 5 videos taken down? Because he's going to lose his channel here very shortly if he gets 1 or 2 more, and he's already got 2 in the works. If he was smart, he would delete all 3 of those videos right now. That was my little side note.
The great thing about a Hasselblad, by the way, compared to modern cameras, is that you can actually split one open with just a few screws. The whole of the insides just slides out. It's on a separate little chassis inside the case. And I had to do that once. I was out in Italy, and we got asked to photograph a castle that was up for sale. It was alongside a lake. I'm not sure the name of the lake now. And the thing jammed. And of course, I only had, we were only on holiday. We only had 1 Hasselblad with us. Yeah. And I literally took it apart on a rock and freed it up, reset the insides, put it all back together again. With a couple of small screwdrivers. It was an interesting few moments.
And of course, the fact that you can take the film back off, put the dark side in, take the film back off, take the lens off the front, and basically all you've got is a
little cube.
Is an aluminium cube with a flappy mirror in it.
Yeah.
And they've got a focal plane shutter on the back.
So it's not really a shutter. It's a pair of flaps that flap open. They don't really act as a shutter. They flap open. Then the lens, the actual, in the ones I would use, I'd have you'd have a the actual shutters in the lens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think on the was it the 2000 model? I think they had the focal plane type thing on them.
Yeah, I'm not.
And I never used those.
I've never been out of full Hasselblad. because
Yeah.
I've never properly earned a living from taking photos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been paid to take photos, but not properly earned a living doing it.
I've still got I've got a Dutch camera. I've got which is a Cambo SCX 5x4 monorail, and I've got on that I've got a 90mm super wide angle lens.
Yeah, I was going to say that when you said 90mm, I was going to say that's a decently wide lens, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Schneider.
Oh yeah, nice piece of glass then.
Yeah.
I very nearly got. I very nearly managed to talk myself into picking up a like a Toyo 5x4 or even a 10x8.
Oh, so I used to use a Wister 10x8 field camera.
Yeah, and then I discovered that those large format lenses got cheap, but hey, everybody's gone back to large format film, and the bloody lenses have got really expensive.
Yep.
Not to mention dark slides and film.
And they just still produce amazing quality images.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have a nice large format camera and run Ilford
FP4.
yeah, or even Pan F.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, the 50 ASA stuff.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be super fun. But yeah, I would think FP4 would be pretty good in it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
First,
and develop it in Rodinal.
first black and white film I ever took and developed would have been was a roll of FP4.
Yeah. So Dave Walter, if Walter is listening, I think the first piece of German I ever learned was Entwicklersystem Reiniger Flüssig, which was developer system cleaner in German.
One of the first things I learned to say in German was "I am a strawberry cheesecake."
Oh, brilliant! I think
my German teacher thought I was being hilarious because he thought I was taking the Michael out of the Kennedy speech.
Oh yeah, ich bin ein Berliner.
Yeah, I'd actually meant to say I would like a strawberry cheesecake,
Right.
but I accidentally said I am a strawberry cheesecake.
Yep.
Take it to make, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As I recall, what he said, and they loved him for it, was that I'm a jelly donut.
That's right, a Berliner, which is that's what that is. Yeah.
The thing is, in the Berlin dialect, from what I've been told, it is a way to say that you are a Berliner.
Right. Yeah.
Just not standard formal.
Yep. I think the first thing I learned in Italian was non gettare alcun oggetti dal finestra, which means don't throw anything out the window. It's on a train.
That's a good option.
Yep.
Oh, he's causing garbage in the YouTube chat.
Addressing it.
Is there some anger being shown?
The thing is, if he can figure out which email address to use for Hasselblad, he could probably get specific what they did to set it up for the moon missions.
Well, the thing he's criticising is the film, and Hasselblad never made any film.
No, but there is a decent amount on the Hasselblad website about the lunar cameras.
Yeah, I say they literally had one. I guess they'll still have it over at Elstree, Boreham Wood, wherever where they moved to. And it's there in a case, and you can see the quality of the engineering on it. You know, the way it was done. You know, Hasselblad don't mess around.
No,
you can buy a nice Hasselblad for £70,000.
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm sure you could beat some. I'm sure you could beat something to death with one.
Yeah.
Wipe the blood off, and then just carry on using it.
Yeah.
Maybe you might want to take the lenses off first because you might not want to decenter the lenses, but I don't even know if that's going to be absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
It does look like an interesting and quite capable camera.
They are very heavy.
It's utterly beyond my expertise.
Yeah.
I went ahead and posted that article in case any of you guys that actually know something about these cameras.
I'll have a look.
You know, and see what your comments would be.
Would it be worth dropping that into the YouTube chat as well?
Yeah, I
for
could do
people.
that.
Where did you post it?
It's in
It's in the
PC chat.
Discord.
PC chat.
Oh, you're down here. Yeah, let me see.
Wait for it. I'll find it.
Yep.
You got it. Somebody want to post that?
Oh, remaking the Lunar Hasselblad. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that they talk about is that, you know, all the modifications that had to be made, and they're talking about not so much the emulsion boiling off in the vacuum, but the lubricant.
Yeah, that's the first thing I said was the lubricant.
Yeah, it's the lubricant that caused the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's far more important. But again, you can make lubricants that will work in vacuum.
Yeah, so if you take a look at that photo that's on the main photo, you'll see that looks like a 60mm lens on that one.
Yeah, they had to remake the lens because it was a different lens.
Yeah, and they've put a shoe on the side. There's no actual pop-up viewfinder on the top, and they've modified just looking at the side view. They've modified the release button for taking the back off, which is normally quite a tiny little thing that you do with your thumb. They've obviously put something much bigger on top for doing that. The block on the bottom of the camera is what contains the battery and the motor drive. And the drive goes up the other side where you'd normally have the winding handle. And you can actually see on the side, you'll see there's like an almost vertical dark line. And that's where the dark slide would go in, and you'd put the dark slide in, and then you'd remove the back and then change the film. And there's actually something not correct on that camera. I'm looking at, by the way, guys. Trying to think. No.
I spy with my little eye.
No, it's okay. It's on the other side. The release. That's the lens release button. The other side has got the shutter release, and the shutter release should be square. I guess I haven't got scrolled down far enough yet. Yeah, there's definitely modified the release button. You can actually see on the about the third picture down. Now, see see the black version of the camera further down. That's
on the drive.
Yeah, so the black version is pretty much what they had at the Hasselblad thing in the cabinet, which is, you know, it's a space camera basically. And you can see there's a massive square button underneath the lens, and that's because they had to have a big square button for using the spacesuit gloves.
Well, then they're not the most delicate of manipulation instruments, are they?
Yeah.
And it says it was used for orbital mapping, that one. So
yeah, that's got the 100mm lens on it. Oh yeah, in fact, and further down you can see the reticule that I mentioned, the little markings on the piece of glass that were used for measurements.
The resu plate.
Yeah, and you can actually see the lock lever on the top, which is, if you look at the locking mechanism on a standard Hasselblad, it's just a little tiny button.
Yeah,
and that's designed for gloves.
Yeah, I'm going to say you're not going to be working it with big thick spacesuit gloves on, are you?
Yeah. So
I remember some cameras that you basically dismantled by using effectively a blunt nail in a recess to press trigger plates to open them.
Mm. So one thing that some people would do as well with their cameras, if you look at the picture where you can see the glass plate in the back, in that aperture, people would actually file little notches in the metal on the side, like 1 or 2 notches, as a way of identifying which camera took the pictures. So there were several photographers I knew that did that, so they could positively identify, which camera was used to take the pictures.
Nice.
Let's go further down. Yeah, and there it is. There's the modified top plate with the big release. That's all there for us. And I've never seen this article before, so this is quite interesting.
And there we go. It even addresses the lubricant that you'd need to use in space.
Yeah, it has to be a special lubricant because you don't want one that's just going to boil off.
You also want to be careful, of course, because once they got out of Earth's atmosphere, the whole ship was running pure oxygen at about 5 psi, wasn't it?
Did they keep doing that?
Yes. The problem they had with the fire on Apollo 1 was the fact that they were using a pure oxygen atmosphere at 14.7 psi.
Yeah, that would be that would be that was crazy, wasn't it? Really,
which is totally others. Which wasn't so much of a problem certainly wasn't really a problem in Mercury, and wasn't so much of a problem in Gemini. But of course, by the time you got to that much bigger capsule in Apollo, was a problem. But after the fire, they realised what they did was because obviously when they're taking off, they're in the pressure suit, so they just ran normal atmosphere on the ground, and then when they launched, they just allowed that to bleed out, and then once they got into orbit, they pressurized to 5 psi pure oxygen, which of course you can breathe normally.
Yep.
Without having to worry about oxygen poisoning, because it's because they've got it set to I think ever so slightly over the partial pressure of oxygen in the atmosphere. So of course you also need to be, but you still need to be careful with lubricants around liquid oxygen, around pure oxygen.
Yep.
I've seen the photos of what can happen when you get it wrong.
Yes, I haven't seen these cameras in a long time.
It wasn't very good.
Here's another thing. A lot of people say, "Oh, how have they had their cameras those strapped on their chests? How were they able to take such good pictures?" And it's very simple. They practiced.
Yeah.
They were not messing around.
Well, plus, in a lot of cases, whatever they got a picture of would have been a good picture for the circumstances.
I'll tell you what they weren't suffering from.
Refraction?
You got it. In fact, it's actually a bit of an issue, because if you don't have an atmosphere, your depth perception is kind of screwed, because you look at the distance, you really can't tell how far away the horizon is, because all the clues you'd normally have are not there.
Yeah.
I believe you get very similar problems in deserts. And
because it's so dry as well.
Antarctic, because it's so dry.
Mm. Now, if anyone ever says that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landings, I can pretty much guarantee he didn't, because I worked for him right up until when he died.
No. Come on. We all know he did, but he's such a perfectionist. He insists on faking them on site.
No, it's not that. You see, he would never have got the job finished.
No, and he would not have. He would. Kubrick was famous for not filming on location, wasn't he?
So, when you say not, hang on a minute. Hold. What do you mean not filming on location?
Well, sorry, not filming on locations that weren't in England.
Yeah, okay, that's because he didn't like flying.
Yeah, because come on, let's face it, he filmed the entirety of Full Metal Jacket in England.
I'm actually a dead body on the soundtrack.
Nice.
The big
That's a
battle
fact.
scene. The big battle scene was filmed 6 miles from where I grew up.
Yep. Beckton Gasworks.
Beckton Gasworks.
Yep.
I hadn't realised it was so close because obviously it takes ages to get to Beckton from where I was when you drive. Because you're constantly going around the houses and.
Yep. Some of it was filmed in Epping Forest. Some of it was filmed in Brimsdown.
The Paris.
I started.
Paris Island was RAF Bassingbourn.
That's it. Yeah, which is basically near Royston, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the home base of Memphis Belle as well.
All right. Yeah, I was started working on that pretty much after the filming was done. And there's a few reasons I ended up working there on it, and I actually got roped into helping out with some of the sound effects, which turned out to be quite fun. Even though I was, ostensibly, doing photography. So that was some interesting afternoons and evenings. So with a guy called Eddie Ties, who was the sound man on the movie.
Oh, Bob. Sorry to interrupt. Sean's dropped something interesting into VC to pick up at some stage. Mitchell from Australia. What is a nautical mile?
It's a mile that doesn't behave.
1,852 meters.
Naughty mile. Naughty mile.
Come on. I prefer metric. I prefer what we called radar miles, and what I've recently discovered are called metric miles.
1,500 meter.
Yep.
It's convenient.
Well, it is when you divide when you figure out how far light goes in 10 microseconds and then divide it by 2.
What have we got here? Ah, yes, ISS visibility. Always good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I just set it to show everything, all the pictures that I've got that are in my posting thing.
It's a really cool article, by the way.
Yes, it is. It's Epping Forest with double P, not double F.
That's what I did say. Epping Forest, yeah.
Well, I was going to say that depends how muddy it is.
Yeah,
if it's muddy, it's the
is there
Epping
really
Forest.
an Epping Forest?
Yeah.
The problem is because Epping Forest is so close to where I grew up, it doesn't really matter how you pronounce it too much. I'm just going to hear it, aren't I?
Yep. Too many hours spent at the Wake Arms, right?
Not a pub that not a pub that I've ever frequented.
No, too many Hell's Angels. Yeah.
No. I tell you where I used to. I tell you where we used to go and drink.
High Beach.
No. Damn. Sorry. This is where my brain thing starts cutting in, and I forget the name of the flipping place. That is. Let me Google it. Let me put up Google Earth and find it.
Sure.
But it was kind of a bit east of Epping Forest. Easier for us to drive to from Hornchurch.
Hornchurch was not far from where Ilford made their film, was it?
No, there was a May and Baker. There was a big May and Baker chemical plant right next to Dagenham Heathway tube station, which is one up from Elm Park, which was my local tube stop, and then the next one further east was Hornchurch.
Right.
Because the district line goes Upminster Bridge, Hornchurch, Elm Park, Dagenham East, Dagenham Heathway.
Now I have to ask you: did you ever spend or waste any of your time on the slot cars at Southend?
No, never went to Southend that much.
What?
Well, not to the amusements. Used to go fishing down there next to Peter Pan's playground, the kiddies' amusement area next to the pier. But no, we didn't really go down to Southend that often.
Yeah, it's not exactly a glamorous beach at Southend, is it?
Hey, Southend is a wonderful beach, especially when you're about 8 or 9 years old, and there's the big play park next to it.
That's the one he's talking about.
Playground, which is what I just mentioned.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if I did get some interesting skin rashes off of that beach.
Yeah. No, what I used to do was cycling up to the Wake Arms, and then as a kid, and then ride your bike all the way back down to Upshire, which is Waltham Abbey direction, which is basically one hell of a long downhill with some curves in it. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of a bit further round from. See, we tended to go out more sort of towards Brentwood Way. Our Navestock Common was where we used to go at the pub.
Yeah, not familiar. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Me and a couple of friends went there one night, and we slept in the back of his dad's Mark III Cortina, well, a 2000E estate. We slept in the back of that, and at like about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, there's banging on the tailgate. We push the tailgate up, and as the tailgate goes up, there's this pair of black legs, and the tailgate goes up, and there's this police officer standing there, and it's like, "Morning, boys. Did you have a good night last night?" And we look out the back, and there was like, I don't know, 25 pints, 25 beer glasses scattered around the back of the car.
Yeah, I never really got into that because having motorbikes, I didn't want to drink at the same time, you know.
Yeah, well, the point was we would, you know, we drove up because we were driving up there. We took, we made sure we had somewhere to sleep because we just parked on the common. Because what we should have done was made sure we'd parked inside the pub car park. Because technically, where we were, we could have been done. But it was like, clear your gear up and get out of here. Well, I think my mate who was driving us back was probably not yet fit to drive.
Yeah. Yeah, that was back in the days probably when you could have 8 pints and still drive. You know.
This would have been about 82, maybe 83. It was just, yeah. But the funny thing was, we'd actually go out on a lot of nights out and actually not drink alcohol because, like, if one of us was driving, then nobody drank. We also went out a lot where nobody was driving, so that was, you know.
I remember once going to a place called The Room at the Top in Ilford, and on the way back, my friend who was driving, Italian guy, got pulled over, and the police said, "Have you been drinking?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "And how much have you had?" He said, 6 pints. So they breathalyzed him, and came up negative. Said, "You just told us you've had 6 pints." He said, "Yeah, I have." He said, "But you've blown up negative. It's not possible." He said, "Why would it change?" He said, "I've had 6 pints of lemonade." They never asked him what he drunk. They just he just answered their questions. Yeah.
Yeah. He answered the question truthfully as well, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's still on about it over in YouTube chat. Yeah, damn.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry, I was gone for a couple of moments there. I've probably missed something. So.
Go for it. Ask questions.
Has anyone ever asked a flat earther how to explain how tectonic plates work on a flat Earth?
Yes, and the answer we got back from at least one set of them was exactly the same as they do on a globe Earth. What's your point? That's almost verbatim.
Right. Okay. But how did the edges of the flat Earth not fall apart though? If that's
you're assuming that my model of the flat Earth has edges.
Yeah. Okay. I see where it's. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the answer, like, but I just thought I'd ask, like, it's just something that's been on my mind for a while.
Well, Grubus, it's very obvious that underneath the ice wall there are plate refactoring and recycling plants that bring them back into operation. You see, it's obvious, really. That's my story, and you're sticking to it.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
But no, I've never had a coherent answer. Every time I've heard it posed.
Well, I suppose that's true of every question that's posed to them. Like, I mean, I'm no scientist or anything. Like, I've been following this whole flat Earth phenomenon for probably about 10, 15 years.
Well, no, I have had coherent answers back from them.
Yeah.
Not ones that were meaningful or accurate, but at least coherent.
Okay.
Yeah. The answer to that specific question made sense in light of only asking that one question.
I do recall when I first got into the whole thing and kind of was fascinated by it. I think it was like one of the Flat Earth Society websites. I can't remember which one it is. I've tried to figure out which one it was by using the Wayback Machine because I know for a fact, like maybe 10 years ago, perhaps, or less, one of these websites was kind of set up as a tool to kind of encourage critical thinking. And they had this disclaimer on the front page that was like, yeah, this website is here to encourage you to encourage people to use critical thinking when analyzing stuff on the internet. And at some point, I think it was taken over, and all that information just disappeared from the website. I can't remember. I wish I could remember which Flat Earth Society it was like, but yeah, definitely that's when I kind of got into it. I'm not a flat earther, by the way.
We worked that out. Hang on, you've got a big lake up where you are, haven't you?
Where I am?
Isn't there a big lake or loch in Northern Ireland?
Well, I live in a coastal area, so we don't have many lakes here.
No, you have to remember distances are a lot different over here in Britain. If the nearest town is half an hour's drive away, that's considered a long way.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who you talk to.
But
it's my nearest big town is half an hour away, and I don't think that's very far at all.
Yeah, but it's not like some of the Americans where, I'm just popping out to get something. It's a 3-hour drive.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is. There is the big loch near Belfast, isn't there?
Yeah. Got to be some experiments to be done there. You know, especially with refraction, because you're going to get a lot of cold air there this time of year.
I don't think there are any lochs here that are big enough for that kind of experiment. I'll have to check. But I grew up in Africa, and one of the biggest lakes I've ever visited was Lake Kariba, which is like a man-made lake. But sitting on the shores of the lake, you could swear you were like at the seaside. It was that massive.
Okay, it looks like Loch Ness. Is that any?
Yeah.
Loch Ness. Sorry.
Like Loch Ness. That's yeah.
It's apparently 19 miles long, 9.3 miles wide. So there's bound to be a section of it that's got an accessibly long line of sight on it. Not like the nearest lake to me that, although it's 3 miles long, it's a bit bendy, so you can't get a good long single line of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've probably got almost the maximum length of it as a single long line of sight.
You might get something on the length of it, but north to south, but
from Antrim down sort of southwest.
Looking at this, it looks like northeast to southwest. There's a long line.
Yeah. That's what I said. I said from Antrim down southwest.
I haven't got the towns on this map. I've just got the shape of Loch Ness.
Yeah. I left Google Earth Pro on the thing.
Yeah.
With roads and place names.
Yeah, that's assuming there's nothing lumpy in the middle of it though, because it's just the outline.
Oh no, it doesn't look like there's anything lumpy in the middle of it. I'm looking at Google Earth Pro satellite aerial view.
Yeah. Here we go. The one I was looking at was line of sight from just north of Ballyronan down to the nearest point on the coast of Lurgan. And I apologise for butchering the names of those because.
No, you got Lurgan right.
Yes, but that was the direction I was looking, not the Antrim one. Anyway, it's probably citable.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I would love to do something like that, but I don't drive, and I have to take buses and stuff so.
Oh no, that's fair, and it's a pain to set up cameras for that sort of thing unless you've got good cameras.
Yeah, you're talking about from where I am. You're talking about a 40-mile drive just to drive to the southern end of the loch, and then I have to drive another. God, probably another 30, 40 miles to get to the other end.
Yeah, probably not worth it.
Well, at least you can see that ships don't disappear over the horizon from where you are. There's definitely something else going on there.
I have to say, I have never seen a ship disappear over the horizon from where I live. That's because I live about as far from the English coastline as it is possible to do.
That's about 71 miles, isn't it?
Something like that. But there are these things called hills in the way.
Indeed.
You know, are those hills, or are they curvature?
It's definitely hills. It's definitely hills.
Okay.
Some of them are steep enough that you don't want to try and drive a vehicle straight up the side of them, despite them having built roads that way.
Right. So you must be somewhere near Farmer's Boy and Stingray then.
Possibly.
That's enough. No location.
I'm just saying.
Don't dox yourself.
I do not know where those people are, so I have to say possibly.
Yeah, the Farmers ain't that far from the middle of the country. He lives next to a circular bit of road that gets very noisy in July.
Yes, I live somewhere that has quite a lot of knives.
Yeah. I know where you live, Dred, don't worry.
Yes.
I'm getting worried now.
We've discussed it. We've discussed it.
Yeah.
I think he's actually got my almost my exact grid coordinates.
Not quite, because I haven't bothered looking.
MC Toon tried to make it seem that I live much further north than I do, because he said that he thought that my accent was the same as Riley's. I thought, what? No. No. Not even remotely.
Mind you, I'm also helped by the fact that my accent isn't native to the place I live.
Yeah.
Because not only have I moved cities twice, I've also moved around the city a lot. So any accents I have picked up are regional to the small villages that used to be there.
Yeah, and as I'm guessing most people worked out, I definitely don't live in the original place I grew up, but I don't really make a secret of where I am.
Well, I suppose that's true of me too, because my accent doesn't actually relate to where I actually live at the minute. So
that's fair. Oh, what's going on in the chat there?
You kind of got a bit of a Northern Irish twang going on there.
There is a little bit that comes out occasionally. Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's exactly what I heard as soon as you started speaking, Grubus.
Oh, really?
That's why I joked about your Scottish accent.
Okay. But yeah, if I was just actually a local, I'd be like, "What are you talking about, me?" You know, I didn't do that very well because I've got a cold right now. So
Oh, the bit of Northern Ireland that's contaminated by Liverpool, right?
Yes. Here, mate. What are you talking about?
Oh,
they do, though, don't they? Don't they? They do.
As long as your grown-up daughter doesn't walk in while you're in the middle of a stream talking to Travis with Blue and Dr. Bob and several others, and she says, "Are you talking to?" and then the R word. The one that I think the bots listen out for now and can hit the monetization for, which is why I restrained myself from saying it. It
Well,
did cause an awful lot of laughter on the stream, though.
You've lost me. Is there a word that you can get demonetized for?
There's a
Yes,
few.
they don't like the word that begins with R that is a synonym for slowing down.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not. Fortunately, that's not a word that we would use, is it? Really?
My daughter did.
Some of us use about half of it. Occasionally for the flat Earth proponents.
Yeah. I was chatting
Which
away.
I try and avoid. But you were chatting away.
We were chatting, getting a bit. I was kind of getting a little exasperated with him because he'd been asking us to show him videos of stuff, and we found the video that we were showing him that had absolutely everything he wanted. And I pointed it all out to him, and that was just when my daughter came home, and like I think she could tell from my tone of voice that it was a bit of a stressful conversation.
Oh, by the way, did anybody see the friction between is it Nathan Oakley and somebody called Harp?
I think I've heard about it. I haven't seen it.
Is there any chance that Harp could be invited here for a discussion without being screamed at? Because we wouldn't scream at him.
Possibly. I did notice he was on the stream today as well, on Nathan's stream today. So I don't know where he stands in the whole thing. So, but yeah, possibly.
He's not. He was really not happy.
No,
and
he wasn't.
justifiably not happy.
Well, I guess if he wants to reach out, it might be something that might be considered by Bob. I don't know.
Wasn't he on the live stream that Dr. Bob did yesterday? That he began the live stream with?
Hello, Judy.
I missed the beginning of it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I actually watched that today, so just before joining this chat. So.
Which one of the two live streams would that have been, though, Judy?
Was the one that Dr. Bob did yesterday on Bob the Science Guy? I think it was.
That would have been.
And it was where Oakley attacked his moderator, which was Harp.
Yeah. That was pretty tough to listen to, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oakley always is.
Yeah. So I've not really. That's the first time I've really seen that stuff going on between him and his own people. And I was just like horrified. I thought, why are the others not picking up that actually, maybe Harp's right.
But Harp can't be right because that would mean that Nathan was wrong.
Right. I see.
And Nathan can't be wrong.
Oh, he's the Oracle. Like, he can't be wrong.
Oh, please take that picture away.
Yeah, by even suggesting he's wrong, you're affirming the consequence or something.
What could somebody explain to me what incoherent electro something spaghetti thing is? I don't know. What is that? How does that work?
You're expecting something that a flat earther says to make sense?
No.
I very rarely expect anything to make sense.
Did anyone see Flatzoid's attempt at debunking the speed of light?
No, that must be funny.
Did anyone see my comment that I put on there?
How long ago was that?
Go on.
I didn't actually watch his video on it, but I did see it on Simon Dan's channel recently. I think it's like yesterday or a couple of days ago.
Yep.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Like,
Let me see what I wrote. Hang on. Yeah, I just
If someone can link the Flatsoid thing, I might actually watch it at some stage.
I tried to find it on his channel, and I don't think it's on his channel. He might have maybe done
Deleted
it
it already.
social media or something. I don't know the source, but it is definitely on Simon Dan's channel.
Okay, so this is what I wrote. Yeah, at Flatsoid FD, I have a triangle with sides LOL, ROTFL, and LMFAO. What is at the center of it? Answer: you. It's an algebra thing, you know. So
how hard? The things I'm yeah. If you really want to call the sides of a triangle weird things, I'm alongside that. Just saying.
The thing about it,
I see what you did there.
The other way.
He says you can compute. You can triangulate based on knowing 2 angles, and that's not enough information.
Okay, look kind of serious at the camera.
You need a distance.
Good. Very good. All right.
So when I asked
any one of the distances will do, but you need a distance.
Yeah, because you can complete a triangle off of any 2 angles and any one side, or any 2 sides and any one angle.
I would hope that someone from their group would be honest enough to say, look, I don't know trigonometry. Can you help me? And then we could demonstrate, and they can do it themselves and realize that you can actually prove things with trigonometry because they're mathematical proofs, you know.
Well, I had somebody claiming both that Euclid is the absolute authority on geometry, and also denying some of Euclid's axioms.
Right.
Yeah.
That's always
At
funny.
the same time.
In the same
Yeah.
sentence.
Yeah.
Not realizing, like, there was one of the, you're talking about, I find Flatsoid and Speed of Light, but QE talking about the quantum eraser is really hilarious because you can see where his level of knowledge kicks in, where he understands it. Because before that, he's kind of agreeing with it all. And as soon as he begins to understand, he starts disagreeing with it.
You mean there's a learning process happening?
No, it's not a learning process. It's just that he gets really deep into this stuff and doesn't understand what's going on. When he finally gets to the part where he can kick in, the 6th grade level, then he starts denying it.
Right.
But anything more advanced than, say, 6th grade, he doesn't understand.
Yeah.
That's where the brainwashing kind of kicks in, I think.
What are we talking about today?
All sorts.
Oh, and Colin asks us, did anybody see Mr. Sensibles yesterday?
I saw parts of it.
Because apparently he replied today and didn't address anything but said we have DR. But I have no idea what DR is.
Does it involve cheese?
I think
I
cheese
have
was,
no
I
idea.
think
Probably.
I think cheese was involved.
Yeah. I watched the whole thing, and then I was watching Flatsoid live. When he banned me, of course. This was his let's see, where are we posting here?
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah, I saw Flatsoid saying too.
Are we posting the VC chat here?
Go for it.
Okay, here's what.
I got banned from both live chats today, both from Flatsoids and from the Mitchell from Australia guy.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you in Flatsoid, but he banned me.
Yeah, they were on a banning spree.
I had the audacity to call Flatsoid an idiot and stupid.
No, me, an idiot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, all I did was ask them if they wanted to debate on McToon's newest debating channel. What is it, SC Tune, whatever they call it? That got me banned.
We have to be very specific. It's MC Toon.
No, but he has a newest channel with
No. You can't say McToon.
I know, but it's such
It's too
habit.
easy.
I know.
No, he's a good guy as well. What I like about Bob is that I'm actually learning math that I should have learned at school.
Yeah, Bob's is actually education is very educational.
Yeah.
And Bob is too good with these guys. I mean, he's almost under. A lot of Globers think that, hey, if we just give them a little more information, they'll understand. No, they don't give a shit. I mean, all the information in the world is at their fingertips. They've chosen to ignore it. They're just stupid people.
Yep.
Get over it. Laugh and point.
Well, a lot of them are stupid. Some of them, at least the first couple of times around, you can try giving them the information.
Oh, here's a good one. You'll really like. This is really funny. I think it was Brian's Logic. I can't tell if it was Brian's Logic or Brian Leakey. I can't remember which one. At the very end of Mitchell from Australia's live stream, one of the Brians, I think Brian's Logic, came out and said he's now charging $5,000 for a debate of 2 hours long and $3,000 for a 1 hour debate.
Really?
And how many paid debates has he actually participated in?
Nada.
He's earning a fortune from those debates.
I have to admit, I'm somewhat confused by this idea of charging to do debates.
They think that they are just, they're ahead of everybody else. They're not kidding when they think that they've refuted all of gravity and all of modern science. They think they'd have. At least some of them.
But having done that, they then want to take on YouTubers, not the scientific community.
Yeah.
Because if I refuted relativity, one of the first things I'd be doing would be phoning up somebody like Brian Cox's contacts or Neil deGrasse Tyson's contacts, going, excuse me, I know this is a little complicated and a little rash of me, but could you look at this and tell me where I've made a mistake?
Click, phone goes down.
Well, the other thing about is we won't debate on their channels. I mean, no one goes to debate anymore on Nathan's channel, or because they've got a QE's channel, because all they do is mute you, yell over you, and they really do want to debate these scientists, because these scientists come into expecting a scientific debate on the facts, and these guys run circles around them with their bullshit.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? If I'd found something like that, I'd contact one of the big scientists and go, I think I've found something. Can you get someone to look at it and go, why? Tell me why I'm wrong. Because they've got the teams that would be able to look at it and go, oh yeah, you've got your numbers the wrong way round here, or something like that. Then if it gets past that stage,
have you seen Anthony's paper?
I have seen. I have seen the thing that Riley claimed was a paper.
Yeah, that goes immediately into the circular file.
Oh yes, but part of that is it wasn't even presented right. Yeah. If I contacted them and went, you're affiliated with the university, can you run it through somebody at the university? There's the chance it might actually get looked at if it's at least got a proper write-up and cover. Yeah? If it has an abstract, it might at least get that far.
Boy, it was on McToon. MC Tunes.
Thank you.
That guy came on and explained what it takes to write a paper. That was fantastic.
That was Greg, wasn't it? He was
Yeah.
awesome, really good.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from that as well. So.
Yeah, there's no way any of them could. I don't think I could pull it off.
I vaguely remember how to write a paper from when I did my degree attempt. Oh boy, is it a nasty process. But there's basic formatting. Doesn't matter the discipline, there's basic formatting. And a lot of them can't even manage that.
You mean like Quantum Erasers formatting, like that?
Well, I have to admit, I haven't seen a lot of Quantum Eraser stuff other than it's in 400 shades of pink, and the point size varies from 3 point to 78 point on the same line.
And it's all done in his email program. It isn't even done in a word processor like Word. It's just in. It's crazy.
I'm going to disappear for a while. Some of my friends want me to split my sides laughing as they die in PUBG. I'm going to go and watch them do that. So
Who's
I
there?
might be back. So enjoy yourselves, gentlemen, and as always, keep it civilized.
Oh, and next break. Don't forget, 9:30 tomorrow. 9:30 in the morning. Terry Davies stream.
Okay, all right. If I'm awake at that time, I might give that a go. So I bid you all a good evening, wherever you may be, even if you're in Westchester County.
Good evening, sir.
So let's have a look. But yeah,
I was going to say, being in Westchester County should be all right. It's being in Westchester County and stuck in your car talking to your video camera.
Yeah, recording with a phone that's almost but not quite vertical.
Yeah. Because your wife's thrown you out of the house again.
Yes.
Well, sorry, your wife's banned you from doing that crap in the house, and if she catches you doing it in the house again, she's going to throw you out of the house for a while.
Oh dear. But yeah, what? No, I was going to ask a very silly question there. I was going to ask what Riley was thinking when he tried to write that paper. Then I realised that implied that he was thinking. So that's probably making assumptions I shouldn't make.
That's your problem right there. Is
So, anything else fun happening with people? Or anyone want to fly the conversation for a bit?
I'm just firing up Unreal Editor version 5 preview to have another look at it because I'm incredibly impressed. But that won't mean anything to anyone, I don't think. Does anybody know what Unreal is?
I am aware of Unreal. I've tried to do some modelling stuff in Unreal. It did not go well.
Oh no, Unreal's not a modeling program.
Oh, sorry. I tried to do some 3D work with Unreal, and it didn't go well for me.
All right, layout stuff. What were you trying to do?
I was trying to build the layout for a set of buildings we're using for a game I'm helping write, and everything just went completely wrong. I'm not sure that the models I imported were using the same XYZ convention as Unreal now. I think about it.
But that's simply a coordinate transform away if you're a developer. So that can't have been a stumbling block.
No,
Surely.
it was just putting it in there and going, no, this has just exploded, and it's 3 a.m, and I don't want to do this. I probably could have.
I heard that the Unreal Engine 5 is going to be a lot more user friendly in terms of.
I mean, there's two. Well, it depends in software or any type of software. There's two types of users. There's those that understand, and then there's process-orientated users, where you don't necessarily need to understand. So when you say it's going to be easier, a few UI changes might make it a little bit easier for people. It's like got all the primitive and additions things in a nice, more sensible menu rather than there as kind of this palette thing. But no, it's still if you want to do anything beyond normal, it's still Unreal. It's not changed that much. I actually just downloaded and had a look at the Unreal 5 demo on the PS5 for the new Matrix film, and it is quite.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, it's quite stunning. I like it.
I like that the damage effects and stuff are amazing. Like,
have you seen it when you damage a car and the car disappears and it just falls into those matrix blocks and disappears? It's lovely. Love that.
Lovely.
But no, I thought it might be an idea to convert some of my Flat Earth, Globe Earth demos to Unreal rather than have them in Blender. I can do a few more effects.
Have you noticed that there seems to be like this kind of it's slowly happening that I've seen anyway. Like there seems to be this kind of ideology among flat earthers. Like they're kind of slowly shifting to the fact that they believe the globe Earth is like some kind of like the Matrix in a sense. It's like computer generated reality or something.
I've seen a few claiming that it's simulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the evidence for it being simulated?
Well, like I can guarantee you, they're going to start quoting Elon Musk because he's kind of looking into that at the minute, apparently.
Well, that's just inference. That's not evidence. So I can infer anything that I want. It doesn't make it true, or it doesn't make it substantial enough to even investigate unless you can present evidence.
I'm trying to remember what the reasoning somebody gave was. The non-circular bit, at least, because there was a basic argument they were making that the only way to have the thing be a curved surface is a simulation. Therefore simulation, because we appear to see a curved Earth.
Yeah, I guess one of the issues about a physics engine doing Newtonian gravity is not an easy thing to do. A singular point of gravity is not an easy. it's not easy for a physics engine to do that. It is, however, easy to collapse it down to only affect one axis. Then you can do things quite easy.
That's what it was. They were arguing that because we can only see so far, it's the innate render distance of the simulation that we live in.
Did you ask them what the reasons are for rendering distance being finite?
Yes, they gave a load of completely inconsistent, contradictory garbage, and then strangely had to log off to do something.
Just for anybody else that's interested. So you basically run out of compute, but compute can be bound by I don't know. Let's break it down into 4 possible things inside of real-time 3D graphics. One, you've got CPU compute, so complex operations, and you're incapable of doing any more. Therefore, and that would include like very complex mesh loading and transforms and things like that can't be bound to the GPU. The other is your GPU bound, which means you can either be memory limited, as in frame buffer limited, or draw limited, or fill limited. So fill is actually what happens at the point of rasterization being complete. Memory means you just run out of memory, and obviously GPU compute means actually plotting the geometry. And they're the only reasons why you can't have unlimited draw distance. And the interesting thing is, there were render engines out many moons ago, and including in a game, I think one of the first games was Outcast. It used per pixel voxel-based rendering. It had unlimited draw distance. And that was in like the early 2000s, if I'm remembering correctly. I can't remember, but whatever Outcast came out in. So none of those fit looking over an ocean. So yeah, it just doesn't work. They'd have to articulate it.
Outcast wasn't a 2000 release.
1999.
Well, good shot. Good shot. But it wasn't the 2000s. It was even earlier.
Yeah, no, I was going to say 98 to 2000-ish, or 2001-ish, but that game used a voxel render engine, which means no polygonal... Well, I say no polygonal geometry, no rasterization of triangles. So, and that had unlimited draw distance.
Yep. If you get the time to drop in, it's on Toon's Discord in one of the side channels to General.
What is?
This discussion we were having about the resolution and rendering distance of a simulation.
Oh.
If you get bored enough to want to stick your head in and read the garbage.
No, I don't mind. I mean, my specialist subject is, well, it's actually 2 things, but one of them is 3D graphics, real-time, game development, consoles, all that kind of shit. I don't mind having conversations about it verbally, but I can't be asked, because I don't mind wasting time while talking, because I can be coding and doing something else at the same time. Right now, I'm talking to you, but I'm also exploring the lovely Australian outback on this Unreal scene.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. So voice-wise,
you saying you're multitasking right now, like a guy multitasking? What?
Well, to be honest,
that's a nice fuck face.
Yeah, we can't multitask, believe it or not. But I mean, yeah, ish, kind of.
I was joking, by the way. I was joking.
Yeah, it's not bad. Let's have a look at this one. And this is on the previous Unreal Engine as well. I was just having a look because one of my we've got an office in Australia, and at one point I'm going to have to visit Australia. And I just saw this this content for Unreal, which is the Australian outback, and they're like, "Oh, I'll go download that, see what it's like." And it just looks like desert and, well, just not somewhere where you go to have a pleasant time. Put it that way.
Watch out for the drop bears. Because you'll be walking along, and all of a sudden something furry with claws and chlamydia will fall on your head.
Nice. Well, I don't much like crocodiles, spiders, or kangaroos even. So yeah, I guess it's not a brilliant place.
Wow, that's such a good road.
Seriously, you don't like kangaroos? Who doesn't like kangaroos?
Bob, they've got tiny little hands that grip onto you, and then they kick you with the force of a sledgehammer. I do not like kangaroos.
Well, why are you messing with kangaroos?
Oh, wait a minute, they drowned you as well. Do you know that? One of their. No. Kangaroos actively will, if they're getting chased by wild dogs or anything like that, kangaroos will enter the water, even though there's even though there's crocodiles in the water, but they'll enter the water because they actively try and drown their attackers.
Nice.
Well, they're smart, then. You're saying
So they're smart and
animals.
cute.
Evil. The word is evil. I don't know how you guys are getting this wrong.
They're
Evil.
adorable. They're adorable. Why would you put them on the tail of your airplane if you didn't like kangaroos? I mean, they personify Australia, man.
No. The reason you put them on the tail of your plane is because it encourages people to shoot the tail of the plane, not where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you shoot the tail. I mean, that kind of screws up the rest of the plane. You lose that stabilizer, you start spinning like a damn helicopter.
Better than shooting the pilot.
Not necessarily. At least, if you shoot the pilot, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Just the passengers do. Now everybody's got to worry about it.
Oh dear.
I had somebody come up with a really good idea not long ago, and that was that what I need to do is I need to get some good mods from Australia so that when I hand off, I can hand off to somebody that's actually just getting up. And we can run this thing 24/7.
It's a good plan.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than trying to leave it open and having nobody policing it.
Well, that's the thing. I've got a lot of people out here that are mods, people that I've known for quite some time and stuff. And I try and make sure that if it's somebody that, I've known for a couple of years and I know that they're a decent person and everything, I generally will give them mod privileges so that they can help. Because I know they'll keep an eye on the stream.
What I mean is it's the problem I've had in a couple of the other channels that I'm involved with moderation for. We've got an unfortunate tendency for all the moderators to be concentrated in the same quadrant of the globe. So we're mostly Western Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere.
Well, I'm pretty fortunate.
Nobody watching the backside.
I'm pretty fortunate. I've got a group in Scandinavia. I have a group in Northern Europe. I got a group in Australia. And I got a couple of folks here in the US that'll kind of keep an eye out. So I'm trying to develop the worldwide Bob network. So with a thought to that, we're going to work on that for the next, it's probably going to be 6 months before I do a 24/7 stream, because I think I'm going to have to get a second computer, because I actually have to use mine for work once in a while. And I can't just leave it up here streaming.
Yeah.
Although I'm actually very pleased that it's holding it. Yeah,
it's
Jude.
doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean the sound quality was really good and the video quality is really good. I'm trying out a little 4K video right now and it seems to be working pretty well. Had some issues with focus here a little while ago. Heat Shield said he went outside and had a look and it was really clear. You're not here, Chief. I don't think it's clear right now.
I just opened the front door and I had a look outside. It's very clear. I'm freezing cold, so I'm now making sure my batteries are fully charged before going out at 3 o'clock this morning.
Well, I'm pleased to say that I have crap all night. Ooh, tomorrow. 60% moon.
I have to say, I'm kind of thinking that actually maybe it would be better if it was crap again tonight as well, personally. But
You see, that's why I try and run this thing remotely, because I have this thing about, that's the thing that kept me from being there are certain careers that, I just kind of excluded right off the bat. Astronomers, because I don't like being out in the cold mountain air all night long. Surgeons, because they wear pajamas and get up way too early in the morning. Same thing for anesthesiologists. I want somebody that I can, I kind of cruise into the office about 10 o'clock and cruise on out around 4. And
well, having been on the receiving end of a couple of surgeons, I don't know how they manage to stay quite so happy as they do, because they seem to be really busy all the time.
Oh yeah,
and
unless they're neurosurgeons have shit attitude.
Yeah,
because they've got 7 hospitals they got to cover. They're working 23 hours a day, and they're on their 4th wife.
Yeah, the amount of people they see who aren't in a good state. Let's put it that way.
Well, the problem with being a surgeon is, it's pretty rare that, I had, when I was doing hospital work, it's pretty rare I had to come into the hospital. Either 1, they were dead when they got there, or 2, they weren't going to die until morning and they could be fixed then. It's very rare that I had to actually intervene right then. Surgeons, they have people that are coming in, with various punctures in them that need to be fixed like right now. And, there's just very little time for planning. It was bad enough I lived 45 minutes from Myrtle Beach and I couldn't go there.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't be that far from the hospital. But with surgeons, it's even worse. I mean, you can't even drink.
Thankfully, all my stuff was scheduled.
Uh-huh.
So the worst I had to deal with was them going, okay, we're taking you down for anaesthetic in 20 minutes. 15 minutes later, they came back up and went, it's going to be about another hour. There's been a delivery.
Yeah.
Your surgeon is otherwise occupied.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that works. And the best part about it is the people that need the most work have the least insurance.
Oh, well,
so you don't even get paid for it.
Thankfully, being over here in what passes for a civilized country, we don't have that problem.
Sure. That's true. I'll tell you, I like the dentists here. Great, you have insurance. Here's our price. Whatever your insurance pays, but you pay the balance to us in advance.
I'd have been utterly ruined with the medical problems I had.
Medical bills are the leading cause of bankruptcy in this country, unfortunately. There's only about 5 countries in the world that you can literally go into financial ruin because of medical issues. You have a couple of different options. Somebody has to pay for everything. And it's either going to be your insurance company, it's going to be some other third-party entity like the government, it's going to be the hospital, or it's going to be the hospital and the staff.
Yeah.
Because we don't have an option to treat you. We have an option to treat you for elective things. I'm not going to do a nose job on somebody, that doesn't have the money to pay for it. But by the same token, just, you can have appendicitis and be poor too. You still have to have the appendix out,
Yeah,
we just can't do that.
I had a stage 1 bowel cancer when I was 30.
Oh, that's always good. At least you
Oh,
got
yeah,
it taken out. You getting checked for it now?
Oh, yeah. I'm off the 5-year checks now.
All right, that's good.
But it was great because they went, okay, yes, we've discovered this. When can you come in? And I went, it's going to take me an hour to get home and pack a bag and come back in.
Yeah. No, it doesn't quite work that way.
No. Can you book me a bed that quickly? Because I'm available at any point from then onwards.
Well, if you get right down to it, you don't really need to pack a book. They'll give you a toothbrush, or pack a bag. They'll give you a toothbrush. And trust me, they'll give you something to wear. You may not like it, but they'll give you something to wear.
I needed some stuff for the distraction when I'd be waking up from everything.
Ah.
Because I wasn't really in a position to get housemates to deliver it because I was living on my own at the time.
Well, that's where you go find. There's generally people hanging around the emergency room outside. If you'll just go down there and give them the key to your house and your address, they'll come pack a bag for you and bring it in for you. Nice people. They're more than happy to do that. Just ask them.
There was actually somebody on staff at the hospital who, in theory, has that job for when someone gets brought in and their pets have got to be dealt with that evening.
Yeah.
They've got a staff member who, in theory, deals with all that. In practice, it's, can I have your contacts list, phone round all your relatives and friends? But...
Well, it does happen. One of the things, before I was a doctor, I was a paramedic. And generally the things that I got called to were, by definition, unexpected. Or else they would have gone to a hospital or something. But we had this young couple, and I swear to God, they didn't have 3 shiny nickels or to rub together. And they were driving this old beat up car, and they got into an accident, got hurt. So the problem with it is that their car was full of groceries. So we were scrambling to find places to refrigerate this stuff after they got out of the hospital, because that was probably their entire paycheck went into food.
Yep.
And losing that would, it's bad enough they lost their car, but at least we got them at least we got their food put together for them. And yeah, we went through it. There wasn't anything good.
Could I ask you a ballpark figure type number for how much a delivery by cesarean section and then a 5-week stay for the baby in special care in the NICU would be in America?
How much would it cost?
Yeah.
6 figures, probably. High five or low 6.
Wow.
Easily.
That was what my daughter got with the second one around after a complicated pregnancy.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, back when I was doing hospital work, which was in the early 2000s, I kind of went outpatient after that, because 90% of your work and 10% of your income comes from your hospital work. Back then, kind of a rule of thumb was if you breathed the air in the emergency room, it was about $1,000, and that's if they didn't do anything to you. If you went on the floor, it was generally around $1,000 to $2,000 a day. If you were in the unit, it was closer to $8,000 to $10,000 per day. And intermediate, of course, was probably around $5,000. Now, this is actually, if you actually had something wrong with you. The cold and flus that came into the ERs, they'd get by with about $600 because they went to the ER instead of going to the doctor. We'd have people come into the emergency room with all sorts of bullshit. And, you can't really turn them away.
Okay, what
makes me really grateful for the NHS, because I recently found out that when my granddaughter was born, they couldn't get blood sugars on her for 2 hours because they were that low.
That's discouraging.
Well,
Did she
she's
turn
doing
out
fine
okay?
now. She's 7 months. Yeah, she's 7 months now. She's also, one of the problems was she's completely lactose intolerant. So she couldn't even do breast milk.
You know, it's very rare that somebody's allergic to breast milk. I mean, that's what they're kind of designed to do.
I know. It wasn't a proper allergic reaction. She just couldn't process it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, she couldn't get anything out. She'd feed and then just literally throw it all back up again instantly. Which
My kitten thinks she can nurse on me.
So
I've been there, Alan.
And I thought my hospital trip with an elbow full of gravel was bad.
Oh, there are people out there, you would be amazed. You would be amazed at what people do to themselves.
I had the ridiculous moment of being sat in accident emergency at 2 a.m, going, I need one of the nurses to check I've got all the gravel out of this cut on my elbow that I can't see because it's on the far side of my elbow. And of course, it being relatively minor, I was there for several hours until they were able to see me because virtually everything that came in was more urgent than I was.
Well, that
Dr.
happens
Bob,
sometimes too.
Dr. Bob, did you ever work in an ER on a full moon?
Yes.
Oh.
I used to do ER work. I used to do a lot of ER work.
I had a gallbladder attack one night. Eventually had the gallbladder taken out. And this was one of the first attacks, and I didn't know what was going on. And we went to the ER, and it was on the full moon. And they stuck me in the corner somewhere behind a curtain. And I couldn't believe the crap that was coming in.
Oh, it's amazing stuff.
I mean, this gunshot wound here, domestic violence, beatings here. It was like I said to the nurse, "What the hell's going on here?" Oh, it's just another full moon. Because it happens every time.
Yeah, I mean, they say that, but people do stupid things regardless of the lunar cycle.
That's true too.
It's just utterly amazing. There are times you just, you sit there and say, you did what? Yeah. And you fell on that? Okay, yeah, I got you.
I had one trip to A&E where I was sat there, and this guy walks in with a tube of super glue stuck up his nose.
And?
No, not even something that you could plausibly go, oh, he was huffing it to get high. No, he's got a tube of super glue stuck up his nose.
Oh yeah.
That one got taken out the quick way.
Quick yank?
Eventually. Yeah, they got the cautery kit, wheeled it into a side room with him. 2 rather large burly nurses went in there. There was then a scream and a sizzle.
Yep. That's kind of the way it works.
It was one of those, ooh, I wouldn't want to be him.
No. It's kind of like a dog with a face full of porcupine quills. That looks like it really, oh God, it sucks to be you. I don't know. Every now and then you get one of those cases that just absolutely make you say, like, how did these people get through life? I was working the emergency room once when I was doing my clinicals in med school. I was with the health department, but as a paramedic, I would go over and do triage at the local hospital for extra money. And so I checked the patients in. I had this kid come on in and said, I've got some stomach pains. And he said, okay, well, you got any medical problems? No. You allergic to anything? No. When did the pain start? It's about 15 minutes ago. Okay. Any idea what's causing it? Well, I got shot. Okay, how long ago did you get shot? About 15 minutes ago. And I said, excuse me? He goes, yeah. And he pulls up his shirt and he's got a 9mm hole in his abdomen. You know, and I'm thinking, yeah, why don't you sit down and wait right there? I'll be right back. You know, wouldn't you think that would be something you might mention, like, hi, how can I help you? I've been shot.
That would probably...
That would be the way that, yeah, that's how I would report that, you know?
That would be the first thing I'd say on entering the ER. Yeah?
It will be the second thing that I would say. I would probably mention a couple of prime explicitives as I bounce through the door.
Oh,
and
yes.
then
Sorry,
I would say, I got shot.
The first informative thing, but it'd be something along the lines of, hey, nurse, I need help. I've been shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just, help, I've been shot.
I've fallen and I've been shot and I can't get up.
But
we used to have little contests, you know, with gunshot wounds. You know, if it was somebody that wasn't like bleeding out or we weren't shoveling gray matter back into their skull for the mortician, we would sit down and say, so, who shot you? And the answer was always some dude. And, okay, what were you doing? I wasn't doing nothing. I was just sitting there. Okay. And you got shot 12 times in your kneecap. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I can imagine there's a lot of paperwork involved with those moments.
Nah, not really. Just type in cross match generally. You know, I mean, generally there's a cop in the ER and they handle all of that stuff. But yeah, it's got to be reported. Gunshot wound's got to be reported. But
yes, sorry, I meant paperwork for somebody.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of paperwork for somebody. You know, we really want to know who shot you.
Well, I have to admit, I suppose who shot you isn't really a question that is directly relevant to the physician.
Yeah, it is, because we'd get a laugh out of it because we like to hear their answers. But yeah, we'd generally be pretty busy doing what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah, I mean, there's a gallows humor sometimes in the emergency room, but, you know, it doesn't interfere with you actually doing your job.
Well, you wouldn't survive if you didn't have it.
Correct. Absolutely. There's, you know, I mean, being able to do the job and actually being able to do the job, one is an intellectual and temperament, and the other is a psychological. You know, there's certain things. That's one of the reasons I'm not a pediatrician. I couldn't do that. I just can't. Well, but somebody has to.
I have to say, I really admire how strong a stomach some of the nurses have. Dealing with just about everything that comes up.
Nurses are tough. Nurses are
basis.
tough people. They don't deal with bullshit. They sedate it. They actually have T-shirts that say that.
Well,
we don't deal with attitudes. We sedate them.
We had one case. Again, it was while I was in hospital with my big set surgery, where someone on the ward, the surgery had gone slightly wrong, and they were on an epidural for the pain.
Mm-hmm.
And the drug feed slipped out at about 7 o'clock on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So the head sister, the matron, phones down to try and get the on-duty anaesthetist. Can't contact him. 5 minutes or so of phoning around. Okay, he's been called into surgery unexpectedly, and whoever was minding his phone hadn't been able to get to the phone in time. That's fine. Where's the backup anaesthetist? Oh, he's not answering his phone.
Generally, what happens here is if you're on call and you don't answer the phone, they send the police for you.
Yes.
And
they ended up having to get the backup anaesthetist from the other hospital in the city to come across to deal with it. And then eventually the anaesthetist who hadn't been contactable got called into matron's office to explain why he'd been uncontactable.
Correct.
I have never heard such a polite but firm telling off from anybody.
Well, the matron, what you call the matron, we call nursing supervisors, and these are ladies that, yeah, it's kind of like the company first sergeant. You don't irritate a nursing supervisor. You try not to irritate nurses.
He didn't so much walk out of the office as flow under the door and sort of drift down the corridor as a puddle of formerly anaesthetist-shaped goo.
Yeah. Well, you have an obligation to try and to be, I mean, there are times that they're not going to be able to reach you and that, simply aren't your fault. You can't do anything about it. Cell phones go out or something, rather than it's on you to go send a cop to go get me. If you know that there's a cell phone problem, and I answer my call within a minute every time, and I don't answer in 2 minutes, and then I don't answer the second or third.
Yeah, he'd apparently gone out without leaving a I am contactable on my other number. Here is my other number note. It was bad.
Yeah.
He got very yelled at.
Yeah, he got very yelled at. Yes, indeed.
I also had another one where I got told by a doctor, "Don't be stupid. You can't be allergic to that," when I was booking into hospital. That did not go down well.
No, it doesn't. And
I asked the matron to get me another doctor quickly because I wasn't talking to this one anymore.
I'll tell you, sometimes you run into an interesting issue with allergies because people will bring in a list with 27 medications on it. And one of the things that you have to do sometimes is you have to actually go down and say, okay, well, what happens when you eat peanuts?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was told I was allergic. Okay. So you've never actually had an allergy? Well, no. My cousin's sister's aunt's friend's college roommate had a peanut allergy, so I thought I'd put that down.
Yeah, my one's diphenhydramine. And I am anaphylactically allergic to it. Which is fun. I haven't been in contact with the stuff since I was a toddler.
You can't be allergic to that.
5% of the world's population have some reaction to it.
I'm just jerking your chain.
No. It was, here are the papers that have said so. Here are the references. No, really, I've started carrying this around.
Bob, have you ever had any to put something like hydrogen hydroxide on the allergies list?
Dihydrogen oxide? No, unfortunately, I have not. Every now and then, you could tell them, yeah, tell the next guy you're allergic to dihydrogen oxide. That'll fix you up. But now they didn't.
I prefer calling it hydrogen hydroxide, the weakest of all alkalis.
Yes, hydronium hydroxide. It's great stuff. I have a list of names for it somewhere that's about a page long.
Well, somebody wants me to debate DITRH. DIRTH. Apparently on my time. No, I don't think so.
Does he have anything worth debating?
No. Actually, I talked to him once. The only thing that I can tell you is he knew who I was before I talked to him. And he was on a Christian radio show, and I'll tell you, that host had probably one of the vilest mouths I've ever heard on a online personality. Spoke like a shock jock. I mean, look, these guys know the Earth is the globe just as much as I do. They're playing games. And I never had any respect for people that did things like that. I'm going to go down and spend a little time with the wife. I'll be back in a bit.
Yep.
I can only stand so much, right?
Well, you've got a lot more tolerance than I have for some of these people.
Yeah, I mean, look, give John Q a couple more minutes, just kind of get it out of his system.
Oh, he was just joking around.
Good. Well, that's fine. Look, John, here's the problem that you run into, because he wants me to debate him because I need to embarrass him. Yeah, I could easily embarrass him, except for one problem. I can't embarrass somebody that does not have a sense of self-worth or a sense of self-reflection. He doesn't care if I embarrass him. It's just like earlier, SC doesn't care what we say about the camera. He's just going to continue to spew the same crap. Doesn't matter how many documents we have. So, the one time that I talked to him, I asked him a very simple question. And that is, why do weights change with latitude if the Earth is motionless? How do you explain that on a flat Earth? Well, it doesn't happen. Well, I've personally done it. He goes, well, I personally did it too, and it changes with, if I'm in the front of the building in the sun, and if I go to the back of the building where the shade is, that changes the weight too, and I've personally done it, so you have to accept it. I guess screw you. And then the host, the Christian host, started going in on me with profanity.
Well, I do get different weights when I measure myself in my bedroom and when I measure myself in my living room.
Is the bathroom between them?
Yeah, but even without that, it's because they've got different flooring. So when I put it on a hard floor, of course, I get a different reading to when I put it on a soft carpet.
Well, that would make sense. That would make some sense.
But people don't think about that as an option when you're doing if it's in the sunshine at this side of the building, it's not in the sunshine at the back of the building.
He was doing it specifically to try and say that my claim that I had actually measured a weight difference, which of course I documented, videoed, and worked through, including all documentation of all measurements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He wanted to say that was just me saying I did something without any evidence.
Well, you've got video of it. Greater Sapien's got video of him doing it.
Yeah. Wolfie's got video of doing it.
Yep. I happen to remember the Greater Sapien one because it came up when I was watching a best of his videos. While I was sat there having a quiet beer because I was bored. So I'd got one of the YouTube videos by things going.
Mm-hmm.
And it dropped onto his, hey, I happen to be traveling today, so I brought my scales and a couple of test masses. Here's what it is at this airport. Here's what it is at this airport.
It's the way I did it. Well, only we were driving. Checked it every 2 degrees.
It was a great video.
Thank you. I enjoyed making it.
But yeah, I should travel more to do these things, but it's difficult.
Well, I mean, I don't live far from Warren Dunes, and to be honest with you, I've been meaning to go down there and take a picture of Chicago one of these days. Probably this spring, I'll go down and spend some time at Warren Dunes, and I'll get some video and some photographs down there. Right now, I'm so busy trying to get these channels all put together. You know, this is a big help right now because I needed to get 2,500 hours of view in the next 4 weeks. And these
Well,
streams are really helping out.
This has added about another 100.
Yeah, well, a little bit more, yeah. Tell you what it is right now. Let's see. This is something that I'm actually pretty pleased with, too. Got 403 views at 15.5 minutes per view.
Wait, no, it's been 6 hours, not 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm at 104 hours so far with this. Plus, I've got, you know, the videos that were put out today, probably another 100 hours, so that's good. Another 10 days of that, I'll be in good shape.
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's getting there.
You know, I got, something like 6,000 hours of view on this, but most of it was just over a year ago because I was kind of working on the other channels at the time. And I just didn't really upload a lot of stuff to this, so I decided to make this the live chat and the archive channel. And I've gotten some pretty good views in the last couple of days. You know, it seems to be coming together nicely. I kind of like that. I just enjoy doing this sort of stuff. It's fun. Yeah, it's looking pretty decent today so far. Gonna make some videos for the Math and Slide Rule chapter or channel this weekend, and I want to get back and I want to finish up Brian Mullen. I want to finish up some of his episodes for the Mondays, you know, the next few Mondays.
Well, slide rules are almost a lost art these days.
Yeah, that's why I've got full instructional videos. My father and grandfather were all engineers, and they really, you know, I've got their slide rules, and they're very nice for understanding how the numbers work together, which you don't get with a calculator. You get better answer with a calculator, more accurate answer, but generally the slide rule is close enough, and you understand why you got that answer.
Well, I remember my granddad used to be able to get answers out of a slide rule quicker than he could out of a calculator.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that can do that.
Not as accurate, but when he's truncating it at 16th of an inch anyway.
Yeah. Well, a slide rule is only good, you know, your standard slide rule is only good to about 3 or 4 decimal places or significant digits anyhow. I've got one that's, you know, I can get 5 all day long, and sometimes I can get 6 significant digits.
Yeah, but you know, when he's truncating relatively close, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But at least he never saw the state I was in with some of the physics stuff I did.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're dealing with calculus and things like that, you're doing it mostly on paper anyhow. There's not a lot of arithmetic involved in that.
Bits of the physics I did, it was acceptable to treat pi squared as 10.
Okay.
Because we were wanting rough approximations.
Well, the square root of 10 is 3.16, actually.
Yeah.
But I know that because of the slide rule, and that's where the AB scale is divided. It's 3.16.
You know what I mean? Being able to just go, so we've got a pi squared term, and that's 10.
Yeah.
What?
Is there anybody else in here now?
No, I'm still here.
You're still here, Alan?
Yeah.
Post something, Alan.
I'm still listening.
All right, post something, Alan. Type in the chat.
Sorry?
I've missed out on some important chat here.
Yeah, type something in the chat.
You know I am already blue in the chat.
Are you? I just want to make sure. All right, because I got to go for a little while, and Judy took off and wanted to make sure that there's still a mod here.
That's fair.
Yeah. Yep, there you go. All right, I'm just sitting. I maximized your images, so we're just kind of enjoying them.
Fine.
Yep, we're just kind of enjoying them. Thank you for sharing them. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Oh, that's all.
See ya.
I might have to export some new ones from my Lightroom catalogue. I've only got 160,000 odd photos in there.
Well, if you happen to manage to get some Comet Leonard, that'd be a great one to have a look at next time.
Yeah, well, actually, that was why I was thinking about going to bed, because I thought I might get up, go to bed now, have a couple of hours kip, and then get up at 2:45 to go out and photograph the comet.
A reasonable point.
But maybe I won't be doing that.
What on earth? Oh no, nothing important. I just got a pile of notifications all at once on YouTube, and it was, what? Are any of these actually relevant? Yeah, what's the oddest thing you've ever managed to get space photography of?
Space photography?
Yeah, celestial shots. What's the oddest thing you've ever managed to get?
I've got one shot that includes a meteor. I've got a couple of shots that have got iridium flares in. Well, you've seen the pictures of the ISS. What else have I caught? I've got photos of the Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And Jupiter's, well, as you've been able to see, got a shot with Jupiter and the moons. Which really surprised me. Being able to see the phase of Venus in the shot.
That's nice. Yeah, it's a while. I managed to get a look at the face of Venus once through a proper telescope, but not any photos of it because it was a while ago. They didn't have cameras hooked up to the telescope at the time because they were doing the effectively the school kids tour.
Yeah.
So it was more look at the shiny thing. There's your 30 seconds. Move on.
Yeah. Yeah. There's Venus with the phase showing.
There's a couple of good ones mentioned in chat. Where Stevie B's mentioned star trails with the ISS cutting through.
Yeah.
That must be good.
Yeah. I have to say that most of my Lightroom catalogue. Oh look, there's the ISS. That was not such a good photo. I have got better since then.
Quite red, that one.
Yeah, it's. I think that's partly lens chromatic aberration.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Really, really bad chromatic aberration. Also, exposure's a bit wrong. It's actually quite surprising what exposures you need to give for certain objects in the night sky. Yeah, most of the planets are that bright that they need less than a second of exposure. I mean, the the shot of Jupiter, 250th of a second at ISO 1600 at f6.3 for the properly exposed one, and the really bright one to get the moons is a 30th of a second. And again, only needed ISO 1600. Venus is the one that's really bright. The shot of Venus that was up there a little while ago was 1,000th of a second at ISO 200.
Cool. Right, just tidying up Twitter. Well, I was until my mouse decided it was going to pass out. This might take a moment. Honestly, I should never have got rechargeable wireless mouse.
Right. I don't actually have a mouse, but my device uses replaceable batteries.
Yeah. Oh, I could put replaceable batteries in if I had any replaceable batteries to hand, rather than being kind of the other side of the room in a really weird size.
What do I need to find?
Oh well, it's not that important.
What do I need to find? I need to find my the remote switch would be handy. Head torch, that was the other one.
Anyway, that's dealt with now. So, anyone got anything fun and interesting to say?
How are you going?
Not bad.
Depends what you.
Yeah. I'm
I'm still
slightly
sorting.
distracted by cricket, unfortunately. I wish I could be.
Oh, is there important cricket happening?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, right. We're playing that again. Fair enough. I thought we'd decided not to do that series for a couple of years because, well,
yes. Sorry, yeah, I didn't realise we weren't allowed to talk about the cricket.
No. That's fine. We can. I'm just surprised the series is going ahead at all. I thought it was suspended because of international affairs at the moment.
I'd hope that yeah, let's just cancel the whole thing. I love the Bob the Science Guy channel. Like, it's absolutely unbelievable. Cheers, lads.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bob's had to step away. Otherwise, he'd be very grateful to hear you say that.
That's no bother at all. But yeah, like, smash that flat Earth BS. Like, I hate them. They talk absolute rubbish. Like,
You're not going to get any arguments from me on that front.
like, do you know, like, this Discord gear? It's new to me, but I used to be in the old IRC days, QuakeNet.
Yep.
Like, I loved a bit of QuakeNet back when I was like 14. Loved that gear.
Well, it's largely the same idea. It just retains the conversations a bit better, and we get nice shiny voice chat as well.
Exactly, yes. And the scripting gear, I just could not get away with that at all. It was all like Team Fortress Classic, all that sort of, yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a couple that I was on that were game related, and it was sometimes painful only having one text channel to have multiple conversations going on at once.
Yes, yeah.
Rather than being able to break it out like we can with Discord.
It was called UK Team Fortress Radio. Like, just to put it out there, just so there's a bit of a notion of it. I was 14 at the time, so it's like you could join in and like play some music and talk a bit of crap, and it was really good at the time. Team Fortress, everybody loved a bit of Team Fortress Classic, didn't they?
Nah, never played it. Just not my style of game.
Conk jumps and that.
I prefer something longer,
FIFA,
slower,
bit like
more
FIFA.
technical. No. Big war games of various sorts.
Yeah. My main video games that I'm playing at the moment, it's Minecraft. Unfortunately, I love like Minecraft though. Just brings out the creative side of me.
Yeah, well, you build a lot of stuff in there.
And blow up gear. Like, who can get away with that?
Oh dear.
But yeah, I was watching the stream last night. Was it like where what was he called? SE?
Yep.
No. Yeah.
He's like that sometimes.
But like, it did seem like, he wasn't being an absolute todge or like going too far or anything. He was trying to put his point across, and and you can sort of, it's difficult to say that you're not allowed to do that.
Well, he had another go earlier this evening.
Oh, okay.
And he was not very amenable to reasoning that one.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, this wouldn't work because the camera. Because what do liquids do in space? Okay, well, how's that relevant? How's that relevant to what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that the emulsion on the film would evaporate. How fast? No, what do the liquids do?
The bubbles in space
Bye
gear.
bye.
That's always hilarious. Like that, the bubbles in space. All right.
Well, quite a lot of the time it's ice crystals.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And what's he called? The Aussie fella that absolutely debunked all of that shit.
Wolfie?
Most likely.
Wolf,
I'm not as well versed in the
Oh,
names.
Wally. You got
But-
Wolfie, Ruhif, Wally.
Yeah. Yeah. Take your pick. No, they've all done a mint job. But like, yeah, no, but oh no, it's still bubbles in space though. They're getting painted into a corner, aren't they?
Yes, to an extent, but then they've got a horrible tendency to declare that it's not a corner.
I've only ever met one. I think he is a true flat earth. I've only ever met one in the wild, like, but he was like super conspiratorial. Like, I smashed the phone on my my camera phone because I don't want the government to take photos of me, like that sort of level. So I didn't ever take him too seriously. Like, I'm gonna smash my phone up smash my phone up so I'm not getting the government taking photos of me.
That's going a bit far because they can still track you by the rest of the phone.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's just absolute barn pot style. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna have a little bit of a sorry, try not to swear, but a bit of back and forth. I'm gonna listen to the cricket, listen to us get smashed by the Aussies. Unfortunately. Good night, all.
Yep. Catch you later.
You know who the worst flat earther is I've ever spoken to, don't you? And the stupidest.
Well, several of them are in competition for being the worst flat earther, but it depends whether you mean the worst to deal with or the one who's the least good at it.
Current DOTFY.
Ah. Yes.
He was so stupid, he didn't even get it when I was insulting him.
Well, the title does get moved around a lot.
Well, you can only ever win it once. But I was really disappointed to see he won it because, in my view, you should only ever be. He's so bad, he should never ever be anything other than the runner up in the national I'm an Idiot competition. He shouldn't even be allowed to win that, just like.
Well, we've had a few really odd ones. I'm surprised that the geranium hasn't made more of an impact.
Aneurysm.
Yeah. Because he's not very good at it, is the problem.
Well, none of them are any good at it. If they, well, no, I suppose what they're good at is obtaining money by being obtaining money by fooling gullible people.
Hmm. They do seem to go that way. A lot of them. I had things on this table a moment ago. They're not here. Damn. Oh well. Yeah, that's a good picture of the moon. I like that one.
Oh, yeah, bad.
Especially with the little bit of a ragged edge it's showing there, where it's just not quite full.
Yeah. I think it was actually one of those ones where it's just slightly pink, where it's rising, that was showing as bright red on the screen earlier when
Well, on my main monitor,
the colour problems.
on my main monitor, through Discord only, it was showing us a nice, healthy cherry red.
Yeah.
On my
colour red.
On my other monitor, through whatever Bob was doing and YouTube and my admittedly not very good monitor, it was an interesting shade of magenta pink. Which looks really strange. Oh, I think we're back round to that red moon. Any moment.
So that's the eclipse. Because stars.
Yep. That's quite a nice map.
So
Light level.
Light pollution map.
Yep.
See, I'm sure that OBS is supposed to go through. See, I've got this. I've got a whole load of folders of different subjects listed on the Discord, so that I've got the pictures handy, ready to post up should I need them. During the saves me because normally I would just export everything fresh from Lightroom every time. But when you're on a live stream or wherever and people want to see something quickly, it's really handy to be able to post something with like 2 minutes notice, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's like those debates where someone wants a picture of a whole country from space. No, not that country, a different country. That's never a handy way of doing things if you've got to go through a lot of stuff to find them.
bugger.
Oh?
Well, I just realised I kind of wanted to use Stellarium Web when I go out to take these pictures. All right.
Right.
So I'm just loading them onto this. So I just thought I'll check this tablet that I've got, old tablet, and see what I can do. Well, that would be fine if that'd be fine. That'd be the web app ain't going to work if I go out and it can't connect to the Wi-Fi, is it?
Probably not. I'm guessing that old tablet doesn't have its own independent SIM card thing.
Doesn't do data.
Yep.
Doesn't have an option for data. Hasn't even got GPS in it.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work very well.
It's an old Lenovo.
Hmm.
Hey, I didn't have to pay for it.
Tricky. You might have to screenshot the relevant bits of Sky in Stellarium and load them up to your tablet.
Well, I got the Stellarium on my phone, and I could find and I kind of know where to look for the comet in relation to the other constellations now. It's just the battery in the battery in my X phone has died. So unless it's plugged into the mains, it don't work.
Right. So it's claiming to be hiding in Serpents, which isn't a constellation I've tracked much.
No, it's gonna rise about due. It's gonna rise a bit north of due east.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Let's see if it'll tell me when this is going to rise for me.
It tells me it's going to rise at 0432 and set at 1741.
Yeah, there we go. 4:37 rise for me. Yeah. And the brightest point for it's in a couple of days, which are bound to be cloudy because England.
Yeah, I know. Pain in the backside, wasn't it?
And even then, it's not that bright an object. Wow.
Oh. What is it? Magnitude 4.3. I mean, one of the things I like about shooting the ISS is when we get a good pass, it's usually like magnitude -3.
Yep. Oh well. I don't have a functioning eastern horizon, so that's not going to happen for me. Which is a shame. Too much city.
If it wasn't for the fact that my hedge is about twice as tall as it's supposed to be, i.e., it's not 4 foot tall anymore, I could have probably got it from my bloody front doorstep.
Yeah, no, I'd be sighting across a reasonable amount of city to try and spot it, and that's not happening. Not at that magnitude.
I'm going to have to bugger off out I'm going to have to bugger off out somewhere to find somewhere where this is going to be.
Well, see, if I hadn't started a bottle of beer, I'd go to bed now, but I've already started it, so I have to finish it. Otherwise, it'll just go weird. Shiny, shiny ISS.
See, this is stuck going around the same set of folders over and over again of just the astronomy stuff.
Yeah, it does appear to be stuck in the same folder or two. Can you give it a kick and try and get it to do some aeroplanes?
There we go.
There we go.
I gave it a kick to the aeroplanes.
Because some of those were amazing bits of technology. I don't know how on earth they managed to get them to stay up in the air. Especially the early fabric biplanes.
Yeah, the joys of Irish linen and dope.
Because some of them look like they should just have the wings just break and fall off.
I've actually got some squares of wing covering that's been cut off, or that's been cut off the wing of a tiger moth.
Cool.
It's quite surprising how stiff it is.
What's your favourite plane?
I've got a couple. Can I just use the? Can I name the couple that I have rather than?
Hey, do you think the stiffness of that linen is from the dope or not?
English Electric Lightning, McDonnell RAF issue McDonnell Douglas Phantom.
Yep.
Vulcan, and then pretty much anything with a Merlin engine in it.
The Merlin.
Hey, do you think the stiffness of that fabric from the moth was due to the dope, or do you think it was due to the linen?
I think it's due to the. I think it's due to a bit of both, to be honest, Bob.
I know that fabric-covered planes that I've dealt with have rather stiff covering on them.
There you go. There is a piece of it.
It's rather heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's the inside.
Yeah.
And then that's the outside. RAF Royal Air Force Trainer Yellow. That's supposed to be.
Cool.
But the difficulty is the light in here is a bit. The webcam works fine during the day when I've got lots of light coming in through the window. But there's even got some of the thread that was used to sew it to the wing ribs.
That's a fascinating piece of history. Thanks.
Yeah, so 3 bits of it. So you can see that piece is. Oh, this piece would have been from the underside, I think, because it's just been doped with clear dope. So it's kind of white, but it's just the colour of the fabric. And then these 2 pieces are painted. But that's from the Shuttleworth collections. Tiger Moth. I'm not 100% sure if there's a picture of that tiger moth in the rotation. There is. There are some tiger moths coming up, but at the moment we're just into the C's for manufacturers.
See, I'm waiting until we get to the S's.
What, Supermarine?
Yes. So I always like the shape of the Spitfire. I can't remember exactly which one it was, but I had a small collection of tin plate World War II fighters and bombers. For the life of me, I can't remember which model numbers they all were, but we'd got a Hurricane, a Spitfire, a Lancaster, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, all the big names.
Yeah.
And the amount of cereal I had to eat to get those. Oh. Hopefully my mum's still got them boxed up somewhere, but I wouldn't know where she'd put them.
Come on. There. Oh, there you go. There's the tiger moth after it was been redone up.
Cool.
So yeah, that's the aircraft that those patches came off when they had to. Obviously, they had to completely recover her. It was like I was saying last night about the Shuttleworth collection Spitfire needing to basically be stripped down so that they could replace every single rivet in it.
I'd imagine that those rivets are well beyond their expected service life.
Yeah, I mean, that was a while ago when we saw them doing it. But yeah, they weren't expected to have a flying life of more than 100 hours.
Yeah. Here's one I never understood: the invasion stripes.
Yeah.
Why did they pick that pattern?
Because it's really easy for the idiots on the ground to see it. For the same reason that the other end of the war, when the BEF in France and then into the early Battle of Britain, why the undersides of the aircraft were painted black one side, white the other. Because you don't want your own people shooting your own aircraft down, do you? You don't want the ground pounders shooting the aeroplanes down.
Right. Okay. So I was thinking visibility from the other side of things, because I was thinking you don't want the defending side to have such nice, easy, visible wing points to aim at. But no, it makes sense if they're largely wanting to stop the friendly fire incidents.
Yeah, especially from your ground pounders when you're doing close air support.
Yes. Logical.
And the Germans never painted them. I mean, the Germans never actually painted fake invasion stripes on the bottom, or recognition stripes on the bottoms of their aircraft.
Perhaps they were worried about some of their pilots getting confused and taking the opportunity to, get rid of some unpopular squadron commanders.
Well, yeah.
Because, let's face it, at that stage in the war, you might be tempted.
Yeah. My ex's uncle was a fighter pilot in the war.
Cool. From what I've been told, both of my grandfathers were officially essential personnel and weren't allowed.
My dad was also in a reserved occupation.
Yeah.
But you didn't ask the obvious question when I said my ex's uncle was a fighter pilot. You didn't ask what he flew.
I'm from the way you're going on, I'm saying I'm guessing it was probably a Messerschmitt or something.
It was. He flew 109s.
Yep.
Her mother was Austrian.
Yeah. I've learned not to ask these questions.
Her dad met her mother while he was on national service in the forces of occupation in Austria.
Yep. No, I've run into too many cases of pilots mentioning that they'd been to particular airfields during the war. Never landed.
Yeah.
But they made some deliveries.
That's like the popular thing of the British Airways pilot landing at Hamburg. And
Haven't you ever been here before?
have you ever
Yes.
been here before? Yes. Well, you should know where to go then, shouldn't you? But I didn't. But I didn't land. I just made some deliveries.
Yes. Well, that's quite a sporty set of decals on the side.
What, the Gloucester Gladiator?
Yeah, with that nice little swept pattern behind the rundle.
Well, actually, it's actually sort of diamond. It's a lozenge diamond shape because it's a silver fuselage, but the markings are dark blue top and bottom and yellow down the middle. But yellow and silver kind of come out the same tone in black and white.
Yeah. It's quite a sporty trim to go for, though.
Yeah, because there's two gladiators now flying, and the other one's a little bit more boring because it's just got blue and red stripes across the wing, top of the wing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was just trying to do something. What was I trying to do? Oh yes, I was trying to do that. And don't click on anything until it's loaded, because I don't want to open that. I don't want to make the program crash again before it opens by being a bit premature with the buttons. Because I'm a bit high IQ at the moment, if you know what I mean, with the number of not with tabs, but certainly with the number of windows I've got open.
Yeah, I remember seeing some very interesting paint patterns. I think it's when we went to Hendon.
Yeah.
Where they had some very interesting colour schemes from the war with green-brown colour camouflage if you're looking at it from the top, silver blue if you were looking at it from underneath, and this really weird line along the edge of the wing. Because obviously, if you're above it, you want the plane to look as much like the ground as you can. If you're beneath it, you want it to look as much like a cloud as you can.
Or the sky.
Yeah. But there's that moment when you edge onto it and there's this really weird pattern.
Do you want to know what they eventually realised was the best colour to paint them for? It certainly for aircraft working at high altitude.
Go on.
Don't.
Just leave them plain
shiny metal.
Plain silver or oxidized metal, yeah.
Yeah, plain shiny metal.
Then you're the same colour as the cloud you're next to.
Well, then they kind of just reflect what. Yeah. They just kind of reflect what is around them. Then.
Yeah, because if you're next to a white cloud, you look white. If you're next to a grey cloud, you look kind of grey. Yeah. I remember something about the nominally best colour to paint tanks in the desert being a really, really sickly pink. Not sand coloured, specifically pink.
Yeah, specifically pink. That's why the LDRG had the Pink Panthers. And why the SAS in Aden had pink Land Rovers. Because that's what works best in deserts.
Sounds about right. Looking at that one, I think that one might be one of the ones that's Earth camouflage and sky camouflage. Looking at it.
The Hurricanes. That's eggshell blue underneath and dark green, dark earth on top.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like that. They're an example of the pattern I was thinking of.
But the
and now I see why the front edge looked weird. It was because of the patches where the guns come through. Which makes a lot more sense. Ah, 'tis the sea wolf.
Sorry?
'Tis the sea wolf.
Sea wolf?
The new join to chat.
Oh, sorry, I can't see. I can't see chat. I was doing something.
And now I've just realised there's an aviation thing called a sea wolf, which is why you got confused.
Oh yeah, there's a sea wolf missile, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. That plane always looks weird to me. With the flattened Ripley thing.
Sorry?
That plane there, it always looks weird to me.
The SR-71. There we go. There's one of my favourites, the Phantom. In RAF specification.
Cool.
Let me pause that for a minute because this is my collection of Spitfire photographs.
Cool.
This is some very early ones from my 300D when I'd only just got it.
And it's got everything you need for Spitfire recognition. It's got a good silhouette.
Yeah, it's remember that's a Griffin engine. That's actually a Seafire Mark 27.
Yeah, the Seafire is a Spitfire that swims, right?
Yeah, kind of. It has a hook and catapult spools.
Ooh, with various numbers of propellers. Well, propeller blades.
Well, that one's 4-bladed. Well, I thought they were 5s on the Griffins mostly.
Could be a 5 with one hidden.
True. just it looked like they were in a cross, which would, you know. Now that's the that's the Spitfire you kind of worry about flying, because that's a PR Mark. That's a Spitfire PR Mark 19.
Okay.
Can you see this? Can you see the circular black dot on the side of the white invasion stripe on the side of the fuselage?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the only weapon it carries.
Sorry.
That's the only weapon it carries. Oh,
Right.
and the one in the bottom of the fuselage for the vertical camera. Oblique and vertical cameras. It's the only weapons it carries.
It's
No
the spot.
guns.
It's the spotter variant.
Sorry?
It's the spotter variant.
It's the photographic reconnaissance variant. Yeah, one of the photo reconnaissance variants. Yeah.
Wow.
So it carries a couple of. Yeah, there's the other. There's the other opening for the other window. For
Nice.
The camera, for the vertical camera. That's it. No guns.
I just looked up the Mark 16, and they've got one here that was repurposed as a fighter bomber in the closing months of the war.
Yeah, I'll say that one was a PR-19, and of course you've got the Battle of Britain Memorial flights, Mark II-C and the Lancaster.
Why would you convert a Spitfire to be a fighter bomber? It doesn't seem the natural plane to do that with.
Because towards the end of the war, you know, by the end of 44, or in fact after the 1st of January 1945, when there was Operation Bodenplatz, which basically was a big Luftwaffe attack on all the airfields across northern Europe or northwestern Europe, which was mildly successful, but they lost a lot of aircraft and a lot of quite a few good pilots, and the fact that they had no bugger all fuel. There was very little work for Spitfires. You know, there weren't any Luftwaffe aircraft that shoot up, so you know.
I suppose if you've got a lot of
close support.
I suppose you've got a lot of Spitfires that don't have a lot of things to do, then yeah, it might make sense.
It's not hard to hang bombs on aeroplanes.
True. And I suppose if they're looking at airfields and launch sites, yeah, it probably works a bit better.
There we go. MH434 again. This time that's at the Shuttleworth collection. And there, as it was about to take off and fly back to Duxford. Along with one of Duxford's P-51s.
Nice.
There we go. There's that wing in the jig. You can see where the undercarriage attached and where the wheels sat in the wing, and the location for the two cannon. That I didn't have a super wide angle lens. That's a stitched panorama. Oh, and the fuselage. AR-501. It's Mark 5C. The other Spitfire we looked at first, that one, MH434, is significant because she's still in her original RAF colours that she wore right through the war.
Nice.
Because she is a combat veteran. In fact, I think she's a D-Day veteran. She certainly dates from 1943, so she should be a D-Day veteran. Nice shiny silver Spitfire. That one's also a Mark 5C, but that's a Mark 5C that was built, a Mark 9C that was built as a Mark 9 from original, because you'll notice it's got the taller tail with the pointy fin.
Yep. The thing I find fascinating is how the Rundles evolved.
Sorry?
How the pattern of the Rundles evolved over the war.
Yeah, I mean they were still using the yellow trim around the edge on the fuselage, but I think early war they still had the white on the roundel on the wings. Oh. What you doing, you silly? Yeah, so this is a this is actually Battle of Dunkirk markings.
Cool.
So this is May, end of May, beginning of June 1940. That was actually the aircraft flown by the main Spitfire squadron at Duxford was number 19 squadron. and that was the aircraft flown by the squadron commander of 19 Squadron. But the roundels are just the red and blue on the top, but you've got the fatter yellow ring.
Yep.
And a slightly fatter. But even so, the roundels weren't quite so standardized early on. Yeah, there were still a couple of different patterns.
I know at some points it ended up being, look, just paint a blue, white, and red rondel on it. It's good enough. No. I don't care how wide the stripe is, provided it's there.
Well, there were specifications for them, but because sometimes they'd be painted on. It would depend on whether or not they'd been painted on at the MU before they're actually delivered to the squadrons.
Yes.
And of course, like during the Battle of Britain period, aircraft were even being delivered directly from the factory to frontline squadrons. So they might not have, they'd have been painted with the camouflage, but they wouldn't have had necessarily had the markings painted on yet.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't have had the squadron coats painted on. So, sometimes the squadrons would be painting the roundels on themselves.
Yeah. Well, I read about a few cases where the blues and reds weren't technically standard.
Yeah.
In some cases, I think there were some situations where they had some blue paint, but not enough to do it. But they got lots of white paint, so they mixed some white paint into the blue paint to make it last longer. So the blue ended up paler than it should have been.
There you can see the early war black white underside markings for the the recognition marking, and you'll notice also there's no underwing roundel on this one either.
Yep.
I think I said yesterday this aircraft spent from June 1940 to almost 1980, I think, or getting on. Certainly certainly 30 years buried in Sangat, under Sangat Beach near Calais. That black and white gives you, it's a very good indication to your ground forces that you don't want to shoot at it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although of course they would have pretty much just shot at any aircraft anyway. I thought I'd concentrate on this one because I'm sure most people like early war Mark 1 Spitfires. Actually, I think this is a Mark 1A because it's got the constant speed propeller on it. Because the original Mark 1s, I think, were a two-bladed fixed wooden propeller. Now that shows that I think that shows you the difference between British aircraft and American aircraft, especially when it comes to naval fighters of the in the Far East.
Were they flying a joint service rondel there then?
No, that's actually what was known as SEAC, Southeast Asia Command. Why do you think they might have that difference in the roundel?
No, it gets rid of the red Japanese thing. I was thinking because it's got the blue, because it's got like half a British rondel and the American white bar. I was wondering whether it was a joint command.
Put the bar on because it helps stop the Americans shooting at you.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And obviously, you wouldn't want the red because of the other side in the theatre.
Yeah, because that's one of the reasons the Americans got rid of the meatball in their roundel as well, because they had a red dot in the middle of their star.
Yep.
Early war, or at the start of the war. But that's a Mark III Seafire, so that would have been beginning of the war in. It's a Mark III Seafire, which I think is an equivalent to a Mark. I'm not sure that's that Mark. Can't remember Mark. I think it's a Mark V, or it'll either be a Mark V or a Mark 9. I think it's a Mark V. No, it's got a four-bladed propeller, hasn't it? It'd be a Mark. It'd be the naval equivalent of a Mark 9 Spitfire.
So, yeah, the C5 variant.
Yeah, it's a Seafire Mark III, but I'm going to guess it would be a Mark 9 because it's got the four-bladed prop, and the Mark 9 was the first one to have the four-bladed prop. See, that one's also a Mark 9, so. No, hang on. That is Mark V. That looks like a Mark V with a four-bladed would have been the equivalent of a Mark V because of the radiator grills or the radiators on the because the tubular radiator was on Mark V's and earlier, and then and later than the Mark V, they were two rectangular ones. the Mark 18E. With the Griffin engine. And what's that? That's a Mark 9C. It's another, oh, that's the Mark 9C, another Mark 9C again. Lots of Mark 9s about. But you see what I mean about the two square radiators underneath?
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Battle of Britain formation. Blenheim Mark 1F. 3 Mark 1 Spitfires. And 4 Hurricanes. Although one of the Hurricanes is a Sea Hurricane. So 41 rather than, yeah. But we ain't got that many Spitfires. We ain't got that many Hurricanes left, so. Actually, it's 5 Hurricanes because there's a second Vic of Hurricanes with 1 missing because it should have been 6, but one of them couldn't get the engine started run up properly. Oh, and there you go. So Blenheim, 3 Mark 1 Spitfires, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Hurricanes, and a Gloucester Gladiator. All of those types essentially operated from number 11 group, which was the one that covered the southeastern London.
Cool.
although the gladiators were kind of kept well out of the way. But I mean, the RAF weren't the only people to use biplane fighters during the Battle of Britain as day fighters. Because the Italians used Fiat CR-42s. Should we have something other than Spitfires for a bit?
Yeah.
Any particular favourite of manufacturer?
No Fords, Alan.
Doesn't say Ford on the badge, but hey, let me just find. Ford might have built some of these.
How often did they crash?
Well, you know. The North American 86 Harvard. As against the North American 86 Texan.
Ah, and the Portuguese.
Yep,
Rundle.
Yeah. The Americans called them Texans. Everybody else called them Harvards. Oh, and the U.S. Navy called it something else completely weird. Hello, Terry.
Hey, Alan. Yeah, you're doing a late nighter.
Yeah, are you? You're not a mod in the YouTube chat, are you, Terry?
Yes,
Probably not for this one because I don't think he was around when.
no, I've only
Bob was
got
setting it up.
Bob's other channel, and I'm subscribed to this one, but I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not a mod over there yet. Has he been
Yeah.
giving out mods to anyone at all yet?
Yeah.
Hiya, Judy, Alan.
That's why I'm still flipping here, isn't it?
The usual suspect.
Usual suspect.
Because Terry, I need to get up and go out early so I can try and photograph Leonard.
True. He's
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
be going out to see Leonard in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And what,
looks
who's
like I'll be
Leonard when
doing
he's
it
home?
without going to bed. So I might be a little tired when it comes to the stream later.
The current near Earth comet.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's research. Oh, there's Bob out there. There's Geraneurism. Oh, we got a few regulars in Bob's that I recognise. DVB. Who else is there? We know.
I think Ford's built some of these. Mustangs. Although actually what Ford's built the most of was consolidated B-24 Liberators. They built most of those.
Sorry, Alan, I had to cut that in there.
If you get the chance, Terry, it's well worth taking a look at the first, some of the earlier bit of this stream, if it's up later on. And we got a visit from SE Montreal.
Really? Okay.
Who was
Yeah.
shouting about the Hasselblad camera.
Oh, yeah, that's his
Again.
go-to. That's his go-to.
Yeah.
That's his
Guess
go-to.
what? You know you were a little bit miffed at me booting him out of your server.
Well, anyway, yeah, besides that.
Bob had to kick him as well.
It was ridiculous though.
Yeah, it can get that way.
I
was trying to talk to him with the 3-hump, 2-hump Bob and Alice thing or whatever it was. I thought he might have tried to bring that up again. Is it Bob and Alice? I forget.
He was talking to me over on Blues last week, and he was quite amenable, but he kept it to the subject that he wanted to keep. That he'd asked he'd asked Blue if he could go on and ask some questions about a particular topic, and he did actually stick to the topic he'd asked. He was wanting to know about. So he didn't give me a hard time, but he come in hard like he usually do with that.
Gary, I found Dean. I'm still scrolling through.
Yeah. For some reason, he seems to think that the emulsion on the film and the film would evaporate instantly. It's exposed to atmosphere.
Exactly. Yeah.
To vacuum even.
Sorry, to vacuum.
Yeah, to vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And what skills and knowledge has he got about normal photography in the first place?
Well, I was trying to get him to explain how long it'd take, but there was too much of him shouting.
How long ago would you say? What, 2 hours ago? 3 hours ago?
God knows, I don't know what the time is.
1:15.
Oh shit!
That's what I said. You're doing a late one.
I'm going to pull another all-nighter, and I. Oh,
I'd
great.
say probably somewhere in the 4 to 5 hours, but it's a while.
And I'm just jumping through each hour.
I don't know that you'd be able to go back far enough, to be honest.
I can go back 6 hours.
Oh, okay.
Because Bob was talking about looks like he was talking about maybe the sextant.
Yeah, we had a sextant conversation. It was after the sextant.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a clue. And Bob's playing with his audio again there. So go
It was
after that.
about 1 o'clock. Well, actually, it's,
And then he's got a black thing on the table in front of him. Is that a sextant? A modern version?
yeah, 9:30 our time.
That's 9 your time. Would be
5 hours ago.
yeah, 5 hours. Okay. Because you know what I can do? I can replay the actual thing back through here and replay it. Can someone post a link to Discord? Well, I can't do it. I've got a spanner, but I don't know how you do that.
It might be visible there. I don't know. I tried to drop one in.
I don't know how do we get a link from Discord? Because we haven't got the power to do that.
Yeah, if you right click on.
Oh yeah, create. Yeah, we can.
There's an invite button.
Invite people.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to post the link, are you, if you're not blue?
Yeah, I think he's given me a thing already.
No, if you're not spannered, you can't post the link, can you?
I don't know. That might explain why nobody's reacted to it.
No.
You'd have to do it then.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh no.
I am. That's what I was just doing. There we go. Bob, sorry, I should have stuck it in more often.
I just tried to do it over in the chat and I haven't got a spanner yet. I can whinge about not having a spanner, but
Say it again.
anyway.
Banner?
Yeah, we have spanners here.
Hi, Bob. Brought a friend with me, Ribble.
Excellent. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
The Bob will be back at some point.
At some point, yeah.
Pollinature.
Hey, Terry. I made it to admin status on yet another server today.
Wow.
That makes 349.
Well, not that many, but.
Fine. Divide by 10.
Well, I probably have had the admin role. I'm probably close to 100, so. So I don't know. I just left because I got bored there.
Yeah, for me, I need some kind of active VC. The text portion of Discord doesn't really appeal to me too much.
Well, it's part of the idea with what Bob's trying to set up here. We'll have active voice every couple of days,
Oh,
maybe even streamed.
Yeah. Oh, by the
oh
way,
my.
Fribble, look at my role. Don't
Mhm.
underestimate moderator on this server. I had a look at that moderator role, and it's damn near a clean shot.
Nice.
Yes, I made the room Lego. That was me. That was my fault. Well, they kept it, which is kind of nice. They kept the room. There was some change. I don't know how many times, hasn't it, guys?
Yeah, things change. Things stay the same.
Oh, Wilton's exploding again. Oh, you got Grubus in here. Huh. Okay. And some guy named Fribble.
That's right.
I'm giving Fribble Lego. I know who he is.
No, you don't know exactly who I am, but
No,
you know that I won't do anything horrible.
No, the Lego is an NSFW section.
Oh, I see. Might peek over there.
It's very, very minor.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is like been hanging out with these kids. I mean, they're like significantly younger than me, and you know, they talk about all this objectionable stuff. I won't even want to give examples, but then if I post like boobs, they're all prudish and offended.
Oh.
Boobs is a bannable
got
offense.
a lot of guns in it, so that's why it's NSFW.
Well, yeah, I guess guns aren't safe for work. You wouldn't want your boss seeing you ordering ammunition or whatever.
Well, it depends where you work.
True. But the regular office job, let's say.
Oh, that's fair.
Although, you know, this chick with a crossbow, nothing wrong with that. Whatever that is. Oh no, that's a gun. That's a gun.
I think that one's sticking more to the theory of invasion stripes than the actual practice.
Oh, that's not invasion stripes because that's a F-86 Sabre from
Right.
Korea.
They went for a similar concept.
No, that was actually just squadron marking.
Right. Okay. How weird.
Yeah, that was a squadron. That was just that particular squadron's markings. The red arrows with a Hurricane, Spitfire, Mustang, and Thunderbolt.
Oh. but only 4 sets of chemtrails, not a full set.
Well, you probably wouldn't want to fire a full set of chemtrails into the face of those four.
Planes in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
They
four
could
incredibly historic aircraft.
They could fly slightly higher or slightly lower than the Chevron and be out of trails. It'll be
They
fine.
already are, but you know.
Is Bob
They
streaming
don't-
or is he just in here?
No, I
I'll be
think it's
back.
still live over on the YouTube.
It's still live on YouTube.
I was just asking, so I'd be aware
Yeah,
of it.
so don't swear and don't say anything silly.
That's why I asked if he was streaming or not, so I know the etiquette I can do.
Well, that should be a common thing anyway with everyone, shouldn't it?
No, we won't talk about 19 and all that. That's all. YouTube don't like that topic.
C model of a Mustang.
Told you not to mention Fords.
There you go. Some of the plumbing in the wheel bay.
You know, there's an awful lot of unused empty space there they could have used for something productive.
Yeah, well, you know. What you mean, like folding the wheels up into when the aircraft's flying, or something like that?
I think that space would be perfect for that.
Wouldn't it? It looks pretty damn good for that.
There's still space to fit a few squirrels in there.
They're squirrels. No, they're ferrets. Keep telling everyone.
You seen Beastmaster? A lot of ferrets in that.
Not familiar with it.
Terrible movie. This guy has like 2 ferrets though. He uses them to steal stuff. It's also got like a big cat. Attacks people. It's like a sword and sorcery type deal.
I wouldn't have thought ferrets were the sort of thing you'd want to use as your thieves of choice. They're too Weasley identified.
I'm definitely going to have to watch that bit what Bob did about the sexton. I want to learn a little bit about it.
There you go. I think that's the only North American type that was ever operated off an aircraft carrier. Although that's a Dutch one.
Had the Dutch not got the memo about Rundles at that point?
No, obviously not.
I can see which ones you've been editing out of all these pictures.
This is where we need Tiny Captain or Mr. 42 to tell us what that actually says on the side of the fuselage, isn't it?
I think you'd need a higher pixel image for them to be able to read it.
I have a higher yeah. Remember, I'm having to feed it through my through my webcam.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
If you took a raw image, Alan, I could zoom in on it.
Okay. The current Dutch Rundle's quite nice.
Yeah, it's kind of it's kind of like their national flag, but circular.
Yeah.
I could
We've got
almost read that. If I seen the full
Yeah.
size, I probably could read it.
Yeah, I just have the normal image and just zoom in on it.
Yeah. So in a Placerian something or other, which you can't quite see because it's behind the bit on the front, the tiny little mini spinner on the front of the prop.
Just type the word into Google and translate it.
N5-149.
Maybe we don't want to look at it at 400%.
I can almost read that. You get that menu out of the way. Oh, I almost was reading it. Just your menu blocked it before I could read it. I was actually able to almost read that. I was just getting my glasses on so I could. I wanted to read that plain. The other side. That tail
Looks
number
like I
tell you
can't.
something?
It looks like I can't go back far enough on the YouTube feed to the FC Montreal thing.
And Terry, this is at station 146. Sorry, two. Oh, bugger! I haven't got the. It's at RAF. It's at former RAFC thing, which I think is station 146 of the United States Army Air Force. And although the runway is just about big enough to get one of those down on, the runway used to be twice as long to get the old Liberator, the Ford-built Liberators in there.
It goes into someone's field now, does it?
Yeah, well, it's still used by the Flying Club, so the runway is still in active use all the time. But it seems I think it seemed to them rather wasteful to not farm the middle of the airfield. T-28 Trojan.
I'll be back.
Oh.
Is Bob uploading these YouTube streams like in sections or something on the channel? Do you know?
Don't
I
know.
haven't got that far. I don't know yet.
Oh, look at that Mustang. He's just had a mid-air collision.
Couple of dents.
Where?
Tailplane. Quite a bit more than, oh, don't worry, it'll buff out.
Yeah, no, he uploaded the one from yesterday entire by the looks of it, because there's a 6 hour, 6 minute stream there.
All right, okay. So I don't know what's going to happen with this one then, if I can get bits out of it.
You want to get parts of this out?
Yeah, well, I was going to clip the SC Montreal Derp section because I've got a Gary Wybanger from MC Toon.
Yeah, you're welcome to have that. I mean, it's just a matter of finding out where it was.
You want to
That's
stop
what we've been trying to do. We've scrolled back and I can't.
It was about 2 hours in because you started about.
Started at 2 o'clock.
So you started at 7 o'clock for me.
Uh-huh.
So it's about 2.5 hours into the stream. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, there
55.
wasn't much with him. He just,
Ambushed the stream.
yeah, he just
Made
ambushed
a
the
lot of noise
stream
and then got booted.
and then got put down mercifully.
Do you want to give Terry revenge?
Yeah, that's it.
Because I usually just like roughly a 10-minute bite.
Yeah,
that I
that's
usually
basically
try
what
to
it was.
find.
It's there.
Yeah. Because we can all point and laugh
Yeah.
tonight when I
Put
go
something.
live.
Put something in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I went to give you a wrench downstairs and I couldn't do it on the iPad, so I came upstairs
There you
to get to the main stream. I don't see it.
Who, me?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you are.
YouTube's being extra laggy, I think.
Yeah, something weird is going on with YouTube here. Oh, it says subscriber only mode. Ah. Turns out I'm not a subscriber to my own channel.
I spelled it wrong. Didn't come through yet.
No, I got it right there.
I'm on the right one.
Yeah.
I'm in the side chat.
Yeah, no, it's my fault. My bad. I was
Logged in
trying
as
to
the
do
wrong
it.
Dr. Bob.
It's been a long fucking day, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Give me a moment.
Angela Renee, hey, are you the ghost who wrote Temple operating system? I suppose that means. Nice.
I got it now.
I don't know how I mistype words when I should look at the keyboard a bit more when I press the keys.
Yeah. Always helps. What's that one there, Terry?
Okay, I'll try that.
Is English Electric Canberra?
That's a Canberra.
Yeah, it's a.
I thought that was a Canberra. That's a B-57. That's what we called it.
Yeah, you called it the B-57.
Yep. It was a British plane. I think we bought a bunch of them.
You did. In fact, you're still operating them because NASA's still got a couple of very heavily modified ones.
Mm-hmm.
They use them for some sort of research.
NASA stuff.
Yeah, NASA.
I like that little one at the back with the red and white.
Penguin
colour.
breeding habits.
The de Havilland Dove. They were used by the Royal Flying Doctor Service.
Out in Australia, eh?
I'm sure I've seen some of these. I don't remember seeing these ones in that out of this group of photos that you had. I remember this one.
The Avro Vulcan.
Yeah, the Vulcan was wicked, man.
The bomber that nuked Washington D.C. twice.
Eh? Did you burn our capital again?
Only virtually. This
Oh.
one didn't count. We didn't actually drop the nuke.
Well, we do appreciate that, although it depends on whose administration you flew over to.
I don't know if it would have been JFK or LBJ.
Well, we like JFK.
No, any situation where you've got British bombers doing victory rolls over the capital is hilarious.
Yeah, that actually is.
In fact, I think on one of the exercises, not only did they bomb DC, they bombed New York as well.
Well, you might as well while you're coming in or leaving.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's out of your way or anything. Still trying to figure out how you guys managed to penetrate the air defenses.
Oh, they flew under the radar.
No,
No,
the one
we
I
flew
heard.
over the radar.
We didn't have any radar?
We flew over it.
You flew over the radar?
I think so.
Well, it's close.
I heard two different versions. One of them was that they basically sacrificed the entire flight except for a couple of bombers to get it through.
Yeah, I think
so. You engaged the main force, but two of the bombers had sort of wandered off on their own and came back in when you weren't looking.
That works.
Kaboomy.
Boom, we win.
Yeah.
What? We lost the entire squadron. Oh well, you've lost your capital.
And the US Air Force was so embarrassed by it, they insisted on running the same exercise the following year. And they lost in exactly the same way again the following year.
Well, we're really big on learning from our mistakes. Do we ever take out London to get you guys back?
Probably.
Yeah.
But you probably dropped real bombs on London.
Not recently.
Not for a few years.
Not recently. We tried to invade England once. It didn't work out very well. We only sent one ship.
War of 1812?
No, actually, it was the Revolution. John Paul Jones or some crap was over in that general area.
He managed to burn a port.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought there was I thought there were some landings in Whitehaven or somewhere during the War of 1812 as well.
The American Army?
Well, the American Navy. You know, because I thought they tried that one then. When we were all fighting when we were fighting over Canada and the reason why the White House is white.
Yeah.
Because we tried to burn it, or we made a bit of a stab at burning it down, didn't we?
Well, you did burn it down. Everything except for the limestone. Gutted the damn thing. But yeah, I think the only time we've been in England has been by invitation. I mean, other than basically a glorified pirate raid with a flag.
Apart from the inconvenient moment when you decided to move out and take all your stuff, we've mostly been friends.
Huh?
Aside from the bit where you decided to move out in the most spectacular fashion possible.
Oh yeah, well,
we've mostly been friends.
We've mostly been friends. You're still our cousins.
Yeah. Well, there was a bit of doubt during your Civil War as well, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. We almost went to war in 1860 over a freaking pig. And the president intervened in that one because they had, I think Pickett was involved in that, actually.
Pickett was involved in that. Funnily enough, I only watched a video about it this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yesterday afternoon.
Talking about the pig war, right?
Yeah, about the pig war.
Yeah.
It's one of these sort of animated history vids on YouTube.
Yeah, it just goes to show that, how things get out of hand. And then you have a pecker measuring contest, and the next thing you know, you're at war.
Yeah. Well, of course, the general involved was the one that got you in trouble in the war with Mexico.
We got in trouble in the war with Mexico?
Yeah, he was a 2-star general, and he got himself court-martialed 3 times.
Huh. Well, you gotta admit it. You gotta admire his consistency.
Yeah, well, he got away with it because he was friends with a couple of presidents.
Finding a board to sit in the court-martial of a 3-star general must be interesting.
Well, yeah. You know, we've got a lot more generals now than we used to. That's for darn sure.
Doesn't the entire board have to be the rank above him?
His rank or a
Or
rank
at least
above
one
him.
rank. So you could have a panel of 3-star sitting on a 3-star. That's not so bad then.
Yeah, but the president would probably be a 4-star, the president of the board. But again, we don't have that many 3-stars. We got few. We sure do. But
You don't need about 3 of them for a board.
yeah, well, I'll tell you, if you're going to court-martial a 3-star general, it better be more than 3 on a board. You need to spread that blame a little bit.
Yeah, the blame didn't go very far because, like I said, he was saved by the president all 3 times.
If you've got a 3-star coming up for court-martial that's likely to get messy, would they prefer that the 3-star had an accident on his way to the board?
No, they'd really prefer that he resigned with full pay. To the point they might even offer to let him resign with full pay. You know, that's one of those things. That's a bullet best dodged. No, there's just certain things you do. You know, I mean, you get. I land in Canada, and oh my God, they'll be hell to pay. You know. But, you know, when you get to that rank, you really kind of got to screw up. You got to embarrass yourself is what you have to do. You have to embarrass yourself or your branch or your country. You got to do something really bad.
Is this a 24-hour stream, Dr. Bob?
No, I'm gonna shut it down probably around midnight or so. Simply because what I'm doing is I'm testing it progressively longer in preparation for maybe having a 24-hour stream, Joe. I think that this would be a nice format to have a 24-hour stream. We've got a bunch of really good people that are pretty level-headed. We don't get real shouty. We don't tolerate anything.
I understand SC Montreal got booted out.
Yeah. Well, he came in with a case of the ass and decided to try and pull out a ruler. That didn't work out real well. I don't tolerate that stuff.
I like the bit where he basically went, "I'm the teacher, you lot shut up."
Yeah.
When he said that, I mean, that was okay, game on. You're gone. Who the hell does he think he is? I mean, he's a freaking flat earther.
I was occupied for 4 hours at a eye surgeon's office today.
Things okay, Joe?
Yeah, I'm going to have cataract surgery next year, so.
Well, I've got that coming up myself. I've got one developing in my eye. I'm also showing some early signs of macular degeneration. And I found out.
Oh, the rest of.
And I found out this week apparently I have 4 teeth too many, or 6 teeth too many.
Yeah, I have to have a back molar on the bottom on each side pulled out, and
you gotta have 4.
Slip the wisdom teeth out too while they're at it.
Yeah, I gotta have 4 on. I gotta have 4 on the bottom and 2 on the top.
Getting old. Well, I had my wisdom teeth on the top taken out when I was a kid, but the ones on the bottom grew in sideways, so they're apparently if they take the molars out, all they have to do is slide the molars out because they're basically not even in bone anymore.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm running into. I lost all the bone. They said it wouldn't be too bad. I asked them what kind of drugs they have, and they go, "What kind you got?" Well, what kind you got? You know, what do you want? What kind do you got? So apparently I'm going to need a driver and a diaper. but that's the way I like it.
My eye. You know what? You want to laugh? I'll tell you, Dr. Bob, this is insane. So, I'm going to end up without having to wear glasses, except reading glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I have to spend an extra $1,500 an eye to get these lenses that are astigmatism.
Mm-hmm.
Correct for stigmatism, which I don't mind. I want to wear glasses except for reading. I'll get the $5 jobs at the Woolworth.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have a crease in my retina, so they can't use the multi-angled lens
Mm-hmm.
which would give you perfect vision, distance, and up close.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much extra those lenses cost?
How much?
$23,000 each.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Wow.
They're
I'm
not
glad I
covered
have a
by-
crease in one of my retinas too.
Yeah.
You know,
They're not
you
covered
know
by
how
re-
much
they're
they
not
cost
covered by
over here,
insurance.
don't you?
Oh my God!
Can I move to
Say-
England for a little while? How long do I have to how long do I have to live there before I qualify for national health?
You just have to be. I'm not sure. You have to be paying tax.
I'm going to go
So
buy a
that-
pack of gum and I'm going to keep the receipt. There's my tax bill.
Well, I hate to tell you, Dr. Bob, but the French system's better.
Yeah, but then you got to learn how to speak French.
Oh, I have to live in France. That's the
Yeah, you
problem.
got to live in France, man. Who the hell wants to live in
Well,
France?
Of course, Well, I suppose that sort of it'll still be probably a third of the price if you come over here and pay for it privately.
Secondary care services, you have to be living lawfully in the UK on a properly settled basis, whatever they consider that to be.
It properly said that is so freaking British.
Oh, it's got to be private, Dr. Bob. It is England.
Yeah.
Nothing's improper there except the personal life of Boris Johnson and his staff.
Well, you know, that's how you tell the difference between an English law or a British law and an American law. You know, the British law says that you have to be properly settled in the country and paying taxes and contributing to society and employed. Okay, well, that makes sense. In American law, that third shot's going to make it to manslaughter.
Oh my God! I was saying to my British friends here yesterday that you really need to stop Boris Johnson from having more babies.
Well, I think
He's out of hand.
I think for this you'd have to have permanent address here and effectively a permanent employer.
yeah, in other words, you have to actually be a member of society in order to get it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just show up, live on a park bench, buy a pack of gum, say, "Hey, I'm a resident and I pay tax. I got taxed."
If you transferred to a British GP practice,
I don't know if they recognize Dios.
I've never thought about it.
It used to be. It used.
Sure the NHS would welcome you with open arms. We have a terrible lack of general practitioners over here.
Yeah, my specialty is internal medicine. I deal with adults, but yeah, it'd be kind of fun. I may be going back into primary care practice for a little while, just to kind of keep my hand in it,
Yeah, no, I mean,
practice up a bit.
seriously, if you were to want to come and practice in the UK, I think they would probably bite your hand off.
Hey,
if
Bob,
you
Yeah, Glass or God.
do you realize that that the mods on here are not allowed to edit any of the messages on the server?
They are.
Nope.
Should be.
No,
Nope,
I can't.
they're not.
But I'm using an iPad.
No, none of you can.
Well, let's go have a look.
Not on all the channels. BC Text, yes. I think. Let's see. No, can't
No,
on
not
BC
on
Text
BC
either.
Text even.
Yeah. So if anyone ever posts something negative, Bob is the only one that will ever be able to remove it. So
Yeah,
if
I
someone
know.
ever posted,
That's why.
so if someone ever
Dr.
posted
Bob, when I-
CP, it'll have to stay there until Bob finally removes it. And if that's 2 or 3 days, it's 2 or 3 days.
Well, technically, we could ban the author from the server, which would then remove all their posts.
Correct. I know that, but
Well, we can stop them from posting by giving him the role nasty troll.
But
That'll
if say
stop
they
them.
posted say they posted something that wasn't bannable, even if you give them the nasty troll, the message stays. We
That's
can't
right.
delete anything bad.
That's correct. That's correct.
And actually, no. Our moderator level will not ban them or not delete it, even if you ban them. It leaves it there because we do not have the ability to edit text channels.
No, but at least we can stop them from posting anything else.
Yeah.
How weird.
So yeah, if they posted something and then screenshot it and showed it off and then said, "Look, it's on here," and 2 days later it's still there, server shut down because
Well,
none
that's
of the
why
mods can stop it.
Well, that's why
Nope.
when the
That-
when the doxing incident happened a week or two ago, I actually called Dr. Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't have his number.
But you're not getting it from me, Glass.
What
you don't have the
is?
ability.
Where
You got the same
is?
role I do.
Oh, I have Dr. Bob's number.
Where is? Where is that? I thought that thing was. I thought you just went right up here, and that's where the roles were.
No, it's at the very top. Just right click on the name of the server, and then you can go to server settings, roles.
That's where I was there just a minute ago. I didn't see roles on.
And then I go to mod and permissions, yada yada yada. You know.
I don't see where it says
Cannot
permission
view the
here.
audit log. That's I can't view the audit logs. So you can't see if any mistakes. No insights. No webhooks. Can't even. Well, I can change nickname, but
See, I don't
most of
see.
the stuff. Most of the good stuff was turned off because you had 4 or 5 admins to take care of it. So I had it set up restricted.
Yeah.
WSMod, I call it.
That's what I was looking for right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I made it WSMod because you had 5 admins that could take care of any of the problems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not even priority speaker for mods. Yeah. Can't even use external stickers. No private threads. No public threads. Threads are useless. Oh, it can ban. But yeah, no matter.
There we go. That should take care of it. We should have it now.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, let's go see who it is. It's you. The only one that lit up with that was you.
Testing.
Yeah,
Testing.
you sound fine.
Yeah, it's probably when we talk it goes back through.
Yeah, no delete messages. Let's try and.
You should have delete messages now. You've got
I'm using
manage
text,
message.
Yeah. About. Can't do anything in the Lego. No modifying in the Lego channel. Let's try Flurf text. I got that ability, but that's.
Yeah, there's one I'm going to have a look at is the nautical mile. That was just utter silliness.
Yeah.
The problem that I ran into today is that I put up Sleepy Warrior, and his video was so stupid that, I mean, it almost defied the imagination.
The nautical mile one from Mitchell from Australia.
That's equally stupid, but it would be a point of discussion, I think.
Why?
For the start, yeah.
I'm doing that one tonight. That one.
Yeah. Why on earth Sleeping Warrior thinks that one leg of the triangle's time? I have no idea.
Which is distance.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, how far is that? Well, it's 3 arc seconds. Oh, okay. Do you even know what an arc second is, Tony? Apparently not.
Well, obviously he thinks it's a second. Unit of time.
He thinks it's time, yeah.
Yeah.
It's between him, me, and
It's an
and
angle,
PZ.
Tony, just in case. You know, you need to figure that out.
Stupid, but I'll actually ask the question of what it is, not speculate what it isn't.
It's just kind of embarrassing that people are running around and think arc seconds are periods of time. You know, it's let me rephrase that. People may not know what an arc second or an arc minute is, and that's fine. You know, they can always learn that. They probably just never had an opportunity to use the designation. But people who don't know what an arc second or an arc minute is and then assign them being a value is, you know, a value of distance is just bizarre.
Well, we never touched arc seconds and arc minutes in geometry because we use decimal values for the angles.
And that's perfectly appropriate.
Because
reasons?
Because new curriculum. Because must be decimal, must be metric.
Yeah. Well, I've got slide rules that actually have designations for minutes and seconds on them, which is kind of weird.
And that you've got a slide rule still.
Do I have a slide rule?
No, I said, and that you've got a slide rule as well.
Yeah, I know, but you know, do I have a slide rule? Yeah, I got about 20 of them.
Somewhere in one of my cupboards, I've got a set of Napier's bones.
Boy, that's old.
That I picked up when we were doing a clear out at the school I was at.
Do you know how to use them?
I'd have to look it up, but I do remember the basics.
All right. Well, if you ever have the overwhelming urge to send them to me so I can do a video on them, I'll even send them back to you if you want.
Oh no, these were just cardboard ones, not proper rigid ones.
Oh.
They were just ones we'd at some point put together for the demonstration.
Yep. I've got an abacus here too. I'm just not very good with it. You know, they have some that are crazy good with it. They could just hold their hands up and do it in the air without actually even having an abacus with it. Mine's a little difficult to use because the beads slide freely. So if it's not perfectly level, you know, there's nothing holding the beads. Once you move them, there's nothing holding them there. They can literally just bounce right back or get out of alignment.
You need a bit of friction on your string.
Yep.
Hey,
exactly.
Bob, I've got my fingers, and if I take my shoes and socks off, I've got extras.
So you can count to 21, huh?
I used to be able to do binary on my fingers on the desk.
I have seen that done. I have seen that. And you ever hear of Japanese multiplication with the lines?
Yes.
That's a pretty wicked trick. That really impresses girls at the bar if you can do that. It's a great way to pick up girls.
I want to look into
Not the sort of bars I was in. It's not.
I'd like to look into that when the zero become into the numbering system where the Indians. I don't know how they used math prior to that and how it benefited having the zero.
Well, I remember seeing that once, and wasn't it like around 1000 AD they introduced zero, or was it earlier than that?
Well, it wasn't far off that.
I mean, it was actually relatively late.
Were we? I suppose we were still using Roman figuring at that point.
I thought it was even later than that. I thought it was maybe even a little bit later than 1000 AD.
Here.
Like, I'd have to go back through all my old videos, what we did, and try to find the segment that we actually talked about that.
Yeah, it apparently it entered Western maths in the 12th century. Looking at this.
That would have been a while back, Alan, wouldn't it, when we did those topic ones to do with that stuff? Technologies.
Well, according to this, it says it could have been at least 5,000 years ago. the Sumerians used to put a double slash between numbers to indicate nothing was in that place. But I mean, as far as the actual symbol 0, let's see what else we can find here.
Yeah, how did they have the conception of nothing?
Yeah.
Like if I had 5 apples and I gave
1200 is what this one
5
says. Yeah. Fibonacci.
How much does something like this cost?
What?
That last plane, the red one.
What, are you in the market for one?
It's the only.
No, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I got a Mooney you can
They
have.
only built 4 of them to start with. I think there might be 3. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 of them left, and that's the only one that still flies.
Is that a twin? Is that a twin engine Spitfire?
No, that's a de Havilland DH-88 Comet.
Oh, okay.
It's the type that won the London to Melbourne air race of 1936.
That must have been a hell of a flight.
That flew to Melbourne from started at RAF Mildenhall in Suffolk, and flew to Melbourne in 36 hours. It was really quick.
On one fuel load? Is that what this? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
they had to stop and refuel, obviously. But
Still a
it
beautiful
was-
aircraft.
It was partly the inspiration for the Mosquito.
Now that was a plane.
The problem is, though, is mosquitoes are kind of annoying. They're always trying to bite you, buzzing around. You know what I mean?
And that is a poule de seal, a flying flea. And they were
Unusual.
They were banned by the Civil Aviation Authority in the UK because they crash very easily.
Yeah, I was just looking at the unusual wing configuration. You wouldn't
Yeah,
think it'd be very stable.
Flying flea.
If they took that big wing off where they've got it there and made it different, maybe.
Well,
Then you got a different airplane.
The problem is it uses variable incidence for pitch control.
Is that the old wing warping?
No.
what I was thinking.
The pitch control is when they're controlling the pitch. To control the pitch, they actually change the incidence of the wing.
Huh.
Or one of the wings. Not sure which one. I think it is the main wing. They change the incidence, and of course that changes the pitch, doesn't it? Of the aircraft.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, they somewhat.
Well, the stream is still running well. That's good news. Doesn't look like there's any.
You haven't put the chat to sleep yet, have we?
No. Not yet. Got 13 people watching, so be kind of interesting. The Discord link should be right in the description. Come on in, guys, and freshen up the conversation. Get us old fogies going again.
Yeah.
I'm changing around things, so basically what happens is on all my channels, when I go live here, it'll appear on all my channels starting tomorrow. I'm slowly but surely getting everything organized.
Yeah.
Oh. Bob, I'm sure you've heard of the Bolton Pool Defiant.
No, I haven't actually.
Oh, it's considered to be possibly the worst fighter aircraft of World War Two.
Two?
Of World War Two, it was a single-engined turret fighter.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, I'm looking at this thing right here.
I was going to say, this is the Bristol fighter, which actually had forward-firing guns, and was so successful. It was because of the success of the Bristol fighter that they ended up with the Bolton Paul Defiant in World War Two.
Yeah, I've seen the turret fighters, but the problem is that turret had so much wind resistance on it, it couldn't fly. I mean, it couldn't catch the bombers.
Well, it wasn't so much the wind resistance, it was the weight of the damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, because all our turrets were hydraulic as well. They weren't electric.
That sounds like a little problem.
I posted a link to the server in the text chat, like in the actual chat.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
a
it.
direct link to this channel.
I appreciate
so
it.
everybody in there, come and join. We're all listening, waiting for you.
Yeah, this isn't so much a flat Earth chat. This is basically just a bunch of people that like to get together and spend an evening around, spend some time during the evening together.
And me bagging out Fords with Alan here.
Hey, that's not a Ford. That's a Sopwith pup from 1915, 1916. The forerunner of the Sopwith Camel. Date of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering when it was that militaries suddenly felt the urge to put numbers on everything. It's a 20mm cannon.
Yeah, and a Browning 303 machine gun in the front.
Yep.
Nah, that's far bigger than 20mm.
No,
must be at least a meter. No, must be at least a meter long.
Almost two.
There's a heck of a difference in the size of them, isn't it?
Yep.
Now that's built for speed.
The Westland Lysander. It was actually built as an Army cooperation aircraft.
That's an unusual colour scheme.
Well, yeah, they stopped using it for Army cooperation, but it operated from a place called RAF Tempsford in Bedfordshire. And
It's like the one
Tempsford provided transport for an organisation called SOE.
Never heard of them.
Special Operations Executive.
Yeah.
The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Yes.
Yep. So that's why it's got that bloody great big ladder sticking out the side of the fuselage, so the spies could get in and out really quickly. Because, of course, they didn't like to spend too long parked on the ground. And the cylindrical thing underneath would carry all the kit.
Oh, that looks like the one Harrison Ford had his little accident in. Trainer from the...
So Ryan PT-22 recruit.
Yeah, I think that's what Harrison Ford was flying when he had that crash in the golf course.
I remember when we had the young lady who owned that was very, very nice as well. Really, Well, you know what aeroplane people are like. They'll always talk about their aeroplanes, won't they?
Yep.
Especially when you can ask the right questions.
Yep.
Yeah. They ask silly questions. Like, what's the wings? What's that big flat thing that sticks out the sides?
Yeah, what's it do?
Yeah, what do they do? What's that thing at the front that's sort of pointy thing? Is it an arrow or something?
Yeah, is that where you grab it to tow it around? Turn the plane around?
I
Just
don't
grab
know.
that thing right there and just give it a good pull.
Yeah. Give it a spin round.
Yeah. Bet you can't snap it off.
Avro Hansen. What the military version of one of those that was used for that wasn't the multi-engine navigation trainer, but was the maritime reconnaissance aircraft. Managed to shoot down 3 Messerschmitt 109s.
That's impressive.
It doesn't even have guns, does it?
In one engagement.
The pilot that managed to do that.
Well, no, the
Sounds
gunner
like a
did.
hell of a pilot.
No, the gunner did. Well, the gunner did the shooting down because the military one had a turret.
I meant to say, but yeah,
had an upper turret.
Yeah, somebody had skill.
But he didn't just open the door up and pull his revolver out and go shoot, bang, bang.
But
Do you know what the last air engagement in Europe in World War II was? It was between a Grasshopper, which was a little liaison plane, a little Cessna type thing, and a Fleischer Stork. And they saw the German plane. They flew up next to it and started shooting at it with 45s and a carbine and forced it down.
Wow.
So
yeah,
the last dogfight of the war was fought at 110 miles an hour.
yeah, that was basically the Piper J3 Cub in its military guise, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The L4 Grasshopper.
Yep. L4 or L2, one of the two. I think it was an L4, yeah. I know you had to actually swing the prop to start it. That's a Hurricane, isn't it?
That's actually a Sea Hurricane.
Same
It's the only one left in the world.
What's the difference?
I'm not quite sure. It's got catapult spools so that you can go twang and throw it off the front of a boat. And then it's got a hook on the back so that it can stop quick on the deck when it comes back again.
And some heavy-duty landing gear.
Yeah. It's got beefed up landing gear and a tow and a stopping hook. But otherwise, it's basically a Mark 1 Hurricane. In fact, I'm not sure if they converted them or if they built them on the. I think they converted them on the line at the factory.
Is that you?
No, that's my daughter, Rosie.
Pretty girl.
Yeah. She's the one with the she's the one that gave me my 2 grandkids this in the last 2 years.
She gave you her children?
No, she produced me some grandkids then.
Oh, okay, that's better.
Yeah, watch your words, Alan. Jeez.
I ever tell you this girl in England contacted me and said, "Is your last name such and such?" And I go, yeah. She says, I think we're related. This is me. And she sent me a female version of me.
Wow.
Looks just like me. And that's her last name too. So I think we're actually very distant cousins.
You ever see that TV show or something where they did the twin thing, where people are like not siblings as in from the same household, but they found doppelgangers of people that looked like them, and they all went into like a contest or whatever, so to speak. And then when they showed the map of the demographics of each area they were from, and they drew it like a circle or whatever of the must be the genetics or whatever they call it of that area, and they found that those people were actually brought up in the same area, so they were distant because of the shapes of their noses and faces and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a good show, that.
Yeah. No, I'm actually pretty sure that she probably is a very distant cousin of mine. But I don't know any of the family in England. We've been here since 1750 or something. Maybe earlier.
You don't have any relatives who came over and did military stuff in the early to mid 20th century, do you, that might have accidentally left
I would like to take that.
kids around?
Alan, I would love to take that for a flight.
Not my
To
direct
hop in that
family.
and fly it.
You've got two hopes, and one of those used to play golf.
Yeah.
Alan?
But none of my family were ever over there, no. My grandfather was too young for World War I, and my father was too old for Vietnam. I'm the first member of my family that was in the military. My brother and I were the first members of our family that were in the military since 1860.
Yeah, no, it was just a thought, because I know a couple of people who've got American relatives.
Yeah.
Because someone was over in the other side on detached duties, and the natural thing happened.
Or there was something that happened over there where Bob is, and then they went back to England, and
there you go.
Possible. We did send some nurses over.
Yep. Well, the Royal Navy was actually pretty active in the southeast here. I think you were based in Burma. And they came into Charleston quite a bit. Well, guys, I'm going to run for a little while. I'll be back a bit later. I'll probably let this stream run until around midnight or so my time currently.
Sometime, Bob, when you guys
9:20.
got the opportunity, or you want me to, I'll set up a set of a regular mod and a high mod for you if you want.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
If it does happen, at least they can do something.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think now they can remove the messages. I think I set it up so that they could do that.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to test it?
No. Yeah, go ahead and test it. Here.
somebody wanted to test our spanners out in the peanut gallery.
Yeah, that's fine.
If someone wants to shoot
I
that
sold her.
message, feel free.
I sold her. Go ahead and put up a message and see if these guys can take it down. Let you guys play with that for a while.
Yep, somebody shot my message, so that's good in VC.
All right, good.
And Lego.
So what's your normal text channel in here, Bob?
Anything that matters.
VC text. Okay.
Oh,
Delete
Bob,
Lego.
would you believe that cockpit is a two-seater side by side.
I think Bob was going for a walk.
Oh, he's gone already, is he?
Yeah.
So I've dropped something into Lego. If someone wants to shoot it as well, just to check that it works there as well.
I can't.
Fantastic. Oh well.
Maybe I'll set up the role for him. It doesn't require an admin other than to really do some major stuff.
Well, I've got to go off and do a couple of things, so I'll catch you later, maybe, Alan.
Yeah.
Later, everyone else.
Yep.
Was that a 0 that was on your screen a few minutes ago, by any chance?
Sorry, what?
See a 0 on your screen?
I'm sorry, Glass. I can't quite make out what you're trying to say.
Was there a 0 on your screen a moment ago?
Yeah, a few
No.
minutes ago I saw a 0 on your screen.
A 0? What? Aircraft? No. Definitely not. Because there aren't any zeros in the UK. We've got
What's the short wing
One-
with the 2 circles on the wings? The circle
in
underneath the
one
wing.
museum we have the centre section of the wing with the fuselage with the cockpit in it. So it's got the cockpit, and then it's chopped off at the front of the wing, and it's chopped off at the trailer edge of the wing.
One that you had earlier that was parked on the ground that had circles underneath the wings, like painted circles.
Yeah, pretty much 75% of the aircraft at this museum have got RAF roundels painted on them.
The short plane, a rounded wing, stumpy looking thing. Prop, of course. Lighter colored wooden prop on it, looked like 2-blade. Those are cool.
That's a Hawker. The aircraft higher in the picture is a Hawker Tomtit, and the aircraft lower in the picture is an Avro Tutor.
They look almost exactly the same.
And they were all built. They were all designed and built to the same for the same specification. And the RAF did have a few of each, but mostly the aircraft that won that tender was the de Havilland Tiger Moth.
Bottom one looks like it's a heavier airplane just due to the wheels.
It's a slightly bigger aircraft.
Thought.
Think.
Wheels.
Because I think actually what it is I think the Tutor is the aircraft that's further away, and the Tomtit is closer. And there's the US Army trainer, primary trainer. And much later, de Havilland Chipmunk.
some energetic colors in them. Circles just make me think you're supposed to aim here.
Well, lots of
That
countries
circle
have
behind the main.
lots of countries have roundels. The United States Air Service had roundels originally. They didn't have stars. That's the trainer version of the Hawker Sea Fury. The only pistons engine aircraft to shoot down a jet in a proper dogfight. Because the P-51s that shot down Me-262s always bounced them as they were coming into land. Fees the store. Although, actually, that's
What's it on the
technically
tail fin? Is that what I think it is on the tail fin?
Of course it is. It's a
thought.
It's a Fiesler F156A-1 stalk.
Yeah.
And unlike if it was in Germany, we don't mind if it has the proper period specific markings on it. In Germany, they would not be allowed to put that marking on the tail. Against the law.
I see.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so
they've changed the laws on that recently. That counts a historic context.
well, I don't know because all the pictures even the recent pictures I've seen of German aircraft of the military aircraft of World War II. They all have. It doesn't have the central cross. It just has the four outer rectangles.
Right. Let me. Okay, I'll have a bit of a wander through for that one.
There's one of them ones I saw earlier on the ground.
Yeah.
I would like to fly one of them, or fly in one.
Gladiator. And you will notice that in these photographs, the cockpit canopy is open.
I saw that.
That's because he doesn't like to fly it with the canopy shut, because the canopy tends to fill up with exhaust fumes. On the cockpit.
That's a good reason to keep it open.
So yeah, you keep the glass open, and you don't die of carbon monoxide poisoning.
CO2. Yeah.
Although actually, you probably wouldn't die of carbon monoxide poisoning. You'd probably just die from the effects of the crash before the carbon monoxide kills you.
Either way, not a positive outcome.
Not a positive outcome.
Okay. Early German World War II stuff appears to have been just the angles for the vehicle markings. Trying to see if they got the planes on that.
I've seen sort of, unless it's really, really recent. I saw photos from last year. Actually, they might have even been photos from earlier this year or last year. Oh, hang on, might be a couple of years. Because the problem is, of course, COVID's buggered with everything, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm probably misremembering and thinking of photos that I've seen from 2019 where they've still just got the 4 bars on instead of the full, instead of the full thing. And I'm talking about a couple of 109s and a Focke-Wulf 190.
Out of the other 3, that one there that you're showing now is the one I like the best out of the other 3. Out of those 3 in the last one, I like him the best. What are you messing with the color with your computer there or something? Renders a different color.
I do some messing around and print it. And once they're printed, they look exactly like watercolors. But because this is my full image fixing thing. Actually, I know what to do. I've just realised I can do.
Third one down, first one. When you were on that other screen with them all showing. Third one down.
Where were we?
Pair of biplanes up second row down to the far to the left. Pretty cool. You got 2 of them there, 3 of them there, pairs of biplanes. See the upper row, first row of biplanes? Up
That's where
top?
we got to.
That's the same one, yeah.
Yeah, that's where we got to.
So I wouldn't mind going up in that.
They ain't gonna let you fly that.
I said I would like to. Obviously, I'm not going to get into it, but I would like to.
Because I wouldn't have thought you'd get into that unless you had at least 20,000 hours in the air.
Okay. Digging through, it looks like at one point during the Second World War they were just using the outline of the cross rather than the black cross and the white angles. So it looks like it's one of these. At various points during the war, they used different variations of it, and the hollow cross was one of them.
Sea Hurricane again. Now, that whenever I see that picture, I always think of a particular line spoken by a non-native English-speaking pilot in the movie The Battle of Britain, or series of pilots. That always reminds me of the bit. Repeat, please. Repeat, please. Yes, Dred?
Sorry.
I'm going to say that photo, yeah.
Yep.
Somewhat reminds me of the. Every time I see that picture, I always get repeat, please, in my head.
Can't place that. Sorry.
From the film The Battle of Britain, where the Poles are peeling off one after the other to go chasing after the Germans.
Ah. Get back in formation. Sorry.
Get
can't
back
hear
in
you.
formation. Stop your Polish chit chat.
Do not understand. Say again.
Yeah. Repeat, please. Repeat, please.
Well, it shouldn't have been repeat, of course, because the radio standard is say again. Because repeat is fire on that target again.
Yeah, but but the funny thing is that they weren't Hurricanes in the movie. They were the Beauchamp version of the Bf 109G. The Hawker Hind, a light bomber that was so fast that it was faster than all the fighters in the Royal Air Force at the time it entered service. The Hawker D, the two-seat fighter they built from the Hind and the Hart models as an escort fighter because it was still faster than all the other fighters in the Royal Air Force.
Chance of it.
I think we've been looking at this for a very long time. Because it's starting to take a long time to load some of these images up or render some of these images out at full size.
That red and blue zigzag there is quite an interesting pattern.
Sorry?
The red and blue zigzag?
Yeah. Again, squadron identification. It's a squadron identification marking, essentially.
Yeah.
Between the wars, most RAF squadrons had distinctive squadron markings on their aircraft. And of course,
then, as it got into the Second World War, they went to letter systems. Then,
well, of course, at this point they didn't. They didn't have the letter code and the letter to identify the aircraft within the squadron. But this, of course, was also in the at least with the biplanes, they were all just using the aluminium dope. Because more or less the same dope as they used on the Hindenburg that helped it to burn so well. You know, because you really want to paint the fabric of your aircraft in half the ingredients of thermite, don't you?
Well, build the aircraft out of one half, paint it with the other half. Sounds good to me.
Well, no, they built it out of it and painted it with the same half, and filled it with hydrogen as well, of course. But then actually, you kind of need to use hydrogen in rigid airships. You can't actually use helium. You know why?
Firstly, it wanders through the sides. Secondly, you need a hell of a lot more of it.
I was going to say you get half the actually get half the lifting power from helium. You do hydrogen, don't you? Yes.
Hang on. In theory, it's a little different to that because the size of a helium isn't the same size as a hydrogen molecule, but close enough. Close enough.
Unless you were to fill it with deuterium.
Yeah. Who'd put that much deuterium in? No, I'm not crazy enough to fill something like that with deuterium.
Flipping heck. Yeah. So from
Well, that was mildly unexpected.
Yeah, I couldn't turn the damn thing off, could I? You notice how you can see that's that from where the engine cowling starts forwards, that's where the aircraft has got bigger from the Mark Ones that we were looking at earlier.
Yep.
Essentially from the back of the engine cowling, from the end of the engine cowling backwards, it's pretty much just the same airframe as a Mark One.
I have to say, does that serious face that Spitfire has there only show up when you're looking at it from the side?
That what?
It appears to have quite a serious face there.
Oh, probably.
Just in front of the wing, you've got that sort of jutting out lower lip. Then you've got the slant of its upper lip. And it looks absolutely dead serious.
Yeah, because you don't see it there, do you?
No. Might just be the trick of the paint and the angle.
Probably. Talking of airships, RAE Cardington.
That's pretty nice.
They're the they're the sheds that were built to house the R100 and the R101. I believe they were the world's largest. I believe they were the largest buildings in the world. Oh, sorry, the buildings with the largest unobstructed volume in the world until NASA built the VAB. So from like 1930 until whenever the VAB was put up in the 60s, largest unobstructed internal space in the world. I think that's a Bristol Siddeley Jaguar engine, that one.
Cool. And that plane is very, very, very red.
That plane is very, very, very red. It's a Compass Swift, which is actually designed and built as a racing aeroplane.
Makes sense. Red ones do go faster.
Well, yeah. That's why the red one we were looking at earlier was so fast, because it was a red one and it was a racing aeroplane. It was much faster than the British Racing Green one or the black one. It was a bit damp that day, hence the aircraft all wearing their rain hoods.
It makes sense. If things clear up and they can get them off the ground, they want the canopies to be clear.
Yeah. That's my son.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Do me a favor. I've got to go ahead and get some work done on this computer. You mind if I shut the stream down real quick?
Go for it. Go for it.
All right. I'll probably do another one this weekend sometime. If not tomorrow, then on Sunday. And we'll get it up and running again. The good news is that it's working the entire time. And we didn't have any issues or hiccups with the stream. So I think that this thing here is quite capable of running a 24-hour stream. It's just a matter of I need the computer once in a while, you know? Got videos to make, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I suppose if you're going to go for a 24-hour stream, you can kind of arrange to line up people. Yeah, so you've got a group on the various points.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to shut down the Discord. So the Discord will still be there, and what I'll do is I'll just come in. I'm going to try and do it like around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my time, which would be 7 o'clock UK time.
Yep.
And, you know, just run it for a couple of hours. We don't necessarily need to run it for 6 hours, but probably run it for 4 or 5 just to let people kind of hang out. I'll generally start it off with some sort of a presentation, and then we'll use that to start the conversation, and then just let the conversation go from there. We generally get 15 or 20 people in here, so I mean it's pretty self-sustaining conversation.
If you're short of topics, we can always review one of your old videos as well.
Yeah, we can always do that. I have 1 or 2 videos out there. Maybe we could look at some of them, or look at a series. You know, there's always more expansion that you can do with Lee McIntyre, or, you know, that book that I started reading a while ago on Latitude was just a fascinating book, a fascinating historical aspect of Latitude. I wouldn't mind going into three-star fixes a little bit more on sextants. and doing some technical stuff. I'm thinking you guys probably aren't all that interested in slide rules, but I'm going to probably do a short presentation tomorrow on how to choose a slide rule. In case you wanted to get one for fun. Show you the different types of slide rules and what they're used for. And, not only just the regular ones, but the specialty ones like the E6B flight computer, the Fuller calculator, and I got an interesting one the other day. It's not really a true slide rule. It looks like one, but it doesn't have the center section that moves. And that is to calculate elevations and azimuths for a 105 millimeter howitzer. It was from World War II. So it's kind of interesting how you would do, seeing how they did that back then. I need to learn how to use it first.
I've seen a couple of circular slide rules.
Yeah, there's some circular slide rules. The E6B is a circular slide rule. And my watch, a pilot's watch has an E6B on it. And we'll see how to actually use the bezel on the E6B pilot's watch. We'll do that when we do.
Come to think of it, none of my jackets or coats have actually got a suitable pocket for a slide rule anymore.
Well, no, there's a hook on them. You hang them off your belt. Come now.
My belt's already busy with other things.
No, well, you hang it off a belt loop.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, here. It's kind of dark right now.
Oh, Bob. We were talking about the Hurricane having the catapult balls for launching the catapult.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You can see them just either side of the radiator.
Oh, wait one. Those little things?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. But yeah, here's a case for a slide rule. And as you see, there's a hook that hangs off of it, and that goes right on your belt rope. So that's the way that works. And when in doubt, you use a little one like this.
I had a shorter one that went in my lab coat pocket briefly.
Hmm. I'll tell you, these iPhones are getting absolutely amazing. I was looking at mine the other day, and I actually have an app on it now. I have an app on it now that will allow me to control Streamlabs, which is kind of cool. So I can switch things on Streamlabs and stuff. Well, guys, I'm going to get it going. It's time for me to get to work. I've got my robe on, which means that it's time to get comfy and relax a little bit. Earthrise, I saw your chat with Mobius. Well done, sir. Well done. Well, good night, gentlemen. Like I said, the Discord will stay open.
Yeah. Well, I am now going to go look outside my front door and see if it's still.
See if we get 6 more weeks of